All right, here we go. I don't know if anyone's here or not, but I slept through the recap. I slept through the CCP stream yesterday. It was a 7-hour stream. And then by the time I woke up, I forgot it was on, so I completely missed this. I'm going to check out today what happened on CCP stream. I hear there's a lot of new mechanics and a lot of new things coming up in the next update or expansion. I don't know any details, so we'll try and see what's actually happening. Hello. That's the wrong screen. This screen here.
Hello and welcome, everyone, back
Hello.
to Fanfest 2023. I am CCP Goat. I'm a little rusty after yesterday. We went a little late to bed, which is evident by my being here, since the others are probably all just sleeping so that they can give
What a beautiful man.
the quality entertainment you deserve when the day progresses. We have a packed day today. There's a lot of interesting talks happening here on stream. Expanding on what you saw with Eve Havoc announcement in the keynote yesterday. We have very interesting player panels happening as well.
Oh no, I didn't see the keynote yesterday either.
The Empires of Eve will give a talk.
I'll have to go back and watch that later. I'm not stopping this stream. I'm just going to play this whole stream.
Measures up to other MMOs and what its space is. There's some the building blocks of Eve is actually what's coming up here now at 10. But I am going to entertain you until that happens. And I am joined by none other than...
Holy shit, it's Chaos.
Yes, hello.
Chaos 1298.
Tired,
Our boys on the
but,
big
Up
stage.
to the pub crawl.
Yeah.
Got a
Holy
bit
shit.
too many drinks in me, but I'm a heavyweight, so...
Yeah.
Australia's going
to put
places.
things into
Australians are
perspective,
going places. Holy shit.
We, at the Fridays of FanFest, we have this event called the pub crawl, which is just the devs taking people into downtown Reykjavik, hitting up as many bars as we can, and then all gathering at one bar for like a final sort of...
Pub crawl. Damn, this makes me want to go. I should have gone to
hurrah, should we
Fanfest.
say?
I think a hurrah is a bit...
I always mean to go, but I'm
think
too
it's something
lazy.
we
I
need to
never
find out
organise
for
it.
I reckon.
Right, okay. Yeah. But it's generally, we start out by having a beer. We have a drink of the local fire wine.
Oh,
the
man.
Black Death.
Fire wine?
That was rough.
It's an excellent cumin
It was
taste.
actually quite rough, I have to say.
Yeah, it is. It's the reason we drink it is that so we can eat the rotten shark. That's
Yes,
it's a scam. The only reason why we do it is to trick foreigners. That's just what we do.
Exactly. Like, it's always the same thing. It's like, this is a delicacy. He ate it.
But it was yeah.
I can't get over this
Unfortunately,
chaos.
There wasn't any shark yesterday. But
Representing
we can-
Australia
maybe,
in
maybe we can
Reykjavik.
figure that out today. But after yesterday, there was a lot of things to talk about.
Yes.
There were some exciting moments in all of the presentations yesterday. Of course, you guys only saw what was on stream. There was a lot of other very interesting talks. I want to ask you, what did you think about the keynote?
Absolutely amazing. Everything I somewhat predicted in that did come true, and even more. It was absolutely fantastic.
Right, you were telling me
Just gonna
that you
load up
had
the
some
keynote so I can watch it
predictions,
later.
since all the way since last FanFest.
Yes, and it actually came true.
Did they stream the keynote?
Sort of got like all the people together to get all the information. We didn't get to the punchline at the end of it, but I was quite
They
close
did.
to it.
Okay.
It's 1.5 hours long anyway. That's another fucking...
People that
Huge
watch your
amount of
stream
time.
and watched you go through this, you must feel vindicated towards them.
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit. But some exciting stuff coming in Eve Havoc. The talk of pirates joining the factional warfare.
Yes.
Some more avenues for people to blow up and like ruin things. And of course, the panel that'll go further into all the details coming in that is at 12:30. It will be shown on stream here in the big arena.
Huge.
There's already some players filing in, so I guess
Huge arena.
There
Love
were some. Yeah. It's and they even expanded it since last year. So it looks
Really?
It looks amazing. Yeah. They added like 18 extra rows of chairs or something.
Oh, yeah.
It was because we filled it out yesterday, and there was even a mail. There was a mail sent. Please let the players sit before you do. So us devs, we just stand.
Yeah, because I remember when the CEO was on the front, he's like, okay, all the CCP members stand up. And he was like, Okay, they're in the back. They actually did listen.
Yeah, it's really weird. We're good like that. We're good at listening. People are filing in for the Building Blocks of Eve panel that will be streamed here at 10. But again, what would you say in the portion of the Eve keynote yesterday excited you the most?
I
think I'm gonna have
the
to go
biggest
back and
one
watch the
was
Eve keynote, yeah.
first shooter.
Yeah.
Coming to the
Change
game.
the stream name. Stream name to Eve
I
keynote.
came back from I started playing online games with first-person shooters with my brothers and stuff like that. So
Because they're talking about stuff I don't know what it is.
With that now.
Yeah,
and we're gonna be all over it.
Let's do that.
We will now go live to Fanfest, where the implications of this event and future developments will be explored. Please welcome to the stage CCP Games CEO, CCP Helmar.
All right, here we go. Is the audience, is it actually packed? Are there a lot of people there?
Welcome to Fanfest 2023! What did we just watch on the screen? I saw a Jove station, something that looked like a shipcaster. And, well, Sarsak is full of goodies, and it's now open. And in the next hour or so, we'll be talking a lot more about
Bit quiet.
what
I've literally got it
can
cranked
be
up as
found
high as I can.
in there. So everyone,
It's just a quiet
that
YouTube
feels
video
the
for
urge
some
to go
reason.
and rush in there.
Can I put
You should
captions
stay
on maybe?
tuned.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good material coming out in the next 60 minutes. And in the days and weeks to come, these secrets will slowly start to unlock to reveal everything we'll be talking about here today and more. So, it's 20 years of EVE Online.
20 years, holy
seems
shit. I started playing
like it
Eve
was just
6
yesterday
months after
when
it came out.
I was with
I
a
can't believe I've been
few
playing it for 20 years.
of Klapparstígur
I'm still no
coding
good.
the source code of EVE Online.
I'm still one of the worst
Maybe
Eve
little
players.
Pizza boxes, sleeping bags on the floor. And look at us now. We are a nation! So, welcome to this national celebration, all of you present here with us in the room, and all of you on the stream. Of course, we've been celebrating 20 years of EVE Online all this year. Here are some pictures from celebrations at CCP headquarters. We invited everyone that has touched the foundation of EVE Online over these 20 years. It's
I'm going to have to try and boost the sound a bit. Add some gain or something.
Full of love for EVE Online and for each other, and everyone that is at CCP, has gone out of CCP, gone back, thinking about coming back, and people that have just known. It was truly magical.
I think that's better.
And here is the current crew taking care of EVE Online.
Holy shit, there's a lot of them. That's a massive team.
Beautiful bunch of people. The future is in capable hands. I had a personal moment on the stream with the community team.
CCP Swift. I always thought CCP Swift was a woman because on Discord, he's got a female icon. It's like some anime character.
I undocked in a Titan for the first time.
I only learned that CCP Swift was a guy not long ago, and I've spoken to him heaps of times.
People are waiting to
with text.
destroy it. I did not mine the minerals for this Titan. My day job prevents me, so it's good that it was destroyed. Building beautiful things and destroying it, that's what it's about. Talking about building beautiful things, for the 10-year birthday, we erected this monument at the shores of Reykjavik, and another beautiful ceremony yesterday where we unveiled the second decade updates. We have now raised it up a level. There are now 765,000 names that uphold the monument. We have unlocked level 2 after 20 years. There will be decades to come. Of course, most people know now that great monuments like the pyramids of Giza, they were built layers upon layers. There was a small pyramid, and another one, and another one, and another one. Then the
Yeah,
last
this
one
monument will be
stand
here in
for
another
1,000
20,000 years for sure.
Really, when you look under it, it's pyramids all the way down. We are now up to level 2. As we progress through the decades, we will add levels, we will add names. At some point, I envision a big pyramid on the shores of Reykjavik blotting out Mount Asia. So 20 years of EVE-Online has brought a lot to CCP, has brought a lot to us all, and have brought a lot to the world. Our journey is best described as condensed rocket fuel that's going to propel us into the third decade. And this rocket fuel is really made out of the passion of EVE players and all your actions and all that, and be here at Fanfest to soak it all in, from a charity dinner to keynotes to pub crawls and all that. It's amazing. It really means a lot of us who work at CCP to take it all in to propel us further. And
Over the
looking
last
at
20
some of
years,
that,
you've created a vibrant world in New Eden. From humble beginnings and an infamous new player experience. It was a blank canvas waiting for you. Building faster than anyone imagined, creating alliances, and scheming in unexpected ways. You were ruthless.
These are some old videos. I remember
The
that
Guiding Hand
overlay.
Social Club heist made the news and forever set the tone.
I remember
for
the
a
character
game that
creator
never
as
beat.
well.
You built titans and empires. You lost those titans and some of those empires crumbled, but you never relented.
4:3 aspect ratio. That's how you know it's old.
Bob and Red Swarm Federation.
Holy shit, let's have a quick look at this. The initiative. Okay, where are we? Solitude, bottom left. Okay, around about this time, I was living in Solitude. Down the bottom left here. Oh, you can't see it, my camera's in the way. But we weren't owned by any of the big alliances at that time. We were kind of snuck away on the bottom left below Syndicate.
Clashed in the First Great War. And no matter where you were in New Eden, you had a side in this war. Then, an unexpected twist. Band of Brothers disbanded? And like that, New Eden was introduced to espionage. Next, the DRF set their sights on the Northern Coalition for yet another total war. But then, New Eden seemed to quiet down.
So, congratulations on the first decade. The shenanigans in the first decade really laid the foundation of what would become EVE-Online. The direction was set, and it really put EVE on the map as something to follow closely because something interesting was brewing. And then, if we look on to the second decade.
It started with a bang in Asakai, setting a record for Super Capitals Guild in one system. And then not too long later, you crushed that record in the system of BTAC-R 5RB. Soon, New Eden would find itself in yet another great war, with drama and intrigue at every turn.
Holy shit.
And then you built. Oh, did you build? But peace was never an option. You kicked off World War B2 and demolished EVE Records along the way.
I think everybody was in that war. Everybody with multiple characters.
Building, 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 destroying. Destroying world records. I, for one, when I was there in the basement at Clappers, they were nerding away with a few people did not foresee that we would shatter world records, and let alone 2. Congratulations on that. So the third decade is already off to an amazing start. You've seen some of the developments already at the start of this, and you will watch them throughout this keynote. And there is a bit of excitement brewing in New Eden. I've been around here for a long time, and there definitely is something in the air. I
Right,
feel
get
it
to
when
the
I
new
talk to
stuff.
people
That's what
here
we're all
at
here for.
Fanfest, more so than ever. and I'm sure I'll be feeling it even more once you see what is in store in the third decade. It truly is amazing time to be alive. So, in the third decade, we will continue to do this. So, to bring you adventures with deeper immersion and emotional impact, we will lead in the adoption of new technologies and techniques. CCP has been on the forefront on this for a long time.
I hope they talk about some of the new technologies kept up to date with how the EVE infrastructure works over the last 10 years. I used to be really on top of it when EVE first came out. It was so interesting, all the tech that they had back then. I know it's completely different now. They don't use anything. Everything now is all cloud-based and hosted by other providers, whereas they used to have all their own servers. So I hope they talk about that a bit.
We've talked about this
What kind of tech
in many
they plan on
formats.
improving
Now,
on.
today, we are talking a lot about it in these two major areas we're investing in when it comes to technology. It's number one, it's Carbon. It's a set of client-side and server-side technologies that really power EVE Online. And Quasar, which is a collection of new, sort of a modern back-end service framework that allows us to deliver things more quicker in a more modern way.
Tell us
and
about
we're
it.
actually announcing here today a big project. We're investing now in the era of Carbon. We're updating the Python engine we've been using for 20 years, Python version 2. We're updating it to 3, Python 3 for the third decade.
I don't know anything about Python.
And it's these kind of foundational investments that allow us to develop features and features that create sometimes a bit of technical depth, which we then eat down as we progress, and also push into the future. It also allows us to deliver something like excellent space. The meme has really come alive. We're owning it, we're using it, it's amazing. Excellent space has become real. In Fanfest 2017, we were also talking about this. Then we were talking about investing in more immersive computing, understanding human psychology even better, computers in the cloud. We talked about blockchains, and we talked about AI.
Oh no, not blockchains.
And if you kind of look at the scorecard now, 5-6 years later,
the slowest data retrieval storage technology in the
amazing
world.
push into VR. We took a break
Friendship
last year.
machine.
The market is not really there. We are long-term believers. We believe
I want to know
this
more
will
about the
come back,
friendship machine.
but we want to see the market emerge. The friendship machine is based on a big research we did in 2018, talking to all of you here.
Eve Valkyrie
both at
Gunjack.
Fanfest
I
and
played
some
Eve
surveys.
Valkyrie, the VR
It's really
game.
given us a deeper
It made me so
understanding
sick.
what's really the fabric that holds Eve together.
I had to stop playing. I couldn't play it for more than about
Quasar
10
is the
minutes.
manifest of this computers in the cloud. We announced Project Awakening at the start of the year as the blockchain thing. And of course, AI is in a bit of a massive bubble right now. It's hard to see
He just
through
skims over
everything
the
that's going on.
blockchain thing.
But New Eden was generated by a generative process. There was a generative process that created New Eden. So we will continue to harvest these kind of technologies. Because this is ultimately the focus. I am now at the point in my life where I'm quoting myself. You can find this on YouTube. This is a sleep-deprived Hilmar, early 2003. Other games focus on having people go up against monsters, maybe in small groups, whereas EVE is focused on building a society and supplying people with the tools and the rules to build it. That's a lot what we're taking into this, into Project Awakening. As we talked about on this stage last year, we have a small team exploring that. We announced earlier this year that we've raised $40 million in external funding, which is important. We want to isolate this endeavor from everything going on with EVE and TQ. $40 million is quite a bit of money to do this, so we expect a lot. No pressure, little team. And we're doing this because we want to take daring experiments that will teach us more about the craft of building virtual worlds and building societies. I know a lot of people are excited to hear more about Project Awakening. It's early days, so stay tuned. But what I can say, though, is that in this project, we're leaning very heavily into third-party development, and we aim to invent a new, more inclusive business model around these kind of things. And these are both takeaways from our journey so far. But as before...
Okay, well, that's interesting. I wonder what they mean by more inclusive.
EVE has its own path. You will see a lot of that here. It's about Quasar and Carbon and awesome things. and this is all separate from that. So, why is this idea of Eve Forever so important? Why is it so powerful? Well, we all share a secret. We have this extra dimension in our lives because of EVE Online. Regardless of our earthly existence, we can together manifest an amazing new reality. And this is a rare and beautiful gift that we give to each other because of Eve.
Okay, yeah. I love the idea of Eve Forever. It makes me feel like all the time I've sunk into this game is not going to just disappear.
Eve Forever!
Like when you play World of Warcraft and you spend a whole lot of time building up your character and then they just release an expansion a year later and your character's completely useless and the whole sunken cost is just completely sunk. Whereas Eve, everything you work towards, it stays forever.
Hello, everyone. Great to be here with you, celebrating 20 years of EVE Online. Through these 20 years, we've had multiple gateways of tapping into New Eden, through brand extensions like books and comics and merchandise and other games, and of course, through EVE Online. And it is through your actions that the amazing stories get created, new connections are made, and friendship are stronger. Over the years, we've had over 60 million players help shape and create the EVE universe. And
60
we will
million, did she say?
create more opportunities for meaningful connections, new connections, and for friendship to go stronger. And we will make sure EVE will go on forever. Ever since CCP was founded in 1997, tabletop games have been a huge part of our culture, with Hættuspilið, or Danger Game, being the very first game ever released. For me, it was a popular pick during weekend game nights, and now the younger generation is joining in as well. In 2009, we released EVE Conquest, which I'm assuming has been a popular pick for some of you here. And ever since then, it has been a highly requested product from the community. So it was with great joy that we announced earlier this year new strategy board game set in the EVE universe in partnership with Titan Forge, which have been the perfect partner for this project.
Oh, Titan Forge Games.
They have EVE players in the team,
and making an EVE game. That's
very
crazy.
Own Rick Jarvix is also included in the project. Give him some applause.
Titan Forge game make all the big video game tie-in games like the Dark Souls.
So Titan Forge are here at Fanfest.
Like
they have playtesting the game.
I
go
think it's
check
Titan
it out,
Forge anyway.
give it a try, give them your feedback, and then follow their Kickstarter page.
They're really good at leveraging game mechanics into
makes for the
an actual board game. They have really outside-the-box ways to make it feel like you've got the same mechanics of the video game in a board game. In 2018, we took some valuable learnings from our first attempt of taking EVE to mobile with EVE War of Ascension. 2 years later, we released EVE Echoes in partnership with NetEase, and through the years, more than 13 million players have played EVE Echoes. EVE Echoes continues to bring the EVE experience to mobile, and later this year, they're releasing new area of space with new enemies and new rewards. I didn't really see the point in playing a whole separate game.
Including the advanced Black Ops battleship for even more sneaky pew-pew. So last year at Fanfest, we talked about Project M5, and since then we've been playtesting, and the playtests are becoming quite competitive. I did extremely well crossing my coworkers in the very first one, but I'm not going to share how I did in the last one. And now we can share with you that EVE Galaxy Conquest, a 4X strategy game, is coming to a mobile device. It's still spaceships and world domination, but in a bit of a different format. Do you guys not have phones? EVE Galaxy Conquest opens the game to New Eden.
If it's a completely different style of game, like it's a 4X Conquest game, I might give it a shot. The reason I never played Echoes was because it was just so much like EVE. I didn't want to bother wasting time playing a separate EVE game. But okay, yeah, this is actually like a, it looks like a turn-based 4X game.
You will then eventually run into other players. Then you have to decide if you're going to join force with them
I'll try this game.
Destroy them.
This seems
There will
kind
be
of up my alley.
huge battles, and players will have to cooperate, form corporations and alliances in order to succeed. We will launch initially for Android and Apple devices with a PC client planned later down the line. We will be soft launching later this year in selected territories. For more information, please sign up at EVE-GalaxyConquest.com. EVE 20th Anniversary Collector's Edition is being made in partnership with Limited Run Games. Now, over the weekend, we are reopening for orders with a limited number of boxes up for grabs. The box is full of great items,
This is
like
cool.
the very first ever documented mention of Eve is dying.
Okay. Eve is dying. Eve's been dying since 1998. Well, no, 2004, whenever it came out. 2003, okay, she's got the date
That
there.
comment is since 2003, but they're still going strong. There are more great items in the box, my personal favorite being the Fido plushie, who has been hard at work at our office. He's been quite busy,
Oh, he's playing
but
Valkyrie.
he's actually looking for a new home right now. Is anybody here that wants to take care of it for me? Yeah? Are you good? Send us picture. Throughout the years, building our games with the community has been a huge pillar for CCP. With the CSM and third-party developers having played a key role in how all of you experience EVE Online today. And we want to build on that even more with empowering EVE players, unleashing the creativity that lives in the community, starting with shipskins. And we hear your ask.
Is this like customizable ship
Some
skins?
better
Oh,
than
fucking
others.
hell. Nice.
So, do you know this guy? Yeah.
Can't see.
A long-time dedicated EVE player, T. Amber, who has been creating skins for EVE as a hobby for at least a decade, has now officially partnered with CCP, so you can expect the skins. See those skins trickling in. So this is the very first skin created, a beautiful Megatron skin included in the collector's edition.
That does look pretty good. That's
Some
the
more
best looking
skins are
Megatron
already
skin
being
I've
worked
seen.
on, and we can't wait to see them in game.
I like the high contrast with like the really light and dark shades
The
of
EVE
colors without like
partnership
all the
program exists
like
to
different
support
shades.
the
Like
most dedicated
I like
EVE
really
player
bright high
creators out
contrast,
there.
like black, white, yellow.
This year, we took some steps to further level
So you
up
can
the
actually see
program.
the skin well. I don't like really small details.
In
Holy shit, there's the
Viridian, we
partners.
granted
There's
members of the
Urshslag.
program
It's chaos.
early
Holy
access
crap.
to our Singularity test server, so to give them adequate space and time to create high-quality content, which was then readily available for everyone on release day.
Oh man, if I had have gone, I could have stood in that photo.
We have made
I've really gotta go to
partnerships
an EVE
that
Fest.
allows us to compensate for
Fanfest.
community-created content,
Why is it on the other side
channeling
of
the
the world?
passion and creativity that lives in the community
I think it takes like 25 hours to
into
fly there
a
from here.
viable source of income. And Twitch drops have now also been opened up in selected campaigns for streamers in the program, so
I'm in
they
the program,
can bring
by the way.
EVE rewards to their
If you
own
hang out in any of my
communities.
streams, you get the drops.
And we will continue to actively back player-run tournaments and give access to tournament tools. So, next year will be the 20th Alliance tournament. So just like EVE celebrating 20th anniversary this year, this milestone gives us a huge opportunity to celebrate in style with a bigger event than ever, one we're really looking forward to. Since the start of Project Discovery, EVE players have completed more than 380 million classifications, leaving a huge impact on the scientific community.
380 million
Continue
classifications
this
in Project
incredible
Discovery.
effort next year, next iteration of
Get the
product
human
discovery,
robots doing the work.
we will
That's
take our learnings
crazy.
from COVID-19 and apply them to cancer research.
Plex for Good. Yeah, I did some Plex for Good streams. We donated some Plex for Ukraine.
So, through Plex for Good, Capsuleers, with their collective efforts, have donated more than $1 million, converting Plex into real money to donate to humanitarian relief.
She said 1
In the
million.
spirit
Maybe she just
of
meant 1 million.
empowering EVE players, we are turning this into an always-on and a
I did 500
player-driven
Plex.
initiative.
I did my part.
So donations will be accepted continuously, and suggestions on which cause to donate to, whether it's in real life or in-game, will be done in close partnership with the community. So, who's excited to hear more about what's about to happen in EVE Online?
I am. That's the main reason I'm here. What is about to happen in EVE Online? What new content do we
With
get?
that, please join me in welcoming CCP Burger and CCP
Burger.
Ratati to the stage.
Okay. Ratati and Burger. Let's fucking go.
Nothing? Nothing? Hello, Fanfest! Come on, you can do a wee bit better than this. Let's try it again. Okay, ready, Ratati?
You've been waiting a long time,
We've
guys,
been waiting
right?
a long time, 18 months. Okay. Hello, Fanfest! Oh. I am so happy to be here. This is my happy place, you know. What a great Fanfest this has been so far, and it's just going to be wilder, wilder, wilder.
Happy 20th anniversary. It feels absolutely unbelievable to be here, from the bottom of my heart, and to finally
everybody's
be
so
in the third
old now.
decade. There is simply
I
nothing
wonder what the
like
age demographic of an
We
EVE
all know
Online
this.
player is. It'd be like your
This
mid-30s
enigma
to mid-40s
that we get to be a
would be
part
your
of.
average player.
Make friends and memories. The first step in the third decade is the upcoming expansion coming this winter. But before we deep dive, let's take a moment and take a look at the
No,
journey
deep
so
dive.
far
Let's not take a moment.
and the reinforced foundation we've built.
Oh, the journey so far.
So, last Fanfest,
we all already know what's
we
already
announced that we were
happened.
going back to expansions, starting with Uprising, followed by Viridian.
Viridian was when I took my
Both
first
can
break
kind of be
from EVE.
summarized
I
with
played
the word
flat out
impact. In Uprising,
since
we
EVE came out, and then
completely
Viridian came out,
redesigned
took
and
like a year
opened up
break.
faction warfare, allowing you to impact the future of war. And then, with Viridian, we unlocked corporation leaders, gave them new ways to activate their members with more meaningful tasks for the members, all while showing their might with emblems and colors. And you guys seem to love it. Just this year, you've managed to kill each other 42,876 times in factional warfare battles, destroying, destroying whopping 23.3 trillion ISK. And
That
the
is
year
the
isn't even
shittest
over.
bar chart.
But let's look at it in
It's just a
context. So
block.
factional warfare first came
All right,
out in
okay, now it's starting to make a bit more
2008.
sense.
And from the start, it's been a great place to find action. Action that leads to destruction, that keeps us industrialists.
Okay, this is kills over
very
time.
busy,
Value and kills
and
over
busy
time.
industrialists means happy industrialists. All in all, you have managed to destroy a whopping 288.1 trillion ISK in faction warfare. And oh boy, is this number about to take a jump.
Okay, good. New faction warfare stuff. That'd be great. I've only ever done like a
You've
couple
also
of
been
days
making
of
your
faction
citadels
warfare.
pretty,
I
and
got
in
so bored of
true
it.
EVE sinister fashion, the Singularity Obsidian is the most popular color. Who would have guessed? But I want to point out my favorite color, the Pulsar Pink. Yes, it's the number 4, so there is hope. And you've been activating your corp members with corporation goals, keeping us line members busy, doing things that matter. And there have been plenty of individual contributions. They start slow, but it escalates quickly. Rather quickly. Quite quickly.
Yeah, I never do
But
those.
ultimately, we all know that killing is just a means of communications. And since Uprising in 2022, 1 million unique capsuleers have been involved in killing each other, destroying
1
almost
million unique
600
capsuleers?
trillion worth of ISK. 600 trillion. That's a massive number. So you can clap for yourself now.
1 million unique capsuleers have been involved in killing. That is crazy, considering there's only about 20,000 people online in the game at a time.
But fundamentally, these are our pillars. And at the center, strong organizations. Your corporations with healthy income, ready to support and incentivize your members to contribute to your efforts. Recruiting and training confident new cadets, fresh from the Air Career Program, and even new opportunities. No one teaches the game better than you do. We just provide the basics. But NPC organizations are also a massive part of the equation, giving them reasons and motivations to fight so that you can choose to enlist and align with them and fight for them and their cause. And second of all, huge changes in how we wage war, the weapons you wield and why. But all the while delivering on the ultimate science fiction, the spectacle of living in a massive world surrounded by others, finding secret gates powered by ancient technology. The front lines get people into space and into fleets, blowing up stuff, and having direct impact on borders and sovereignty through clear objectives in space. For small gangs and solo, but still a part of a larger effort. Frontline Advantage represents a collective effort across multiple systems and thousands of players that all contribute to an actual change in the universe, enabled by Quasar tech. We implemented the first step within LowSec to reinvigorate and modernize faction warfare, but also to introduce these new and improved conquest and sovereignty mechanics, learning from the Triglavian invasion.
Okay.
We've been strengthening organizations, providing new tools or new
So what
income
did they learn
streams
from the
through
Triglavian
enlistment
invasion?
and loyalty point taxes.
Because I liked that.
Air
I liked that
opportunities and
Triglavian
cooperation
invasion
projects
event.
have proven to drive
That was a lot of fun.
cooperation in player organizations, giving capsuleers more ways to contribute to the greater good of their group, all while wearing your emblems and colors with pride. During this era, we've been weaving player impact and storytelling together into a larger narrative. With your effort, you've unlocked new technology, such as shipcasters, transmuters, Tech-2 dreadnoughts, all a part of a compelling story, adding more sand to the sandbox. With this foundation in place, we are confident in the third decade.
Okay, let's go.
But New Eden has been buzzing with, after new gates were discovered. And so, please welcome CCP Emerald to give us the gritty details.
Okay. Everybody gets a chance on stage.
Hello, everyone. Happy 20 years! Woo! I am so excited to be here, and I'm even more excited to share with you what you can expect in EVE's next expansion. We have already been on an amazing journey getting here. It started back in August when footage of a secret meeting was circulated. In this meeting, an invitation from the mysterious Deathless figurehead was shared with representatives from the Angel Cartel and Garista's pirate factions. This invitation sparked EVE Operation Epiphany. EVE Ops are events that put the power into your hands to impact New Eden and co-create with us. This EVE Ops event called upon you to find the gates to a previously uncharted territory of space. You rose to this challenge, and you did it fiercely. You found the map fragments that unveiled
Man, I wish I took part in this. I didn't even know it was happening. I was having a break.
With tremendous focus. You successfully uncovered all 4 gates in record time.
I love that. I'm so
We were
glad.
absolutely astounded
so
at
much
how
time
quickly
doing
you
it,
did
and Erst.
this. Those Capsuleers who were successful in finding each gate were handsomely rewarded, and they were recognized in a ceremony by the Society of Conscious Thought, which was covered by the scope. A huge congratulations to each and every one of you. All your hard work has finally paid off. The gates you discovered open today. Zarzak is free to explore. This series of
Oh, nice.
events is the spark that will ignite
So that's
Eve's
the day before
next
yesterday, I think.
expansion. And are you ready to find out what's coming in the expansion? Are you ready? Here we go!
Now it's loud again.
Zarzak has been waiting. An ancient nexus, long abandoned,
Where are these gates?
now ruled by the
I
insurgents.
picked a really weird time to log back in and start playing.
Fearless, the deathless. Trust is rare among our kind. Yet here you are, compelled by my invitation. I offer you a haven, a fortress, hidden from the Empire.
One click.
I have given it life. It feeds on me. And in return, it yields knowledge, gifts, power. Prepare your forces for chaos on the front lines. Harness the might of Capsuleers with the promise of riches.
This looks cool. This looks amazing.
And together, we will unlock Zarzak's secrets. One by one.
But the gates are open now. Where are they? I'm going to have to ask Chaos, but I
Are
think
you as
Chaos is still in
excited as I
Iceland.
am? Are you as excited as I am? Eve's? Absolutely, we will. Eve's next expansion, Havoc, is officially releasing on the 14th of November.
Okay. Nice.
It invites you to align with pirate factions, the Angel Cartel, or Guristas.
Ooh, okay.
They are aligned with the Deathless Circle. The Deathless is the harbinger of havoc. Come November, you will be called upon to join with the pirates and cast to the war zone from the new system Zarzak. There, you will corrupt the Empire's efforts for your own gain.
All right, I'm going to do that. I'm definitely going to take
Chaos
part
to
in
the
that.
front lines. There's a lot to get into with this expansion, and I have some very special guests who are going to get
Hopefully
into
it's
more
really conducive
detail
to
on
solo
what
play.
you can expect
I don't
come
want to have
November.
to bleed up too much.
Over the past few months, you have discovered and deciphered secrets. Through working together and pooling your resources,
Why?
you accomplished the goals
audio mixing
set
on this
out in
fucking
Operation Epiphany.
stream is fucked.
You found the
this
gates
keynote.
to a mysterious and previously uncharted territory. This new system is called Zarzak. The gates to Zarzak are now operational, and you are free to explore this ancient system.
The Zarzak environment is actually quite bright and beautiful, but at the same time, it gives you the feeling of something hazardous. It feels like there's a sandstorm all around you, full of cosmic dust and dense clouds obscuring your view. Inside, you will find some pretty impressive structures that are both advanced and ancient feeling. Very much signature Jove design.
Sarsak has ancient Jovian roots and contains a station, the Fulcrum, abandoned by the Jove, now controlled by the Deathless. The Deathless is a shadowy figurehead who has promised a more prosperous future to the Angel Cartel and the Gurista pirates by offering them a sanctuary within Sarsak.
In November, with the launch of the expansion, you will be given the opportunity to align with Angel Cartel or Guristas and aid their efforts to corrupt and pillage the front lines, undermining the Empire's personal gain. This is something you can directly benefit from, and in turn, aid your corporation or alliance with.
The aim of the pirates will be to enter factional warfare space and engage in a new feature we call pirate insurgencies.
Okay, pirate
Those capsuleers that
insurgencies
are
and
aligned with
factional
one of the
warfare.
pirate factions can participate in insurgencies by completing objectives that will reward them with new loyalty points.
So it's like faction warfare.
Successfully completion of objectives will also increase corruption in the system, which means the rules of play within that system will be altered. Pirate-aligned capsuleers will also have in their disposal a new pirate station within the war zones to use as their base. Those who choose to oppose the pirates will have the chance to disrupt pirate activities by successfully completing their objectives first and increasing the suppression in systems. That will also trigger new effects and rules within the system.
This brings us back to you, the capsuleers. The Sarsak system is full of mysteries, and only a few safe pockets have been discovered so far. The Deathless is motivated to gain a deeper understanding of Jovian technology and the history of this system. Soon, they will be calling on any capsuleers willing to help them with their research efforts. Furthermore, the Guristas and the Angels are rumored to have the intention on giving early access to their new destroyers to any capsuleers who come to their aid. Be sure to stay tuned for further developments over the coming weeks and months.
Everyone's flying the
Angel
exploration ships
Cartel
in there.
and Guristas have already begun their preparations for November. There are 2 new pirate destroyer ships that will be available in early access starting next week. Come November, both of these destroyers, as well as Angels and Guristas battlecruisers, will be
Holy
available
shit,
through the new
they're bringing
Pirate
the
LP
Drake.
stores. We can't wait to see what you all get up to this November.
Okay, wait a minute. Actually, there is one little thing we forgot. The Angel Titan. It's coming in November.
Angel Titan, holy shit, look at that. The Horseshoe Titan. That
And
looks
with
sick,
that,
that's cool.
we're signing off for now.
Angel Titan. Finally. So good things come to good people who wait. What better way to celebrate your birthday to get the Angel Titan? Isn't this what EVE is really all about? Big death machines. The first concepts were shown in 2017, and since then, relentless popular demand. And we've answered the call. Or the Deathless decided to help someone. But we love being able to deliver what you want. And in November, or after someone actually builds it, we'll finally get to see this absolute unit.
I wonder who's next.
No, God!
Oh shit.
No, God, please, no! No!
Oh
No!
man, I had the gain cranked right up because this YouTube video is really loud. And I forgot that would like make everything else really loud.
And the ultimate sci-fi.
Hello, sorry Beaver Show.
All things that came together.
What? Dust?
10 years ago.
Are they remaking Dust? Better be on fucking PC
In January
and not on PlayStation this
2013,
time.
when we took a major step towards our vision of boots on the ground in New Eden. With one of the most ambitious shooters to date, and one that I miss
It was a good
every
game.
day.
I actually did play it
Literally.
on PlayStation.
Does
It was
anyone else
fine.
do that? Anyone else
The
here?
only problem is not many people played it.
Denny, I see you. So I want to give a shout out to all Dust players around the world for having been a part of this unique experience of these
It's
two
funny
games
when we
being
join your
connected.
channel. What do you mean?
And I
What's
thank you
funny? Oh, it's
also
because I
for
had
always
the
reminding
gain
me of
cranked up.
bringing it back
Yeah, I don't know
on
what's wrong
social
with this keynote
media.
video. It's super quiet. Once I finish watching the keynote, I'm going to go back to the Fanfest stream because I didn't realize that there was a keynote
But
and
last
the
year we talked
Fanfest
about the
stream. So I just
FPS
started
being
watching the
developed in
Fanfest
London.
stream and they're all talking
And
about
as
the
you
keynote
know, we've
video. So I had to go
continued
back and watch
towards
that
our
too.
vision of boots on the ground, learning along the way with ups and downs, but not trying to recreate dust, but to create a meaningful FPS experience in New Eden.
I'll
Because
play
we
this.
believe that
I love FPS games and I love
all
Eve. I love
together
the whole
hold the
Eve
key to
universe
the
and lore.
ultimate science fiction fantasy.
Even though I don't know all the
being
lore,
able to fly
I
in
love
space
most of it.
and fight on planets together again in New Eden.
Did he mention, is it going to be on PC?
Which
It's
makes
the
us
main
proud
thing.
to announce our next steps towards the ultimate science fiction, Eve Vanguard.
Okay, what is this?
A modular first-person shooter experience
Oh, so it's
for
called Eve
and
Vanguard.
within
Okay. Modular
EVE
first-person
Online.
shooter. All right, cool. By modular, do they mean like how Dust was? You had like different modules you put on your character.
With dynamic multiplayer gameplay that will evolve over time and unique sandbox game mechanics, content, and connections. We've learned a lot on this journey, and we've applied those learnings, and now we're finally in a position to share more.
So, it seems like the Deathless have been keeping busy in Sarsak. By reverse engineering Jovian clone blanks stockpiled in the depths of the station, the Deathless have managed to create a new generation of war clones, the Vanguard.
Oh, nice.
Pirate corruption will be an
You've been streaming for the French community for the last 16 hours in the last few days.
The Deathless goal
Nice.
does not seem to evolve around dominance.
Yeah, well, what I've seen so
but
far,
much
I've been pretty
rather
happy with.
To create chaos and to create distrust in the establishment. While developing Vanguard, this has been our mantra. One game, one community, one team. And we foresee that alliances will recruit Vanguard to wreak havoc and assert their dominance in New Eden.
Okay, so is Vanguard, what happens in Vanguard
is
going to
connected
affect
to
Eve?
EVE Online from day one. When you get your hands on the FPS, you'll be able to impact EVE directly through
Perfect.
frontline
That's what I
corruption.
wanted to hear.
Economically, it'll be a new habitat in New Eden. Just like Wormholes, Pochven, with its own rules, its own resources, and unique mechanics. How you utilize those will be in your hands. As we evolve the future of war, your generals, your officers will have bigger forces to command, bolder strategies, and daring tactics. Industrialists, enforcers, soldiers of fortune, and explorers all have a role to play in Vanguard, participating in the cycle of creation and destruction,
Man, I so hope this is good.
contribution, and friendship.
I'll play it anyway. Like, I love Eve.
We
I'll
know
play
and
this for sure.
understand the risks of the connection. We are in full control, down to individual player interactions. With EVE Vanguard, we're committed to delivering a authentic new Eden FPS with everything that you expect from a game set in the EVE universe.
And it looks and plays absolutely amazing, trust me.
Unreal
This
5
is truly
and
what it
Quasar.
feels to
Okay.
be human scale on the planets of New Eden. It's still in development, but we want to see more. So, please welcome CCP Joker, followed by CCP Collins from the Vanguard team.
As long as they have precompiled shaders instead of dynamic shaders. That's the only thing wrong with Unreal Engine is the jerkiness of the dynamic shader compilation. Hopefully you can disable that and precompile.
Eve, we are Eve. Our creative vision has been 20 years in the making. It has its own history, culture, and politics driven by you, the community. And respecting this legacy is a responsibility we take very seriously. Eve is famous for its epic scale, and translating its look and feel to a human perspective has been an exciting challenge for the team. We're putting you in the heart of the action, not as a drone.
Yeah, this is going to be cool seeing some of the huge... no
worries,
worries, see you, sorry, Beaver. Seeing some of the huge ships and structures in Eve from the perspective of a human is kind of amazing. Like when I played Eve Valkyrie and you launch and you're flying a fighter and you launch out right next to a Megathron, that was crazy.
Scrambler rifle will return alongside next generation.
That's a cool looking gun.
Equipment from well-known
Holy shit, look at this stuff.
Creodron and Core. We're building on strong foundations and learning from what has gone before. Dust, Valkyrie, and Nova have all left their mark.
I might have to upgrade my computer if this is going to be out like in a couple of years' time and it's going to look amazing. I recently upgraded my video card. I've got a 4070 Ti. And I kind of need a new CPU and RAM and everything else.
Now I'll hand you over to CCP
because my video card is overkill for my computer at the moment. Oh no, what happened? Oh, that just
Hello!
transition.
Vanguard, come on!
Yeah, it looks cool.
All right.
I'll definitely play Vanguard.
A big thank you to you, of course, and a big thank you to CCP Joker there for, well, we are, as if you can tell, breathless already, insanely excited to be able to reveal EVE Vanguard for you here today, but you thought we were done with EVE Vanguard. We are not. Who here would like to see some gameplay?
Yeah, definitely.
Come on.
Let's see what you got so far.
Come on, who would like to see some gameplay? Okay. Now, we're going to do things a bit differently, though. We're going to take it up a notch. We're not just going to show you a video. Why do you think they've been sitting there? We're going to run you some gameplay live on stage. To help me with this, please welcome to the stage CCP Shortfall, CCP Ezia, and CCP Paragon.
All right, here we go.
All right, let's do this. Okay, so what? Oh, there we go. What you're going to be seeing here today is still early in development. It's pre-alpha gameplay. You're going to see
No, I'm going to make all my judgments of what I see here.
But everything that
if
you're
it's
going
shit,
to
I'm going to say it's shit.
is running on those machines right there.
All right, looks good already.
From the London team across the water, who we may very well bump into.
Hey, Aslan Radar, had a long time no see. Yeah, exactly. I haven't seen you for ages. Well, then I haven't been streaming for ages. I've just returned to streaming a couple of weeks ago. And I've only done like 1 or 2 streams a week.
All right, let's go.
And I completely slept through most of this Fanfest stuff, so because it's on the other side of the world. So I'm watching it now, and I thought I might as well just turn the stream on while I'm watching it. Alright, this looks pretty cool. It's got a nice aesthetic, like the dusty, dirty. It looks so Unreal Engine 5. Which I like the UI as well, nice and clean.
Find and reclaim the Nexus chip from a group of Garista pirates.
Ammo, heal. They're playing it with a controller. They got the. Oh no, they're not. They're playing it with mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, beautiful.
That looks cool.
Beautiful destruction.
Hopefully they use nanite so that you get like those large vistas without any level of detail performance drops.
Wreckage strewn throughout the already hostile environment.
I'm sure they'll do everything they can to make it run well. That's like one of my main concerns in first-person shooter games. If they don't run well, like
okay, we've spotted some
sometimes even if you've got like a really good computer and the game doesn't run well, that really pisses me off. I refuse to play a first-person shooter that is really poorly optimized, and that's my only concern with the Unreal Engine games. Is it's really easy to shit out a game that runs like shit on Unreal Engine. But then again, if you do it well, you can make it well. So hopefully they do it well.
You as the player, though, have agency over the level of aggression that you attract. So Shortfall, I think we should find a different route, maybe.
Let's go for a walk.
So you're thinking of starting up EVE again? Yeah, it's a good time to start. I started playing EVE again only about 2 weeks ago after a year break, and there's an expansion coming out soon. There's lots of new stuff coming out soon, so this is why I'm watching these videos, to try and get back into the flow of things and understand what's happening. And coming November, there's an expansion, and it's going to have lots of new stuff in it.
Yeah, I want to go for a swim, to be honest with you.
In EVE Vanguard,
exactly, nice.
And failure is player-driven, where players deploy onto these expansive and hostile environments to carry out their goals for their gain.
Okay, so you deploy and you have missions to do, kind of like an extraction shooter maybe?
Or an hour-long hunt for kills and equipment. We provide the tools for your success, not define the rules.
If it's an extraction shooter type game, that would be cool. That would that would fit in well with the EVE universe. Here we go, we've got some gunplay. It looks nice and snappy, nice and tight. I like that shield full screen animation when it got hit. Reload animations look pretty basic. It is beta though. But then again, you don't need like fancy reload animations.
A reminder Shortfall, heal up.
Biomass, picked up some biomass. That must be his mission. Intercept the Garista strike team and retrieve the Nexus chip. Okay.
Your clone's wounds. You can utilize biomass to increase the options of lengthening your stay on the surface for yourself and your squad mates. Let's push on. Whilst the environment can be hostile, it can also be plentiful. Spilled cargo from the wreckage can be looted for resources, providing such things as materials that can come in handy
Nanites?
later down the line.
Energy.
Here, Shortfall is elegantly scouting through the wreckage of one of our crashed-out colossal
Yeah, this is going to be
bowhead
great.
ships. Shot down from orbit,
I might
its
even play
cloning
this more than I
chamber
play
within is
Eve.
ruptured, spilling wreckage,
If it's good,
blank
if
clone
hey
bodies,
Saltif, how
and
you
cryo
going?
fluid all
No, this
throughout
is a new
the landscape
first-person shooter that they're
Whilst still early in
bringing out.
development here, I hope
So
you can see the
it's
great
only in
care
early
that's taken to
stages,
make
but
the
it's
atmosphere of Eve Vanguard feel
it's in
like
the
it's
Eve universe, and it's going to like affect what happens in the Eve universe. So back when Dust 514 came out, like it made a lot of promises, but it never really came through with them.
That
This
up
one
ahead,
seems like they're
that's the Garista
so it's
Pirates.
not Dust at all. It's a
Throw
completely
out
brand
our
new game.
sights, we can see them
It's on
highlighted in
PC,
blue,
which
having
is
a stronger
fantastic,
resistance to kinetic ammo.
and it's really going
Fortunately, that's
to
the ammo
interact
type
with the
we
Eve
currently have
universe,
loaded
which
into our
is
core
great.
data
It looks like a looter shooter. It looks like you get
Shortfall's made the
missions,
good call
and
here
you
to
need
peel
to
back
go and
tool
do
up
the
for a
missions.
slightly different approach to this fight.
It's got crafting, okay.
With materials and resources gained during the fight, from enemy salvage and more, you can generate the tools to help you adapt to varying obstacles that block your path. Shortfall and the squad here have printed some energy ammo, which should help them take down enemies with strong
Thanks for the
kinetic
help tracking
resistances.
computer.
With Core 80, it's easy enough to load in different ammo types, changing the characteristics of the weapon on the fly. Shortfall, load up. You ready?
Alright, so he's like sneaking around the back. Those guys just didn't see him sneak into that tunnel apparently. Easy.
The Garistas here were hiding
GG.
out within the hull of the ship's cloning chamber, it would seem. This could be a useful spot to remember for another time, but for now we've got more important things.
So
We
they
still
said you
haven't
deploy
found
to an
that Nexus chip
expansive
that the
world.
Garistas were holding
Like
on
is
to.
it one big map? Like an actual looter shooter game would be one big map? That's kind of cool. Oh, sorry, I meant like an extraction shooter would be one big map.
Shortfall was not alone. It appears another Vanguard unit had picked up the contract for the Nexus chip as well. Other player Vanguard squads and units are present on this battlefield, and at any time are exfiltrating and
Yeah,
deploying
so
down
so he just
through
said
the
other
session
player
with the
units will
drone
be here
to
and
set
exfiltrating. So this is an
For
extraction
anyone that
shooter,
knows CCP Shortfall
which is
well,
great.
and I heard a few cheers in the crowd, you know he doesn't
But it
like
seems like it's a
sharing.
more quest,
So I
mission-based
imagine he's gonna
type
want
of
the
thing,
rewards for that Nexus chip
which a lot of
himself
extraction
and
shooters are.
his squad mates, if they agree to
Um,
get out of this together.
But yeah, it seems like it's really focused on you drop in and you have an objective. Yeah, it seems like it's running well. It seems like it's really snappy, like really fast movement, and the aim down sights is
Slight
quick.
detour.
It's hard to tell with this shit bit rate of this
Shortfall, maybe?
video. But it seems like the game is actually running well in this really early state, so hopefully by the time it comes out, it
Another
actually
Vanguard
runs well and
squad
plays
had
well.
tried to scupper the plans, but that's the asset obtained. With lesser resources now, though, and an asset that we might not want to risk losing, Shortfall.
That's
let's
weird,
try and
that
find a
little
safe
overlay
space to get
map.
off this rock.
Yeah, let's
I
not do
think
that
they
again.
might have to tighten that up a little bit, make it a little bit, just look a little bit neater. The FPS is for younger players. I play a lot of first-person shooters as well, still. I still play like competitive Overwatch and stuff, so I'm pretty up to speed and okay at first-person shooter games, even though I'm
Will
old.
allow them to exfil from the surface and earn their rewards.
So I think I'll
It is,
enjoy this.
however, quite noticeable, so the squad will have to be vigilant for any opportunists looking to disrupt.
But even though like I've got a full lifetime of playing first-person shooter games, young people come in and they're just better. Like they're just quicker reactions, just more focus.
Boo.
Died. Okay, that looked cool. I'll play that. Data burst new clone. Okay, so you can like respawn maybe.
Not quite good enough from Shortfall there, who seem to have fallen short of completing this particular objective. Thank you, thank you. They got caught out by a rival Vanguard squad just as they were about to exfil from the surface. But death is not the end for the Vanguard. They are relentless, and they have more opportunities and the tools necessary to carry on the fight. What you've seen here is still very early in development. It's pre-alpha gameplay, and it's a showcase into what EVE Vanguard is now, but also what EVE Vanguard can grow on to become in the future. At CCP, we know firsthand the importance of community, which is why we're showing you this now, which is why we're showing you this early. We're committed to building and growing EVE Vanguard side by side with you, the EVE community. To talk more about the more immediate plans for EVE Vanguard, please welcome back to the stage CCP Emerald. Thank you.
Give it up for the team.
All right, what's next? Look at the monitors, read the monitors, click your button.
Wow.
Okay.
That was incredible. And super brave to do live on stage. Can you guys give it up for them one more time? We are thrilled to announce that in December, as part of the next EVE expansion, we'll be opening the doors of EVE Vanguard to Omega players through a Founders Access.
Okay, so it's going to be playable in December?
Offering the chance to try it through a limited time event called First Strike.
Okay.
You are all founders.
That's soon.
And the heart of the EVE community. And we want for as
I was
many
expecting
of
them to
you
say
as
like 2
possible
years
to
from
come
now
along
or
for this
something.
ride and help shape
That's
the next
crazy.
10 years in New Eden. For a chance to take part in December and in further playtests between now and then, you can register online.
I'm
for
gonna
a chance
register
to get
online.
involved.
So
Those
playtests.
who are able to take
Nice.
part will start seeing firsthand the EVE Vanguard features as they are being developed, and how these experiences will be integrated with what's happening in EVE Online. Because EVE Vanguard is part of EVE Online, and this is one community. Introducing a new FPS module into EVE Online is an important part of ensuring it lives on forever. EVE Vanguard deepens the universe and provides another gateway into EVE Online. And it's important to keep our great community growing into the third decade and beyond, because more players means more interactions in space and in person, and ultimately more fun and explosions.
Nice.
The goal for EVE moving forward is to make everything you do have impact and purpose, whether you are in space or boots on the ground. This is accomplished in EVE Online by putting a focus on building empires and strengthening organizations. Please welcome CCP Ghost, CCP Mischief, and CCP Nomad, who will be sharing how this will be accomplished in the Havoc expansion and beyond.
Hello, Capsuleers, and happy 20th anniversary Fanfest. It is amazing to think about how many of you have been playing EVE for a decade or longer. And when we ask you why you're still playing, the #1 reason you give for that enduring love is the valuable connections you have made over the years. And what's even more important, all the exciting things you get up to and the history you create together. You've told us how you recruit and retain corporation members, how you grow your organizations, and inspire active gameplay. And we've taken what we've learned from you, and we've constructed a friendship index that allows
Friendship
us to measure
index.
how well we're doing when it comes to streamlining all of this for you. Measured through actions
This
such
audio
as
is
joining
so
fleets
it's
and
so quiet
corporations
again now.
together, trading with one another, and partnering up in cooperative kills, all of which are a part of connecting and building friendships.
Along these lines, a huge focus over the last 2 expansions has been to strengthen and empower organizations in EVE Online by giving you tools to manage your
It's
enterprises
another
more
dungeon like the
efficiently,
Abyssals.
keep your pilots engaged, and express your collective identity.
Yeah, hey, Salteeth.
In the Uprising
You know how
expansion,
those
the first
the
steps
gates
were
of
taken
Zarkar
in
or whatever they are opened
customization
up
and
recently or
allowing
something?
you to express
How do you
yourself
get to those?
by enabling your
Because
corporation
they said
and
on
alliance
this
emblems
video at
to
the
be
start of the
displayed
video,
on
they
your
said
ships.
the gates open
The
today, and that was
Viridian
2 days ago.
expansion
This video came out
follow
2
up
days
on
ago.
this with the
Is that
launch
right?
of the
Are these
Skinner
new
tool,
gates to a
which
new
allowed
zone
you to
open
customize
now?
upwell structures and cement your identity in New Eden. Plus new sources of LP and
I don't
Evermark's
know.
income were
4
added
gates in different
to keep
systems.
your
Do you know which
corporation
systems they're in? Like,
thriving.
As part of helping
can I get to one
corporations
from
manage
Jita
their
easily? I've got
enterprises,
both my characters
cooperation
sitting in
projects were
Jita.
also introduced in the Viridian expansion. This helped
People
provide the
Zerg
corp
fight
leaders
there.
among you with
Okay.
the ability
So it might
to
be a little bit
organize
dangerous to try and
members
fly in there at the
who give them
moment.
clear direction within EVE.
I might
To
check it
help
out off
strengthen
stream, just like fly in and have a quick
Homefront
look
operation sites provided a fun and interactive way to train
later
newer
tonight or
groups,
something.
while also giving budding leaders
I can
and those
Google
that
where they are.
inspire
I just did a
active
quick Google a
gameplay
second ago. I
the
couldn't find
ability
it, but
to hone their skills in the
I didn't look
right
very hard.
environments. And following Uprising and Viridian, we've
One in
seen a
Turner and
rise
3 in
in the
Null.
number of
Okay,
pilots and
nice.
active
Thanks,
player
Dazen.
corps, and in the Friendship Index.
The personalization and management tools released in Uprising and Viridian are just the tip of the iceberg. The strong basis established for
Astral
those initial
skins.
offerings opens the door for further opportunities and enhancements based on your feedback, starting with the new daily challenges to meet the rising demand for Evermarks.
Corporation projects will be receiving some major updates for the November expansion. A system of payouts for contributions to projects will now be integrated within the feature, releasing the corp administrators from having to reward their members manually.
Okay, so revamped
Also,
corp
with the introduction of a new
projects
corporation role, more members will be able
for
to
your
create
members to do.
projects, sharing the load
I don't do
of
that.
management.
I've never been.
In
It's been a long
we're
time since
introducing
I've been
copy
part of a big
function
corp.
which will make it easier to create similar or recurring
But I'm sure it's cool
projects.
for some people to do
Lastly,
that.
there will be new project types covering new types of activities, including projects for remote repair of armor and shields that recognize the value of logis in the corporation. All that allowing members to contribute even further to the success of their organization. We are also working on improving the discoverability and user experience of our opportunities, as well as the rewards accessibility and the variety of tasks for daily challenges.
And what lies beyond November? There is a lot more on the horizon next year. For starters, there will be LP and Evermark transaction logs, a highly requested and anticipated feature that will help
Alright,
you
some quality of life
individuals
features
and
for the
corporations
LP
track
system.
your income sources and spending. Customization with Skinner will also see the addition of patterns and materials with faction and career emblems for ships
Alright, so
also
in-game
on the way,
customization.
and the ship skin design as the cherry on top.
Upcoming expansions will further strengthen these foundations. Building on the first pillar, which
More
makes it
Plex
easier
usage.
to
That's it.
cooperate,
Another Plex sync.
set goals for groups, and provide ways for the individual to contribute towards something greater than themselves. The
Oh,
future,
thanks very much,
both near and
Era
long term,
D6.
is exciting, and we can't wait to
Eradrius.
share more with you.
Nice. I might check those out later. I'm gonna watch this. So this keynote is almost over. I'm gonna also watch the stream, but the stream goes for like 7 hours, so I might skip through a lot of that.
You just saw incredible features. Stuff that you wanted, or you didn't know that you needed, but you wanted, or the vice versa. They're tapping
I
into your
imagine it's super
fundamental
dangerous.
needs and desires.
I'm not
We're
gonna go
talking
in there
about
like
buyback
a,
programs,
a marauder with a
and
character
we're
with all
obviously
implants and
opening up
stuff.
the doors to automatic SRP.
I'll get through.
Didn't you get it?
Oh, I didn't hear it. He tried to make a joke.
Do you want to say it again?
Don't say the joke
I think it
again.
starts
No
with
one cares about your
automatic and
joke.
then
Automatic SRP.
Automatic SRP. Oh, okay. Man,
We're
SR,
talking about
like
giving
handing
you
ships out
tools
and
to make
fitting
your own
ships.
corporation missions.
Man, I used to be a
Player-made
test
content and the sandbox taken
handler,
to the
and
next
like
level.
building the ships to hand out
And
to
we
users
finally
and stuff
cracked
was
the
so
code and are
tedious.
able to measure and recognize the efforts of
So
launching
anything to
pilots.
streamline that
And you
is
all
good.
know what that means. What?
Wait, what are they saying?
Logion.
Logion, some males. I've stopped.
On a hill.
Logion male.
Molehills.
Ah, Logion kill males. Finally.
The big beats
Hey,
of this
thanks a lot,
expansion
Timberwolf.
are aspirational.
I'm
But let's
going to
paint
go
a
there and check it
picture
out
of
later.
the
I'm just like Eridrius said, I'm just going to
We
fly
see a
there in a
future
shuttle and have a look.
Where the front lines
Hopefully I
of
can
New
get
Eden
through and
are
actually see
always
what's in there.
buzzing. Whether you're leading a high-sec pirate incursion or setting up a beachhead in nullsec, the core rules of war stay the same. We see a future where the things that you have unlocked for the empires will be yours. That being shipcasters, stellar transmuters, forward operating bases, or Vanguard clones. You're in control of your destiny.
No
We see a
D-scan and no
future
bookmarks
where you have
and no
even
local.
stronger
Oh
agency
wow, no
and
bookmarks.
ownership with more tools and more freedom. Unlocking total
What the
creativity through
fuck?
Skinner,
That's
and
weird.
even more
No
cooperation tools
D-scan
to
is
focus
weird.
and optimize your operations.
Can you probe?
Terraforming your sovereign space
Hopefully you
with
can
stellar
probe.
transmuters,
I
or
saw some
harnessing new
videos
and
of some people in there with
mysterious
a Stratios, so I guess you
Conquering
would be able to.
space will
No one would take a
matter
Stratios
more.
if you can't probe.
You will be able to shape it to your needs and amass armies and display your might. Together, you are creating something greater. You are making the next empire of New Eden. And everything you do contributes to the progression of the universe, the butterfly effect
Yeah, I'm
within
looking
the
forward to
only
the FPS
true
game.
sandbox MMO in the world. Enabled by our continued investment in cutting-edge technology like Quasar and our Carbon game engine to deliver both visceral experiences and moments of beauty. Which means that wherever you are, in space or on planets, because as it is above, so it is below. All to live and breathe the ultimate sci-fi experience.
It's easy to speculate endlessly on how you will use these tools. But I'm positive, I'm actually very positive, that Capsuleers will find new creative ways to innovate and surprise us to continue the saga of New Eden into the third decade and forever! Yeah!
Okay, nice.
So,
Look at all them nerds.
are we off to a good start?
All the nerds in one place.
What you have seen here is the work of hundreds of people over many years that is manifesting here to kick off the third decade. A lot of the people are here in the audience. So if the CCP people in the audience would stand up. Here? That are here? Stand up. Are you all polite? Yeah? And give them a great applause.
They're all at the back. You can't see.
I see our people are very polite, standing in the back, giving front seats to players. Well done. So you will have a lot of opportunities to engage with everything that has been shown here. Talk to developers on the pub crawl, in the program. I encourage everyone to do that. Not that you guys need any encouragement, but we are here for this. There will be a lot to talk about. And like I say, the third decade has officially started. And I want to do kind of a bit of a temperature check, so to speak. So, are we ready for the third decade?
Okay.
Can I get a hell yeah? Hell yeah! No.
Hell yeah.
Can I get a hell yeah? We can do better.
yeah.
Hell yeah!
So all this new stuff looks pretty cool. I like the idea of this new system that you can fly in and can't use your D-scan. I love the idea of the FPS. I like the idea of the new faction warfare stuff that they were talking about, where you can pick a side as a pirate.
But it has been modified.
Sounds pretty good. I'll definitely take part in that.
So pay attention.
The ship customization,
You hear and
the
everyone
quality of life
on Twitch.
features, all pretty
So,
good.
Here we go again. Thank
Yeah,
you.
nothing I don't like so far. That's great. What do we got? We just got a video at the end here now. I've already seen this video, I think. Yeah, I've already seen this. Cool. All right, I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then I'm going to switch over to the live stream that I also missed. So I'll be right back.
An ancient nexus, long abandoned.
All right. Everything right? Yeah. Change the name of the stream. So now we're watching the stream recap. Cool. All right, let's skip forward a bit until we got some people who are actually talking. And there's my boy Chaos.
Right, okay. Yeah.
Fellow Australian representing the country in Iceland.
We have
What a beautiful man.
Local fire wine. The Black Death.
That was rough.
It's an excellent cumin
It was
taste.
actually quite rough, I have to say.
Yeah, it
Fire
is.
wine?
It's
I would like to try
the
some
reason
fire
we drink
wine.
it is that so we can eat the rotten shark. That's
Yes,
it's a scam.
What is rock shark?
The only reason why we do it.
You drink the
is,
fire wine so you can
to
eat rock
trick
shark.
foreigners. That's just.
Can we do
Exactly,
captions on this?
exactly,
No,
it's
no
always the same
captions on
thing.
Twitch, is there?
Like, this is a delicacy. He ate it.
But it was
That's okay. I think the audio is not too bad. These guys are speaking a lot clearer, and I'll try not to talk too much over them unless I get really excited about something. Doesn't matter if I talk over top of Chaos, he's not going to say anything interesting.
Things to talk about.
Yes.
There were some exciting moments.
He's in Iceland at the moment, so he won't be watching my stream.
Of course, you guys only saw us on stream.
We can talk shit about Chaos because I know he's not here.
I want to.
I better check he's not in chat. No, he's not in chat. Nice.
Absolutely amazing. Everything I somewhat predicted in that did come true, and even more. It was absolutely fantastic.
My boy Chaos. That's awesome. I can't believe I didn't know Chaos was going to be on the
last Fanfest.
What do you call it? Like the intermission table, the table where they talk about what has just happened and what's about to happen.
Sort of got like all the people together to get all the information. We didn't get to the punchline at the end of it, but I was quite close to it.
Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, people that watch your stream and watched you go through this, you must feel vindicated towards them.
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit. But some exciting
Okay, I'm gonna
stuff
start
coming in
listening
Eve
to what they're
Havoc. the talk of pirates joining the factional warfare.
Yes.
I love the idea of this.
Some more avenues for people to blow up and like.
Faction warfare was always
things.
kind of fun,
Of
but it
course,
kind of felt a bit empty. So
panel that'll go
any additions to
further
faction
into all the
warfare
details coming on that
is cool
at
in my books.
12:30. It will be shown on stream here in the big arena.
Huge.
There's already some players filing in, so I guess
Huge arena.
there were some. Yeah. It's and they even expanded it since last year. So it looks
really.
It looks amazing. Yeah. They added like 18 extra rows of chairs or something.
Oh yeah.
It was. Because we filled it out yesterday, and there was even a mail. There was a mail sent, please let the players sit before you do. So, us devs, we just stand.
Yeah, because I remember when the CEO was in the front, he's like, okay, all the CCP members stand up. And he was like, okay, they're in the back, they actually did listen.
Yeah, it's really weird. We're good like that. We're good at listening. People are filing in for the Building Blocks of Eve panel that will be streamed here. At 10. But again, what would you say in the portion of the EVE keynote yesterday excited you the most?
I think the biggest one was the first-person shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. First-person shooter. I love that.
I came back from I started playing online games with first-person shooters with my brothers.
What's it called again? Vanguard. EVE Vanguard.
So yeah, it's probably have something to do with that now.
Yeah,
I'm hoping it turns out well because just about every EVE spin-off. So they had EVE Dust 514. They had Valkyrie.
It feels nice that I can finally
they were both failures. They were both okay games, but they did fail. So hopefully Vanguard
It's like
becomes
who have
popular.
a kid, but they never want to. What is it? Announce the name until the baby's here, so they give you. It starts with a V, and that's it.
I actually have a funny Icelandic thing. Icelanders have up to 6 months after the kid is born to decide the name.
Oh, really?
Yes, or even up to a year, if I remember correctly. So it's very normal for Icelanders to have a baby.
Yep.
And they don't even know what the name is.
Yeah, I've heard some other things about Icelandic. I don't really want to. Yeah, anyway.
There are some things that you only learn when you come to Fanfest. The rest, I can give you interesting tidbits like this, but. I believe I said
he's sweating.
To a
Chaos
fellow
is
CCP
sweating.
moving here from abroad, I said, we have northern lights, you can sometimes see them in the sky, it's amazing.
Yes.
We have really good tap water. We have horizontal rain.
I haven't experienced that yet, though.
No, I hope you won't. People, when FanFest was held in the spring last year, we did have that. People did experience that, and they typically don't like it when the rain goes into your face, no matter whether you're have an umbrella or not. But and then we have a rough 4 months of leg-breaking ice, where everything is just glazed over with ice because of the rain and the frost.
Us Australians, we don't handle ice very well at all.
Where the sunlight never goes away.
We are not used to having cold and ice. A friend of mine went to Canada.
Yeah, because I
and
did the
slipped over first day and broke his nose.
I forgot the name of. Okay,
so I imagine it would be
really
the same
bad
there.
Names here, but it was some sort of waterfall.
Go.
And it was absolutely windy. Everyone was dressed up in their puffy jackets and stuff like that, and I'm here just in my shirt, pants, and in my shirt. I love this.
Yeah.
And people
Hello,
were like,
Jimmy
"Wait,
Jabba
wait." I
Jam.
was like, I'm anchored, not moving.
What's up?
Yeah.
It was actually pretty good.
Yes.
Thank you for standing up for me, tracking computer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those names exactly.
Yeah.
We had this. I don't know if you remember, a certain volcanic eruption that happened maybe 10 or 12 years ago. People
tracking computer was giving you a hard time last time you were here as well, Jimmy.
Hilarious.
Yeah. They still actually come up recently because with the latest one this year, there was a little bit of it. Then they were like, "Oh, I remember that 10 years ago. Let's bring it back up again."
I mean, Eyjafjallajökull was the one who was erupting then, and then this time it was in Geldingadalir, and I don't remember the name of the mountain, so I'm not going to say it. But yeah, it was easy.
So what are they going to talk about on this stream? They had the whole keynote, which went through most stuff.
The day, what would you most
this
like
stream
to
goes
see
for 7
expanded
hours.
upon
What the fuck?
what you
What
saw
are they going to
yesterday?
talk about?
I would like to know.
They're just talking shit at the moment, which is fine. I'm not going to skip past Chaos. No way I'm going to skip past my buddy. He will. He wouldn't care, but I'm not going to do that. Chaos comes back. I'm skimming, I'm scrubbing through the video.
Because it's very, very interesting.
And Chaos is a returning character throughout the stream. Nice.
Many people don't remember that they interrupted the keynote last year.
Yes.
with some very interesting information. And Chaos here was able to decipher it and have made some pretty good points to me on the pub crawl yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, Deathless look pretty good. Getting all the materials that they can into Sarsaks and do some nefarious stuff. I don't know how much I'm allowed to say or how much I can say. I don't even know if my
Just blink
knowledge
twice.
is... Yeah, blink twice.
Just blink twice.
Or,
Yeah, something like that. Or wink, I don't know.
It's
Something
done.
like that.
Yeah, something like that. The two new destroyers that are coming.
Yes.
Is
The
that-
Mamba, and I forgot the Angel Cartel one.
Merkabal.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that.
Okay. Merkabal.
Merkabal.
Yes,
So one's a drone boat.
It's a lovely hull.
Yep.
I like drone
typically fight
destroyers.
I'm more of an
I
interceptor
like the
guy.
Galante drone destroyer,
okay,
so I
yes,
hope it's,
yes.
if it's better than that, that'd be great.
Do you think that those two would be something that like fit into your playstyle?
So I've never really flew Angel Cartel ships before, but everyone has flown Barista ships, and it's definitely going to be something really is going to change in the faction warfare, and especially with these.
I'm a bit
brand
upset that
new
all other
battle
Angel
destroyers.
ships at least
Right,
have
yes.
drones.
So the destroyers are coming, and then in November we will see the battle cruisers.
Oh, battle cruisers!
I've
Sorry.
already. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's.
Yeah,
It's-
so
I don't know
there's
about
the
you,
battle
but there's a
cruiser that
lot of
looks like a
ships in the game.
Drake, which that could be pretty cool because the Drake's a pretty
I don't
strong
remember
ship.
exactly the number. I had.
I
it in
didn't
my
check
head.
the exact stats, so I don't know if I've seen the stats of the
364?
Yeah,
the
I
new
think so.
I think
Drake
we have to up the number a bit more.
pirate
Yeah,
ship, whatever
like,
it's called.
we're getting 5 more.
Oh
now
yeah,
with the Titan.
yeah. There's a Titan.
There's a Titan coming.
There's a Titan.
I
It's
don't
just
like
like a
Titans.
little thing that was promised.
Yeah, it's very tiny, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
just something just. I don't know. I don't know if anyone was asking for it, to be honest.
Drone boat Drake.
I haven't heard
Okay,
anyone asking for it for a long time.
No.
that could be okay. I love drones.
But here you go.
I love drones in
and
PvP.
all the other stuff to do with like, yes, with the Kino. Oh yeah, we're gonna have automatic SRP, and people are like, huh?
Yeah, and Logi on kill mails.
And Logi on kill mails.
One of my
exactly.
favorite
That was another,
PvP
like-
ships to fly is the
Sorry?
Galante heavy assault.
Sorry?
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
the
sorry,
Galante.
it's just
Yeah.
like-
So the
because a lot
assault
of people are
frigates and
like,
the
"Oh, we want
heavy assault
this."
cruisers, the
But
drone
it's just
ones,
like, technically you want
the
that, but
Ishka
you
and the
don't know
Ishtar.
it.
Yeah.
I love those two ships
That's
for
the
PvP.
way it
Small
works.
gang
Yeah,
and solid
exactly.
PvP.
That's the way it works. But yeah, I've already seen some theory crafting.
So this new
regarding
destroyer
what
and
the alligator could be, which is the
battle cruiser.
Barista's,
Be right up my alley. I'll
battle
probably
cruiser.
try those out.
Okay.
And I've seen the name of the Angel battle cruiser, but it's Kiri something, and I don't want to say it out loud because I don't want to sound like an idiot. But the voices are whispering. There's 30 seconds until we go to the panel down here. The building blocks of Eve. Thank you for joining us here early in the AM on Saturday of Fanfest 2023. I hope you will enjoy the packed schedule that we have for you today. And I hope all your questions regarding Eve Havoc will be answered today.
Okay, so we got a panel. What's the first panel about? I wonder. Let's go. What's
all the way
this?
back in 2001. Having been around for the past 2 decades means that I've had the privilege of witnessing the evolution of Eve over the 20 years and how we're constantly tweaking and improving things, modernizing the game, the look and the feel. Crafting the best visceral experience is something we put a lot of effort into. We take a lot of pride in that because we want you to have the most visceral experience possible, the most immersive experience possible. And the last 2 decades, we've come a very long way in that journey. From Eve in the early alpha all the way back
Holy
in
shit! I gotta
2001,
stop there for
where
a second. How do I pause this? So this is early alpha footage of Eve? That is crazy! What the fuck? They got like a chat windows down here. I guess this is just like maybe just 2D stuff. That is so early.
wasn't well defined at that point. To the open and
Yeah,
closed
maybe this is all just
periods of
mock-ups, like
2002, we're constantly
holy shit.
evolving that look and feel.
That's starting to look a bit more like Eve, the Eve we know.
Modernizing
There we
the
go.
engine capabilities, the art pipelines. We've released countless 3D
I remember
model
the old character
redesigns,
designer.
texture and shader updates, completely overhauling the lighting and visual effects, to the graphics API upgrades, moving from DirectX 9 to 11, and now we're on 12. This transformation represents 2 decades worth of modernization effort, all while needing to support your record.
And when you bubble up a station, it all just looks like shit anyway.
In gaming history, something you should be so proud of. You don't make it easy for us, but we really wouldn't have it any other way, and we are definitely not done with modernizing the look and feel of Eve.
CCP Games presents Carbon, a next-generation game engine.
Okay, so Carbon, this is the client-side stuff.
Pushing the boundaries of large-scale MMO technology.
I think this is the client-side stuff.
Entire universes. Forged over 2 decades, Carbon powers the Eve universe, creating worlds without limits. All you need to do is lose yourself in them.
We are proud to present Carbon, EVE Online's next-generation game engine, building on our 20-year legacy of breathtaking visuals. Carbon represents our vision of a modern game engine, supporting the latest in rendering techniques and features within an efficient and flexible framework. This effort extends to our tools and our pipelines so that we can increase our developer velocity, which means we can get features to you quicker than ever. Carbon will release with upscaling the best suits your choice of GPU vendor. So going off of our DirectX 12,
Yeah, this might be the update that forces you to upgrade your PC. I updated my graphics card recently. I got a 4070 Ti, which was fucking expensive. But my CPU and RAM and motherboard are about 6 years old now. They're still fine. Like everything I place runs well. But my computer, I played Starfield recently, and Starfield is very CPU bound. And because my CPU is like the bottleneck at the moment, Starfield doesn't run too well on my computer, even though I've got a overkill graphics card.
Experiences for decades to come, ensuring Eve continues.
So I need to upgrade my actual base computer now so that it's more in line with what my graphics card is.
Deep dive into the technology that drives all of these changes. Thank you.
It all costs money. You got a GeForce 650. That's kind of old.
Thank you, Vertex. I'm CCP Tuxford, and I'm Technical Director of Platform. Like Vertex, I've been here at CCP for many years in various roles, including game designer, software engineer, and technical director of Eve. And I'm here to talk about our physics engine, Destiny.
Okay, what is this?
So,
yeah, you can stream and have 2 clients over. Yeah, Eve is a very light game. Like I can have multiple clients, I can stream, I can watch videos all at once, because Eve is kind of light. But when I try to stream something like Starfield or like a really graphically intensive game, the game definitely runs worse while I'm streaming. Like I notice it, and if I turn the stream off, the game starts to run better again. And I think that's because my CPU is not as new and good as the graphics card.
In Eve, we have a
CPU and RAM.
engine called Destiny.
So what is Destiny? Is Destiny the back end?
And it's a key factor that enables us to have these large fleet bites.
I should have been listening. I'm really interested in the technology. I've always been interested in the EVE Online technology.
Simulation for the entire solar system.
Okay, so it's the back end.
The client runs one as well for all items in local proximity. Basically, anything you can see, the client is simulating as well. The client will send instructions to the server, instructions such as orbit, approach, or line. Basically, anything you can see in the UI, all the interactions you can do. The client sends that to the server. The server will send that straight back to all the clients that need to know about it. and then everybody will progress to the next frame. Now, technically, the server doesn't really wait for the clients to progress to the next frame, but they all kind of do it in sync. This implies a few things, and the first thing is we only communicate changes. You will get the initial state of the universe, but after that you only get sent changes. This means that if there are no changes in the simulation, there's no actual network activity going on. And this is because Destiny is deterministic. If you don't know what determinism is, it basically means given the same input, it will yield exactly the same results. And because we're working on divs, the calculations really have to be deterministic. Because any discrepancy may, for example, cause collisions on some simulations, but not the others. And those discrepancies will only grow as time passes. You may have already experienced this as desync. Sometimes it's because the client is actually missing some messages, but sometimes it's discrepancy in the calculations. Now, we haven't had one in a while now, but you may have already experienced the ramifications of it. So the third thing is the client needs to know pretty much everything that it can see. Because in order to simulate the state, we need to know everything. So I have a small example of this. Let's say we're simulating this raven. We just want to simulate where this raven is going. In order to do that, we need to know what its original position is, its velocity, and what it's actually doing. In this case, it is approaching that tempest. So we need to know its state, its position, velocity, what it's doing. It's orbiting the tempest, and so on and so forth. We also need to know about anything these ships can collide with. Collisions are an important part of any physics simulations. Collisions in Destiny are pretty simple,
in Eve are so
but more
ridiculous.
importantly, they're really easy to calculate. And this is because the geometry of the objects is pretty simple. All moving items are simulated
Like how
as
long can an
spheres,
industrial ship bounce
and
off an
finding
asteroid
collisions
before it
between two
warps?
spheres is really, really simple. You just compare the distance between the centers to the radius of the spheres. And this is kind of fine for smaller ships. For stations and larger structures, it's very noticeable that they aren't spheres, especially when you start maneuvering your smaller ships around them. We have a pretty innovative solution to that. We just add more spheres to it. And since the structure doesn't move, the calculations are pretty simple. Some ships are also pretty big, and they don't have spherical geometry. They have spherical geometry, but they don't look remotely spherical, regardless of what we try to tell the artists. So, where are we now? Destiny has served us for 20 years, and we will continue to develop it and work on it. So in order to prepare it for the third decade of EVE Online, I'm going to tell you about some of the modernization efforts we've been doing. The tick is really where all the magic happens in the simulation. We have an evolve step. That's where we move all the objects around and resolve all the collisions. Then we have everything that happens before the tick and everything that happens after the tick. This is pretty much what programming is.
That's the whole
It's
game.
like 3
That's
lines
all
of
the
code.
code for EVE Online right there.
Do the thing.
That's
before
how it
the thing,
works.
Do the thing after.
You just fill in the dots with all the, obviously, the bits that go in between there.
These are really poorly named things, do pre-tick, do post-tick. What really happens there in
Pair messages
in the
evolve,
pre-tick
send
is we
messages.
gather up all the messages we need to send to the client. All these approaches, orbits, and aligns that the clients told us they wanted to do, we gather them, send them to the relevant clients.
Yeah, you just got to watch
So
any
let's
EVE
take a look at
streamer
what happens in the
who has
pre-tick.
drops enabled for a certain amount of
So
time, and you get the drops. But
it
go to
gets
that
quite
link because you
complex.
might have to attach your
And it's a lot
EVE
more
account to your
complex than
Twitch
what you
account
would
or something.
reasonably expect. for
Oh,
what
here's all
it's
the bit that
doing.
goes in the dots.
what you're seeing
None of that
here
really
is around
matters.
20 years
The
of
most
gameplay
important part of the
logic getting
code was just
intermixed
those
with the physics logic.
3 lines in that function
This goes
earlier.
on. There was a limited amount of time. I
Just
wanted
call
to
that
spend in
function every
PowerPoint
frame and
making
everything
this
goes.
animation, but it's like 1,000 lines long.
It's fucked up.
Why is this bad? So this is bad because whenever you make changes to this physics simulation code, it can cause unexpected failures in different systems. And this will cause you to lose confidence in making changes. And pretty soon you don't want to make any changes at all, and if you are making changes, you definitely do not want to make any big changes. This drives poor code because you shy away from making the structural changes to the code that are required. And then this causes unexpected failures again. So how did it really get like this? How did we make it like this? Reality is physics engine has been stable. There hasn't been a growing need to make any changes to it. So the changes being made have been catered to other systems, and that allowed it to grow around it. This is really common in software. It's just part of the.
That's why all the
entropy of
Eve
being a
ships
software
and everything
developer.
behave the way they have, and they haven't
it's
changed any of
not
the physics
particularly
since the game
bad,
came
it just
out.
means that before
Because
we
it
start making
works
any
at the
bigger
moment. If
changes
they
to the
touch
engine,
anything, it will just fuck everything
we need
up.
to do some maintenance work. As a starting point, we've separated the gameplay logic from the logic that prepares and sends the messages to kind of encapsulate Destiny and make it detangled from the rest of the code. And by simplifying and decoupling our physics engine from gameplay, we've opened the door to creating targeted benchmarks. And this allows us to precisely measure and enables us to improve Destiny's performance. Because if you can measure it, you can improve it. So all of these changes were made to give us confidence, the confidence to change Destiny. But what kind of changes are we really talking about?
Holy shit, Aslan Raider, you've logged back into
Destiny
Eve,
is
2
efficient,
Omega
but
accounts,
there's
1
still
Alpha,
plenty of room for
to start new content.
One of the
Wow,
most
I've just logged back in with
resource-intensive
one
code in our
account.
cluster, in a
I'm
free
rolling
file,
one account
is
for
sending
the
the
time
Destiny
being.
updates to the clients.
Just because I think you
Let's
should be
take a
able to
look
play
at
the
what
game.
that
That's
is.
what I have
So
the
Destiny
belief that you
runs
should
on
be able to
both
play a
server
game
and
with one
client.
account. And while I have used multiple accounts on
There's a
Eve before,
server,
I'm
server-side code
probably not
runs.
going to, unless
It
I
gathers the
get into another
instruction,
situation where I'm
and
in
it
a
always
war and I'm going to
approaches
start losing
orbits,
structures
aligns,
and stuff.
everything, explosions
Then I
that
might
happen,
log in
sends
another
them to
account.
us
But I don't
client-side
plan
servers
on
called
doing. I
shell.
don't actually have any structures at the moment. They
These
all
are
got blown up
definitely
last time I was playing.
Destiny's Child references, by the way. And it gets those to the client-side Destiny. The Destiny code is all written in C++, but the services beyond C and Shell are written in Python. And if you know nothing about programming, then C++ is really, really fast. Python is kind of slow. There are top people working on that, but that's the reality of the situation.
You need a scout or you die a lot. Yeah, that makes sense. I just die a lot.
This means that the logic for determining what messages to send to which client, along with the marshalling, unmarshalling, and the data transmission, is all handled in the slower Python layer.
So all the prediction
you're
engine and
unsure about
everything in the
what marshalling and
background and everything
unmarshalling
that
is,
actually runs in
you
the
can imagine
client is all C++.
marshalling as porting
It's just
a
the
plane,
data. It's just the message
transmission
transmission
as the right, and unmarshalling
between the back end and the
porting
front end that is in Python. Ooh, and they're
By
going to be
separating
removing
the
that.
gameplay logic from the physics logic, we're in a pretty good position to send all Destiny packets within the C++ layer. This is
Holy
because all the
shit,
information
that's
we
a
have is
massive
really
change.
inside
That will
Destiny.
make things so much quicker though.
It's difficult to say what the net effect on performance is because there's a lot of other things happening other than physics simulation. But for all the code, we've seen the efficiency of the data transmission go up by 2 orders of magnitude.
So 2 orders of magnitude
The
in
other side
data
of the
transmission
performance is
efficiency
fidelity. And by
in
that,
their
I mean
tests
how
with doing
realistic
that. That
the
is a
simulation
crazy
is.
upgrade.
It's clear to us that representing ships as sphere does not fit all scenarios. We use different shapes and even multiple shapes to represent static objects. Could we not use those for ships as well? We could, but at what cost to performance?
So when Eve first came out, the
With
whole thing
investment
was
in
written in
modernization
Python.
such as
It
Benchmark
seems like they've
and
rewritten a lot
more
of their
test
back end
automation,
and a lot of the actual
we know
game
exactly
engine
what that
in C++,
cost is.
but it's still just the data transmission stuff that's in Python. And they plan
For
on
20 years, Destiny has been a reliable
taking that out and
foundation
doing
when
it
it
in
comes
C++.
to physics.
So
A recent
over the course of 20 years,
modernization
it's like the
sets us up to
entire
boost
game has
performance
actually
and
been
fidelity.
rewritten.
But what about
So
other
it would definitely mean less
game-changing
tie-dye,
improvements?
correct. So
Quick
all the
caveat before I say
prediction
that, the upcoming
calculations
features
and everything
purely
that happen in the
hypothetical.
background,
It would need design validation,
I mean,
which
you
has
probably
not
still would
happened.
get tie-dye because it's a lot of people doing a
Think
lot
of
of
it more as what
things,
could be not
but
what
hopefully you wouldn't get anywhere near as much.
Imagine being trapped in an
So I'm not sure if
asteroid field,
tie-dye is actually
surrounded by
caused
hostile
because of
ships.
the logic calculations and
Outgunned
all the
but
kind of
knocked off
physics and things like
wanted.
that, or is it
You
actually the
spot a
data
nearby cluster
transmission
of large
between servers and clients that is the reason for it? I don't know what the actual reason for it is, but it could only make it better for sure. It's not. It's definitely not going to make it worse.
You dart toward it, evading incoming fire. As you move behind the asteroid,
fuck?
the hostiles no longer have a clear line of sight.
Are they
This
saying that you
causes them
can't
to
lock
lose their
targets that are
target
behind an
power.
asteroid now? Or are they going? They're going to implement something like that?
Seizing the chance, you land to a nearby planet, initiate warp, just as the enemies regain the lock.
What the fuck? That's a crazy change. It seems like they got in ideas to just make crazy changes. Not crazy, but
now that you're up to speed a little bit on the
imagine
server
if you
side,
like could not
I'd
lock
like
a
to
target that was behind a structure.
Makio, who will talk about some of the updates to the client.
Or you were locked and scrammed, and you flew behind a station or something, and then they dropped lock on you so you could fly away. That's what he just described.
Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel, also not really known as CCP Makio just yet. This is actually my first Fanfest. Thank you.
So I guess if they make the whole game faster
engineer on the engine team,
and they make it all work better, they can start implementing more advanced physics and stuff like that.
And to start that off, I want to introduce you guys to Trinity. EVE Online is a very unique game, not just for you players, but also for us engineers working on the rendering. We have a very large world, we have a very high view distance in this world, and there's a large number of things to render. It's also massively multiplayer online, which means that we have no real control about what you, the players, do in the world, so we need to be prepared for anything. Trinity is the graphics engine inside of Carbon, and it's our solution to graphics. Some of the visual improvements that we've been working on lately. I'm sure you're familiar with the improvements to shadows. We now have an unlimited number of shadow casters and shadow receivers. And the shadows overall are just much, much sharper than they used to be. These shadow changes go hand in hand together with the new volumetric cloud effects that we have, which are obviously very prevalent in the new area that just unlocked yesterday.
Yeah, some of those,
it's a really, really beautiful effect. And
I think they're in trig space as well, like the abyssals, those volumetric clouds. And if you've got a ship PC, it actually runs shit if you have your graphics up high in the abyssal space.
Ray tracing. So what is ray tracing? Well, it's a hardware feature of your graphics card that allows you to shoot rays arbitrarily in the scene and see what they hit. We're working on support
big
for
deal.
both
I
Windows
can't
and
think
Mac.
of anything
The
ray
cool thing
tracing
about
would do
ray tracing
really
is that
well
it
for
enables us
Eve.
to do a bunch of new techniques that we simply weren't able
In
to do
Eve,
before.
everything's too far away when you when you're
This
playing the
includes
game
stuff like
anyway.
improving
You're
the
always zoomed out.
reflections, and improving
The different kinds of shadows and
more,
reflections on your
as well as
spaceship
hopefully
don't
improving
really
the
mean
lighting
much,
overall
not
in
to
the
me
future.
anyway.
The cool thing about EVE Online is that space is fairly empty. So you can count on ray tracing not having the same kind of performance hit that you're used to seeing when enabling it in other games. So looking a little bit at the ray traced shadows, well, we already have shadows, of course, but ray tracing allows us to simulate the size of the light source in a much more accurate way.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, for me, ray traced shadows, the difference in graphical fidelity, the difference in the look of the game with ray traced shadows enabled is not worth the performance hit, because people have been able to trick and do like trick ways to make shadows look good that perform well for like the last 20 years, and they look good enough and it performs better. Like having the difference in being the shadow being more technically accurate than what the previous one was, but your game runs at 10 frames per second slower, it's not worth it in my opinion.
We have a prototype working, as you can see, but it's still very much work in progress. We also really want to improve the reflections. We, of course, already have support for
reflections as well. There's always been really good tricks to make reflections look nice that don't actually involve reflections.
You can imagine
so the difference between having a trick so it looks nice and having an actual real reflection, in my opinion, it's not worth the performance hit either.
As well as, or for example, seeing a perfect mirror-like reflection of your ship as you pass by a frozen asteroid. No prototype here just yet, but it's something we're very excited about. But of course, graphical improvements aren't everything. We also need to make sure that it all performs well.
Yeah, this is the main thing. In my opinion, performance always trumps graphics.
There is an upper limit to how far
Playing a game, it needs to run well. If your game doesn't run well, it's terrible. If it doesn't look good, it's not that bad. Not to me anyway.
To make sure that we maintain the performance. And one of the biggest challenges there is just pixels. It's just the sheer number of pixels that we need to render. The number of pixels is, of course, determined by the resolution of your monitor. 1080p monitor is about 2 million pixels. 4K bumps that up to 8 million. And that's the number of pixels we need to render every single frame. Of course, the cost of each pixel will also keep going up. We are always adding new shading improvements, such as the shadows. We're adding new special effects and post-processing effects to make sure that the game looks as good as it ever can. And on top of that, we want to add ray tracing. And all of these increase the amount of time we need to spend on each pixel. And we can't forget about anti-aliasing. Anti-aliasing usually comes in the form of some kind of resolution increase.
Well,
Again,
hopefully they implement
increasing the
DLSS with like
effective number
hardware
of pixels we need to
upscaling and
render.
stuff to kind of
So
cut
it
down the
kind
amount of
multiplies
pixels,
the
and these
cost
things
yet
just
again.
all
And
run a lot
obviously,
better.
the solution isn't to just get everyone to get a really
Yeah,
expensive GPU.
everyone can't get a $2,000
Would be nice,
GPU.
but
My
that's not the
GPU was like $1,400. That's so much
then
money.
Looking into anti-aliasing specifically, well, what is aliasing and why are we trying to get rid of it? Well, aliasing is essentially an artifact of the way that
We know what this is.
GPUs
Let's skip
render,
forward. I don't need him to
triangles
explain to me what a
in
graphics
general.
engine does.
The hull there. You're not going to see any kind of impact at all on the shimmering inside of triangles. It would be really,
It's just
really
more
nice if we
anti-aliasing
could have-
stuff.
So that kind
Here we go.
of,
NVIDIA DLSS.
makes sure that even as we're
FSR,
adding all of these new
ESS,
features,
so
even
upscaling
on weaker
technologies.
graphics cards, you will be able
That's
to
what we
enable
want.
these new
Is that in
goodies
Eve at the
with
moment?
minimal loss in image quality from the upscaling.
Yeah, it's got FSR.
But your GPU isn't the only thing.
So there is
that's
already
kind of struggling.
upscaling tech in Eve,
What about
but
the
not
CPU?
DLSS yet.
Well, the GPU and the CPU have a very interesting relationship. They're essentially two completely separate processors that coexist inside of your computer. And it kind of works the way that the CPU sends commands to the GPU and tells it what. So we make one list for each color. And then we kind of just take all of these chips, we go through them, and we sort them into the color. We sort them based on the color that they have and put them in the corresponding faster than the CPU at doing it. The actual best part is that there's minimal CPU involvement. The CPU is now free to do other things while the GPU keeps itself busy. So if we look at our rendering loop that we had before, we can kind of eliminate everything inside of that loop there and basically just set the color and then tell the GPU to do its thing. And we eliminate more than 90% of the CPU side draw calls and commands that need to be sent there, while the GPU still gets to execute all of those 200 plus draw calls that we had before. But it's fine because the GPU was already not being taxed to its full capacity. So that's all good. And what happens to our timeline? Well, we used to have
That's
this
good.
batching
Getting as
block
much
that was on
stuff off the
CPU
CPU as
timeline
possible
that just
is
magically moves down to the GPU's
fantastic.
timeline. And in fact, the batching block is actually significantly smaller than this. This is just the smallest block I could get in that could still fit the word batching. So what does this ultimately mean for Eve? Well, it's a complete restructuring of how things are rendered inside of Trinity. It's a lot of work. There's essentially no shader that's going to come out unscathed by these changes. It's a lot of work, but once it's done, we are confident that we will be able to have a lot more objects on screen, and we can really let our artists go crazy.
Okay,
use it to
so they're significantly
leverage the power of
optimizing the
Carbon
rendering pipeline,
in order to
which is
build all of
always
the
good.
experiences that we want to
And
deliver to
also, the previous guy was
And we've
talking
been
about
working
how
on
they're
this for quite a while. We've actually
significantly
started from
optimizing
the ground
the
up
back
with the
end.
UI here. We've been trying to modernize
Fantastic,
our
like they're
tools
completely
internally
modernizing
overall,
the game.
try and bring all of the
What is this guy
capabilities of
talking about?
Carbon
I just
together
skipped forward a
under
little
one
bit because I got
toolset
sick of that guy
and empower our artists and
talking about
designers
graphics rendering.
to deliver bigger and bolder experiences.
Okay, so this is like
leveraging all of
the
new
art
benefits
production
with the new
pipeline,
engine.
the
Some
asset
of the improvements we were making are actually just
creation
really simple.
pipeline.
In
So
some
they've
cases,
improved
it's
their
just about
assets
taking a
creation
system we
and
already
stuff,
have,
the dev
fitting a turret
tools.
to a ship and shooting another one, making it explode, making that feel a little bit more in our tool set like it does in the game. The important part here is having artists being able to use this like you're going to experience it.
That's
will allow
nice.
them to hopefully build a higher quality
I've never seen this
version
before,
of
so this
that
is like
turret,
the Eve
something that feels better
dev
to use, it's more fun to play with.
asset
And they'll
building
be able
tools.
to get that experience a lot earlier in their development cycle. In some cases, it's about bringing tools home. When it comes to doing things like defining collision geometry, we've historically leveraged third-party tools, have artists work in there, build the kind of data that we need for Carbon to consume in order to
Didn't the previous guy, okay, so this
collision
guy's
work.
defining collision geometry, which means he's basically putting hitboxes around the station. So when your ship hits that box, it knows it's to bounce off. But didn't the previous guy talk about the one who was talking about the back end improvements? Didn't he say they just use circles to make the collision? Whereas this guy is clearly making collision boxes. There's a bit of a contradiction in what this guy said and the other guy said.
Pipeline. The artist will spend
So
a
I
lot
don't
of
know.
time
This looks
in
more
this
realistic. This
third-party
looks like
tool, be it
actual collision
Maya or
boxes.
Blender, try and author this data, and then they've got to go through the process of getting it into the engine.
to see if it works, to see if it plays nicely, to see if they've introduced some really weird bug where you get stuck in the middle of a station. So by bringing these things all under one roof and bringing them home, we plan to leverage this to deliver higher quality to you in the game experience. In some cases, we're actually looking to improve our developers' experience as well. Many of the places they'll spend a lot of time is doing things like crafting a beautiful scene for you to explore. They want to visually tell a story, use their art assets, and show them off to build big, cool things for you to discover and enjoy. And we want them to spend more of their time expressing themselves and designing what they want to deliver at the end, rather than spending time fighting against the engine and the tools that they have at their fingertips. So we put a lot of time and effort into leveraging some of the performance benefits that come with Carbon to give them a much nicer overall experience, smoother, prettier UI, make it a little bit more functional, make it a little bit more adaptive, make it feel good. If it's a pleasure for them to work with, then hopefully they will deliver something very pleasurable for you in the end. In some cases, we are actually trying to make use of and leverage the power of some third-party tools. You'll have seen a lot of the new cloud tech being used. This technology is authored by artists in something called EmberGen. And that tool will spit out data that Carbon can consume and we can put in the game. Before we can actually get it into the game, there's a lot of other little things that go into a little bit of overhead. And ultimately, they end up working heavily in isolation inside of a toolset outside of our ecosystem, crafting those clouds. So what we're trying to do here with Graphite is make sure that they have as smooth and as fast a pipeline. So when they're using these third-party tools to build big new clouds, we are very quickly getting them into the engine. In this case, preferably almost instantly. They make a change in EmberGen, and we want them to instantly see that in Graphite. But along with that, by having all of our tools under one place,
Okay, that's
having
nice.
the tools that they use to
So that's like when you're working with VS Code, and you're also working with the game engine that has integration. You can do all your code changes in VS Code and hit save, and it automatically updates in your game engine. They're going to try and bring that kind of tech into their game engine for some of the other software that they use. All right, I'm going to skip forward a bit to let's see what Chaos has got to say.
I lost I think it was a retriever.
Welcome
I lost.
to Eve.
Yes. And I just, no, it was my Mackinac, in fact, because I just saved up and bought it.
Yes.
I'm not sending any S to that account from anything else. I'm trying to keep it all like in-house. And it's just this little high-sec mining corp, a bunch of cute little new bros, and they're all doing their thing. And like some of them were teaching me how to do these different things with the mining and helping me and just chilling on comms. Just a whole different world from like the high-end, like, you know, super duper PvPers. Like, my main, I'm in Volta, for example. So, you know,
I haven't
Volta's
noticed.
trash. We're logged off most of the time. But yeah, I love. That's why I love Eve.
Yeah, because doesn't matter what you do in the game, you're always affecting something in the game. Like, you can really go without actually any interactions for a very long time, but you are still impacting the game, whatever you do. Yeah. And I try to go for the, what's the quote? Quote of, quote of all trades, master of none.
Yes.
So I tried to understand every part of the game. So if anyone comes to me and asks, okay, after this, okay, I know a little bit, but I know this person who taught me.
Yep.
So I shoot him over there.
Yeah, there's some incredible knowledge in our player base out there, and we at CCP we utilize that sometimes. Yeah,
exactly.
There's players who know
incredible
more
knowledge,
about
and
certain
Eve has
things
so
in the
much
gameplay
stuff in it.
side
You can literally be playing the game for 20 years,
so
and there can be a whole
we try
area
and use
of
that
Eve
resource,
that you just don't know anything about
not
because you've
everyone
never
in
tried
CCP has
it.
been like, you know, maybe a 10-year PvPer. So when you have someone who maybe needs to know a bit more information, they can talk to, you know, people like Stitch Caneland, who's going to be in the CSM this year.
Yes.
You know, he's done a lot of work over the years, sort of giving advice, helping out with like things like balance and stuff like that. You've obviously seen all of these Reddit posts.
I stay away from Reddit, to be honest. I'm sorry. I stay away from that. So
yeah, I mean, that's probably wise and like a general life advice.
I know. I've got that feeling.
Yeah. It's probably the same with Twitch chat. You know, Twitch chat is never wrong, of course. You'll have experienced this.
Well, it depends. It depends. Very depends on the chat with that. But they like to play games with me. Like, I think there's a patch up. I think there's a patch today. There's a patch. It's a patch. The gates are active. I'm like, huh? And no, it's not.
Yeah, so watching the gates go live yesterday
Yes.
was a super cool moment. I was sitting down just in the middle of the crowd, and one person to the left of me gets his laptop out and starts like patching Eve. Another guy gets his phone out, remote desktops into his computer at home,
Yes.
logs in like multi accounts like using Evo Preview and starts like multi-boxing on a phone. I was like, you madman.
Yes, yes. I've done roughly the same thing. I've left my computer on back home, and I just go straight into the laptop to the computer, and still play Eve in Iceland.
Nice.
Yeah. Some people
That must be
walk
a
past my...
heck of a round trip ping though.
Oh, mate, not even. It's terrible. But it's funny because it's usually like nighttime or midnight there, and my room's flickering, and people are like, what the hell's going in there? But it's my monitor doing stuff.
Awesome. All right, so we've got about, I think, like 7 or 8 minutes until our next presentation, which is going to be on the art of Eve. So we've just had a bunch of tech stuff, and then we're going to go straight into all the art stuff. So 2 very different disciplines that are incredibly complementary. We'll go to a short break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Cool. We'll do a break. Yeah, I'm just going to go grab a drink, I think. Right. Let's see what's next. Here.
Hello, Fanfest.
Hello.
Yo. Thank you for a great couple of days so far. Thank you for a great pub call yesterday. Anyone from Team 13 here? Team 13? Yes. Nice. Okay. I am CCP Blue Screen.
I'm CCP Benson.
And yeah, it's great to see you all again.
Okay, so
Back
art
at
stuff now.
Fanfest.
To be honest, I'm not too interested in the art stuff. I was much more interested in the tech stuff earlier.
As you are
So I
hopefully aware,
might
we
skip
are
through some
here
of this. We'll see what they've
representing
got to
Team
say.
Trialenta,
Yeah, I mean, we've
the
still
art
got
and graphics team of
6
Online
hours of this stream
and,
to go, so I'm gonna have to
building
skip
a
through
better
some of it at
universe is
least.
What we do. So 20 years ago, this is how it all started.
I'll let it play, and I'll go make myself a coffee. I'll be back soon.
And it was beautiful back then, and it really was. And all the years since, we've been hard at work, keeping the aesthetics fresh and cutting edge as ever. Many steps as pertaining towards that. So I've been here for about 15 years. I remember making 2 of these assets back in the day, authoring effects on gates. There was a premium client and a basic client. Don't remember if you remember that. I don't know if you remember that. That was, now it's just called high and low settings. And then in 2007, along came Trinity with a huge graphics update. One of the many milestones. Later came the V3 overhaul. And that soon moved on to V5, where we introduced the PBR-based shaders, updated textures, and this included many major polish to textures and shader updates. We quickly moved on to V5++, where we reintroduced the 4th material that we lost in the initial PBR conversion, and we also added the adjustable dirt maps that we have today. And then just recently, we gave Eve another all-around polish with what we called the Delete the Gray initiative. And so with these and countless other updates, shader developments and model texture updates and effects updates, tech additions, and with the ongoing ship redesign initiative, we continue like with the Rifter here, getting its new recent update here and refined design. So from 20 years ago until today, looks something like this. Screens got bigger. But we're never done. As much work as we put into adding and supporting new features with graphics, we spend probably the same amount of time keeping everything fresh, updating and maintaining like existing content. And so this year, we, for instance, updated all of the 68 Empire frigates, gave them a major effects love pass. So many features, new features and lights have been developed since they were last touched. So yeah, they all got a pass. And you know, we're not done with these, but this is amazing. And also, this is tied to the warp states. Many of these lights making things more dynamic. Here, the lights turns red for the warping animation, and also other effects as it added. Just like when it comes out of warp here, you see that little poof gas cloud from the back. But yeah, we didn't stop with the frigates. Also, the Marauders received a comprehensive effects update, updating the Bastion modules along with just a general effects pass. So all in all, we try, and we feel we do pretty well at updating these things, but it is, of course, hard to please all of the pilots all of the time. Current graphic effects are kind of weak. That's rough. So, yeah, this is something our lead effects artist, CCP Mirke, found roaming the EVE subreddits. He was not impressed, obviously.
All right, so this is some of the artwork in the game, is it? This guy? Can I get a skin with this guy's face on my ship?
Had to do something about it, so our effects department went straight ahead and
Yeah,
to
drops
work
are
on
enabled.
the missile
I'm not
impact
exactly
effects.
sure how they work. You've got to attach
The
your
missiles will now
Twitch
explode
account to your EVE
in
account,
opposite
that
direction
link.
of
If you
impact
follow
vector,
that link
which
that
looks
came
and
up,
feels right. Aside from the thermal
and once you've
ones,
done that, then you just got to watch any Twitch streamer that has anyone streaming EVE that has
and
drops
also for the
enabled.
first time now, the missile impacts will be contributing lighting to their surrounding environments. This really ties it together. You see it here on the gate on the right side here. So that's awesome.
Okay, so this is new explosion animations, new missile animations.
Gameplay readability
Alright, cool.
of the impact should now be immediate, like through the shape.
New
angles,
impacts and explosions.
Visuals, so it's super important that you can tell the damage type of whether you're being hit with kinetic, explosive, electromagnetic, or thermal missiles. So yeah, that is just important when we introduce new gameplay, you know, that the players can tell what they actually do. So now they look like what they are.
Okay, so it's a kinetic, explosive,
a bit
EM,
of
and
subreddit
thermal.
CCP Please does actually work from time to time. Yeah.
That's nice to be able to see it so
And so
clear
speaking about visual
in-game,
language,
because
we've
I was
got a
always
new
confused
way
about
of
what I was getting hit
expressing
with.
yourself in space this year.
I've never been good at telling that. I know some people can tell,
And the new structure skins.
but I've never been good at being able to
There
tell.
wasn't a lot of actual content work on the structures themselves. Many of us, the upper structures that we have.
I've been away from EVE for a little while. Are structure skins not in the game yet? Is this new?
This feature here, there was a lot of stuff to integrate the space object factory and make this work with
Okay,
that.
can you make your
For
own
us, it
structure
was more
skins? Is
about
that what he's
looking at
saying?
palettes,
They are in game. Okay.
material areas, what material areas to use and whatnot. And materials, just like the different types of materials, color shades, building a library for this, basically. And then trying out different combination and testing setups.
That looks cool. I always hated how.
Also looking a bit forward.
So I haven't even seen any of the new structure skins yet.
Here we're trying.
But that's definitely something that was needed in the game.
Yet, but you know, you never know. Maybe it'll come. But this is just a few basic gradients used on the structures, in addition to the material areas. And but probably the biggest update on the pure content side, connected to this, was giving all the major upbuild structures like a lighting update.
Okay, lighting update. That's nice.
So we
that
updated
looks
the lighting
cool.
of all these structures because they really
That's a
sorely
big
needed it.
improvement.
Added point lights and spotlights and hazes and like new hologram details.
That's heaps better.
And even added some new geometries to some of the structures with new paint areas. This was
guy
partly done
seems
simply because that
he's
we
not
really
very
needed
enthusiastic
to do this
at all.
visual update to the structures, but also to
He's like, here's all the shit they made us do over the last 12 months.
Customization
I'm
of
so
the lights
tired.
of structures. By getting this up to date, we are opening up for the possibility of a future where lights is part of your structure's color palette, and that is super nice.
Yeah, that's cool. Different colored lights.
So your lights really should match your structure's color palette. And there was a lot of tech involved in making this work. So again, yeah, a lot of work. And on our graphics programs for this. But quite often, art is very dependent on advances in the graphics tech. So you just had a presentation on engine, and they, of course, let us do a lot of stuff we do. Last year, we talked about the improved lots.
So improved level of details on textures and meshes.
And also loading on subship
Level of
objects
details
like
on
turrets
subship
and more stuff like
objects.
that.
I don't know what a subship
And
object
this year,
is.
more advanced.
Oh, okay, so
more
that's
awesome
turrets and
advances
things.
have been
Oh,
made.
yeah, your attached
Some of
turrets
them
have
you
got
just
gotta
saw
have
in
higher
the
level of detail.
presentation before. But there were other things, like historically we've been packing all of our 8 in-game textures into 3 compressed DDS files. This means that each texture often gets a single channel to live in, which does not help its quality, can impact it quite a bit, but that is no more. Now we no longer pack our textures.
Okay, so they're no longer packing textures. It's all just going to be each texture by itself.
And this gives us some noticeable quality
That would be
improvements.
loading improvements.
Sure. And it also means that we can go in and remove individual textures, and that makes more sense.
That's
now.
nice. So, yeah, that makes sense. So they can update and change textures quickly without having to release a large update.
No more static occlusion maps. Now this is something that we've wanted to do for a long time, and with the modular hangers that we've been rolling out and releasing, this has really become evident. So SSAO, that we need some dynamic, ambient occlusion. And you got this with SSAO, and finally killed off the static occlusion maps. And also
okay, so like geometry-based
assembling
ambient
scenes and
occlusion
environments.
maps.
This is super important.
That's a fancy technology.
And here's a few examples. This is from the Abyss here. You see on the big rocks here, they don't actually have ambient occlusion maps, but with the ambient occlusion comes in. Probably more evident here. You see this triglavian extraction node here on the rock.
Yeah, it definitely looks
really
better.
Subtle, but it really adds and ties the scene together much more nicely. But our amazing friends in Team Engine were not done here, because we also went ahead and updated the in-game shadows. What we had before was basically 1 shadow map per object, with the limitation of 16 objects, so 16 shadow maps. And that's a problem. 16 shadow casters in modular asset scenes and will lead to like shadows popping in and out. So let's not do that anymore. What we are going to do instead is we are going to partition the camera frustrum into multiple frustra. I asked our tech people for that sentence. I don't know what that means. And then we render a shadow map for each subfrustrum. So that allows us to render an unlimited amount of shadows now. So that is awesome. But
Okay, I don't really understand that.
it's still not super nice.
I would have to look up what that means, but I think it's like a tiling type system for the camera, where you can tile it as much as you want, and each one could have 16 shadow maps. Vastly improved
so with
quality.
unlimited crisp and sharp shadows coupled with the SSAO, this is extremely
Yeah, I'm not
important
aware
for
of
us
that
moving forward with
technique
complex
for shadow
modular
maps.
environments and scene creation. Here
But it
you
obviously
see
looks
the
better
shadows
because it's got
again
this thing,
before and
which we
after.
saw earlier,
Oh
which
my
looks a lot better.
Nice. Very nice. And now also they render on all settings, the shadows, apart from disabled, of course, but like with the filtering of shadows being adjusted to allow a balance between quality and performance. We also talked a little bit last year about the extension system that we have been developing, now known as the layout system. Bringing with it hull extensions that can inherit space object data, like that is the faction colors, the logos, lights and stuff on all the structures. So they can inherit that, or reversely, they can introduce new factions and put other factions within the same asset. So that's a single asset with many faction settings. That's new, and that gives us many cool options. Also in this is instancing, where we optimize performance while introducing large amounts of geometry using the layout system. And finally, within this context, we also talked a bit about ship extensions. For this purpose, we illustrated like adding plating and wings and other exterior things to ships, like either simply to create like hull variations, or maybe
So is this something the player's going to be able to do, add
and
extensions to the
stuff like
ship
that.
geometry? Or is this for the art team to be able to
So that's a cool idea, and we went
do
ahead and
things?
used that to use that this year on some of the ships. Maybe you wanna go over that? There you go.
I guess this is like customization, or I wonder if it's going to tie in with like what kind of modules you have on your ship is going to display the ship
So for
differently.
these new destroyers,
Kind of
we
like
did
the
an update to
T3
the
cruisers,
base TAC 1
how they look
hulls
different depending on how you've got them
to
configured.
create their new navy variations. And on top of that, we updated the textures and we put the layout system to use. Those new destroyers are a good example of us starting to use this new way of modifying our ships. So here you can see the pieces that make up the modification to the Thresher. So textures being updated, parts added to change the silhouette, and then topping it with a camo pattern.
That looks cool. Definitely looks a lot better.
The same approach we did with the Catalyst.
Nice, nice.
Same with the Corsair, textures, parts, and for the first time, a Mar Navy camo pattern. So the thought behind these visuals is to make the ships feel more fitting for its role. And the last but not least, the Cormorant. So obviously this is a fairly recent hull and the base didn't need much updating. But, you know, a little bit meaner. So more
Okay,
plates,
fair enough.
a little bit more beefy.
Let's see what's next.
Mood. That includes different
The old Tristan.
visuals and audio environments for each distinct structure type that help reflect.
All right, what's this? Upkeep low power. Upkeep full power. Oh yeah, nice. We've got lots more holographic displays and more lights on. That's kind of cool. How the interior changes like that. Abandoned. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. That's a nice change. Let's skip forward a bit more.
Some of those goals for us would be to achieve a visual progression for the player, difference between regions,
Empire hangars,
and security status and customization. So one of the key unlocks for us in producing these, having a small art team, is being able to build assets faster, making prototypes and not over-designing before trying things out. So here's a prototype of a Caldari hangar using the methods we learned from the Apple Hangar project.
All right, so they're revamping all the Empire hangars, which is good because all the Upwell structure hangars were pretty awesome. The Empire ones definitely need to be changed.
Reflection map as the reflection probe generates it in real time, and you can see the proxy reflection.
Volumetric clouds, we learned about that earlier.
At least on the outside.
Jove gates, we learned about that earlier as well. We saw the video.
Detail got crammed into this asset using our extension system. Iconic cockpit.
This guy's even less enthusiastic than the last guy. All right, so there's the new Angel's Destroyer. We got the new Angel Titan. I'll just quickly check that out. That's pretty cool.
We gave it the 4 states of its being.
Let's see what Chaos
Building
has
the
got to
tools
say.
to let the artists author all these sites. You know, Zarzak opened up yesterday. We have all the incredible volumetric cloud technology.
Who's this fucking guy in the middle?
You see like lightning flickering in the clouds, and it, beautiful.
Yeah, like people need to really go there to experience how big these structures truly are, and the amount of depth is actually in them.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
And the detail as well. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, Eve's always had this unique visual identity, and it's always been at the forefront of like kind of what's possible when you look at these games. Even back in 2003, people didn't believe that some of the screenshots that were being released before the game.
So they're talking about the new area with the new
real
structures, I think.
Screenshots, and of course, over the years, it's just been evolved and it made more and more pretty. All the extra lighting effects on the citadels that we saw and on all the frigates, things like the Marauder changes recently with all the extra bits and pieces that happen on that, just constantly evolving and pushing further and further and further. You know, hats off to all the people who make this all possible.
Exactly. It's fantastic.
While we were waiting to come back on, we were watching that trailer there that the graphics guys put together, and we saw the ships flying around, and Professor Mark McCorkle...
Chaos is 6'4", that's right. Everyone else
why are all the
is
ships
huge.
constantly under thrust?
Yeah, I mean, it's a trope in science fiction, of course, right? I mean, it's all very cool to see thrusters working permanently when, of course, there's no drag in space, and once you're on the velocity you want to be at, turn them off, right? Save the fuel.
No,
So I
not
was
in
talking,
EVE
I think we
Online.
had
There's
this
a war
yesterday
reason
in
why
the panel we
thrusters
had that you actually
are
have a
in
drag
EVE.
system in space.
This guy doesn't
in
know his EVE lore.
Sort of, maybe there's a
Professor
gaming
Mark
reason for that. Explain that to me, why
McLaurin,
you want
Senior
drag in
Advisor
space.
for Science and Exploration at the European Space Agency. Yeah, well, so the reason the thrusters are always enabled in EVE Online and you don't coast is because the warp drive engine creates friction in the fabric of space-time, and it's a side effect of having a warp drive that when it's disabled, you actually need to be under constant thrust to keep your ship moving. So research your EVE Online lore, Mr.
which of course
Space
doesn't
Expert.
really make
You're
sense
not an
because,
EVE
as you say,
expert.
the engine is running, you get to a speed and you turn it off and you just keep coasting. This is basic Newtonian physics. You will eventually hit something potentially, but if we could just keep accelerating and accelerating in EVE Online, it would be chaos. It would be utter chaos. Oh.
So I mean, it's an interesting point because I'm a science fiction fan, but I don't have time to play games at the moment. I used to, but I kind of had to wean myself off. It was stealing way too much of my time from looking at real space.
So high. What's so high?
Occasionally I'll look at it and I'll look at my son playing, and I'm thinking, oh, that looks no, stand away, step away, don't go in. But the TV series like The Expanse, they're quite famous for having tried to embody real physics. And in fact, when you look at space battles in The Expanse, they happen incredibly quickly, and there's an awful lot of, what the hell just happened? Whereas you go back to Star Wars, it's actually the Battle of Britain in space, right? It's all kind of cruising around and flying. And I haven't played EVE, so
Approximately
where do you
2
fit
furlongs.
between that, right? At what point do you make it so completely unmanageably real that you can't actually play the game?
Yeah, that's always this discussion that people have to have. We talk about like suspension of disbelief in things like The Expanse, like Star Wars. No one looks
This
at that
guy's
and
wrong
goes, yes,
again.
this is
Like
a
the reason
documentary.
EVE Online space battles aren't instant, so he's talking about the show The Expanse, where you have a space battle and it's over almost instantly. It's because EVE Online spaceships have the advanced repair and shield technologies. You can't destroy a spaceship in EVE or even hit it accurately because of the way the tracking and movement works. So that's why EVE Online battles aren't over instantly like The Expanse show.
We accept that we have to have some things that we let happen. Sometimes you look at them and go, I mean, these in Star Wars, they're shooting like laser blasters, and you can see the light bulbs moving around, and you're like, hey, hang on.
It's not a
But then,
laser
like,
blaster, it's a
there's this
blaster. In Star
line
Wars.
where yes, you can be super realistic,
And blasters do
or you can
shoot
be completely
pulses
and
of
utterly
something.
unrealistic.
It's not light.
And one of them can be.
Everybody
good
here's
gameplay,
wrong.
one can be terrible
I'm
gameplay.
sorry,
You have
but
to find
as far as
the
science
nice
fiction goes,
blend. Sometimes
I've
you
read
can,
like 100 sci-fi
get
books,
away and
and
hype things
I
up.
really
Things
love
like,
all
for
the
example,
tech and the
drag
lore in a lot of
space.
different sci-fi books.
The classic meme is Eve is actually submarines in space. It's a submarine simulator,
submarines.
kind of like dressed up, and we've put a little wig on it and said, hey, it's actually in space. It's not. It's underwater.
Yeah. I mean, the question again is we had this.
I'm doing the
discussion
interview
in
next
the
time. I'm
panel
going.
yesterday.
I'm going to go next time.
You
I'm going to
need
be
to
on
also
there.
make
I want
things
to argue with this
credible
guy.
to human beings that
I want to
human beings
explain to
can
him why
engage
he's
with
wrong.
them. But real physics actually isn't very
I don't care about real
accessible
physics.
to human beings. Quantum
We're
mechanics,
talking sci-fi here.
general relativity. These are not things that human beings actually can make any sense out of unless it's with equations. And so I know the guy who was in charge of the visual effects for Interstellar, Paul Franklin. And he worked very closely with Kip Thorne, Nobel Prize-winning physicist for gravitational waves. And they made
Okay, so now they're going to talk about the depiction of the black hole in Interstellar.
an awful lot out of the fact that this was credible physics in the film. And then just sort of blew it all away with what was the answer in the end? Love or something was saved the problem right at the end.
That was the answer in the movie because it's a science fiction movie. The idea is that love is the binding force in the galaxy, the same as gravity or radiation. Love and I think they called it interconnectivity or something like that, is another force that we didn't know about. And like obviously there's things in the world that we don't know about. And that we haven't discovered or we haven't researched yet. And that's what science fiction leans into. Like, what is the next technology or the next thing we're going to discover, and how do humans react and interact with it? That's science fiction. If we were watching a science movie based in science, then yeah, you could say, all right, this thing would never happen. But we're watching a science fiction movie, we're playing a science fiction game, and we're exploring the possible ideas of what technology or what discovery might humans make in the future.
But Star Wars didn't actually set out to be scientifically real. The Expanse tries to do that more. So, you know, when I hear the
It's
people
science
speaking
and
here,
science
it's all
fiction.
about...
I love the
yeah,
idea
we
of
put
science
new
fiction. I
physics
love
in,
the
new
idea
physics
of,
in, okay.
wow, what if one day we
Yeah,
discovered a
kinda.
technology
But that,
or
of
a
course, you know,
weapon,
as a
or we
player,
built some kind of
you guys are
system,
players. Is that actually...
and we had that, and
disturb
then
you, but
we
is there
threw
a
that in
point
the
where you
middle of
say,
human
well, wouldn't it
society.
be
How
nice
would
if?
people react, and what
Or
would
he's like,
happen, and
no,
what
I'm
kind of
cool with
stories would
submarines in
evolve? That's what
space.
science
I'm
fiction
actually
is.
quite good with submarines in space, I would have to say. Because, you know, you still have to have the fun
Which
side
is
of
great.
things. Like, when you
Those are
make
the
it
stories
too
I like.
realistic, it becomes a headache.
Yeah.
Because that's not my type of thing. Nah.
I mean, the thing that comes to me, I don't know if this is a long time ago, but Ender's Game, this
Here we
famous
go,
science
talking about
fiction
Ender's Game.
book, which became, I guess, a film later on, a TV series. All the kids in that who ended up, you know, in a genocidal war against an alien species, they'd all been trained on computer games. They didn't actually think what they were doing was real until it was too late. Do you think you guys could fight a space battle?
I mean,
a real one. Do you have the? Does this give you the training needed to fight a real space battle?
Definitely not.
So I think there's two parts to this question. If the space battle is underwater, then we're all experts.
Yes, that's
And then
guaranteed.
the second part is
That was
I
a
think
good
what Eve
response.
does, and we see this time and time again, is it teaches people how to work with and manage other people.
Yeah.
Because unlike a lot of games, Eve, you can kind of think of it as this like grand.
Because that's the main thing
strategy
EVE Online
game.
is about.
If
Is
you're
it's
playing
about
from, like, an
making
alliance
social
builder type
connections,
level, you
working
have
together to
thousands
solve
of people at
problems
your disposal, and some of these,
inside
huge
the
battles
universe,
have,
the sandbox universe, using
8,000
its
plus
rules,
people in a fight.
applying
So you might be
your knowledge, your
commanding
understanding of it,
2,000 or
and
more
your group
people,
to
and
use
everyone
work
has to
within
fly
those
their
rules
ships
and try and
individually.
overcome
You can't click a thing and
problems.
make everyone do something.
Right.
So you have to be, you know, the logistics to make that happen means there's entire supply lines running. You're commanding like sub-commanders who are giving out things to like smaller fleets and things. So there's a huge amount of like people, resource, logistics, and planning. So I think a lot of EVE players, if you put them in some, you know, theoretical space battle, actually would maybe have an advantage over, you know.
We might
Minecraft
listen,
players,
we know
maybe.
how to PP, but we might not be able to hit the targets.
Yeah.
This guy needs
I mean,
to go
that's
play
quite right.
Kerbal
So
Space
you
Program.
guys,
He'd
in
probably
your
like that.
various ways, I'm sure are stars in the EVE world, right? In the EVE universe. You wouldn't be up here if you weren't, right? You're not grunts, right? So, well, I'm guessing. So who are the grunts? I mean, when you say I lead, is there a political hierarchy inside EVE? Who gets to vote to be who's going to be king, or the you know, whatever the leader is?
It really depends on the groups. There's some that are quite democratic. I've been in one corporation. We basically refer to ourselves as space communists. We had 100% corp tax. Everyone had access to the wallet and everything all the time. In other ones are full dictatorships. You know, one of the largest groups in the game, the Imperium, which is run by Goonswarm Federation, they have somewhere in the region of like 30 to 40,000 people spread across dozens of sub-alliances and corporations and things.
And what did you call it again? You called them, well, the under people.
Grunts.
Yeah, well,
I mean, you know,
we call them F1 monkeys.
Okay.
Or line members, if we're being more polite.
Is it just because you've just joined and
Yes.
you don't have enough status points and you can't? I mean, do you have to work your way up, or could somebody come in and stage a coup? You know, 1 week after joining.
Someone could do that if someone gave them the wrong access, then someone could definitely do things, and that does happen.
Yeah, it's all about trying not to get scammed in EVE as well.
Because I'm going to really age myself now. The first computer game, well, I mean, apart from the original Atari Superman or something, right, in '78. I'm sorry, I am that old.
There was no Superman on
First thing I
Atari.
played at university was the first online dungeon game. So it was called Mud, multi-user
Not that I
dungeon.
know
The
of,
first
was
one.
there?
It was on a
Maybe
big
I've made a mistake.
mainframe down at the University of Essex. You could only play it after 2 o'clock at night because it was being used for work the rest of the day. So we
Fucking
PhD
was.
students
Man,
were
I didn't know
working late
that.
night.
There was a Superman game on
And there was
Atari.
hierarchy in there. You worked your way up by gathering points and
Oh, well.
dropping things in the swamp, and you know you rose up the rank. And then if you
Yeah,
got to
this
be a
guy should
wizard,
just start playing EVE
a
Online.
wizard could then
He'd probably
put
be good
favors
at
on
it.
other people.
He's asking all the
And there
right
were
questions
definitely
at least.
events that happened over
Like
the
he's
couple of years I played there, where indeed the wizards just deliberately
he just
made
hasn't
complete
played the
nobody
game and he doesn't understand
kind
the
of
game,
super
so he's
god. And so they would run around
he's asking
making
questions. so.
chaos to choose
And
your
when you
name,
ask
right?
questions like this, you encounter nerds
again,
like
is the
me
how
who
do
try
I-
and
all right, so I join tomorrow.
prove you wrong.
How do I get to be in charge of 30 or 40,000
You can't come into the
people?
EVE
What do I
Online
have to do?
community
So
and
if
start
you join
asking stupid
tomorrow and you knew
questions.
the right person, they could just put you in charge of it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do I have to be a sociopath?
But most
I mean,
people
that's
will be
generally
nice.
what
Most
happens
people
in
will humour you and
political
answer your
systems, right? You
questions,
wanna be in
but
charge of that many people, you
sometimes
slay
you'll
people.
encounter someone who you just trigger the wrong way and they'll get pissed off.
Across the history of New Eden, there's been some.
And when it's people talking about science fiction, and if you say something wrong about some kind of universe or some kind of book, I will be the first one to call you out. I'm like, no, that's not how it is.
On the forums was all written like lore and in character, and then you know there would be these.
Yeah, send him an
great
email.
debates between some
All
really
these people in the
incredible
chat on the
writers,
right-hand
some
side
lawyers
are
who write a
already
lot of
hammering
things,
away one-way emails to him.
into history books. And then you get other ones who
Go play
they
Kerbal
lead
Space
more
Program, you
from,
prick.
like, this is a game that we're playing and we're optimizing
The warp drive creates
the game
friction.
so that we win.
But is it through persuasion, through talking to people in the online when you're in the game and saying, hey, come and join me. We can do this together. Is it just classic human sociology of persuading people that you're the right person to be the leader?
Yeah, so it's all about just talking to people, finding the right connections, and who knows, you might get to the top fast. Sometimes you'll stay at the bottom.
Yeah, sometimes it's not too dissimilar to like engineering and academia, where if
I'm going to skip forward a bit. There's another break coming up. And then after that break, what do we got after the break?
Now ruled by the insurgents.
We've seen this video twice already.
The deathless.
In the previous
trust.
Okay, let's just skip forward a bit.
Going to be amazing. We have a lot of amazing devs here who are going to be going into all the juicy details and stats for the expansion.
Okay,
and are
this
you
is the
ready?
same woman that was on the keynote.
Are you ready?
She's
They'll
talking
also be
about
sharing
the
with you some of the foundations that
pirate
have been
stuff,
laid
the
to
pirate
get us
ships.
to this
Cool.
moment,
Okay, I'll watch this.
as well as what the future looks like beyond Havoc. So you're going to want to stick around for
Okay,
this
so
one.
Havoc is the new expansion, is it?
An
Coming out in
important part
November?
of engaging in corruption or suppression and preparing for the future of war is building up and strengthening your organizations through valuable connections that you make
The
with
videos
other
are nice, it's just that I've
capsuleers.
seen them.
To share more on
And
this,
we're not even halfway
I'd
through
like to
this,
welcome to the stage CCP
this
Ghost.
show yet. Yeah, Hot Chick talking video games is a win each time.
Thank you.
It's always good.
Hello, Fanfest. So, over the last 20 years, there has been countless amounts of people, myself included, that wanted to get to the bottom of the EVE magic. What is it about our
This is
game
going to be a big talk about
that
friendship again.
causes countless stories to happen about spying, betrayal,
The real friendship was the
vast
friendship we
destruction,
made along the way.
and incredible data points, such as the fact that 73% of us claim to have made a friend as a result of playing EVE Online. And why do we have almost 80,000 active players for
CCP
more than a
Jesus.
decade in our game?
Yeah. Yeah, I've made friends in EVE.
And believe me, this has been studied widely.
Probably, I
We've
don't
had
see them much
university
anymore.
courses taught on EVE.
But I've definitely
We've had
made
some of the
friends who I
top
didn't
tier
know before I
universities
started
in the
playing
world
EVE.
wanting to
I've
get
met up
to
with them
study
and
our
we've gone
data
out and we've
set.
done things together.
We've
And
even had people having their doctorate studies
yeah.
on this thing. And one thing keeps coming up. Do you want to guess it?
friendship? No?
Friendship,
I was close.
absolutely. But I
That's not
told
the answer
you
to
that a couple of years ago. What is behind the friendship? Killing. You're the only audience that would say that. It's organizations. The answer is organizations.
Organizations,
It's
okay.
you people. The corps and the groups you organize. The chat groups, the alliances. And there is something seemingly, if I may say, magical that happens here. And CCP has now been studying this phenomena for years. And through countless interviews with you, the players, surveys, data gathering, many meetings with the CSM and more, we believe we have found a few crucial elements pertaining to the health of a good organization and, subsequently, the heart of the friendship machine. For example, here you can see the player-organized effort of the liftoff of CCP Burger. And another example we discovered is that the most efficient organizations in onboarding new players into our game in a positive manner deploy similar tactics when it comes to stuff like creating newbie fleets, with something we have dubbed the super fleet formula. Would you like to see it? All right, let's run through it, because we love some formulas.
Okay.
So the super fleet formula goes a little bit like this. First, a recruiter finds new recruits. And then that recruiter or an FC gives everyone the same ship. Following that, the recruiter or the FC gives each new recruit a role that they can understand. And then specific behavioral instructions are given, such as find this target, shoot it, then shoot targets of that type, that approach. Newly formed group is then taken into combat with the specific intention that they will all die together. So killing. And after this happens, the recruiter or the FC explains that this was okay. This was a bonding exercise. And the recruiter then replaces all the lost materials. And then finally, this is repeated and scaled up with increased adversity and complexity. And this setup
that's a good
seems to
breakdown.
be
I like
one
that
of the
breakdown.
crucial ingredients in the fact that 14% of all brand new players that have played EVE less than 10 hours claim to have made a friend as a result of playing the game. We also found that good groups spend considerable resources in making sure players always have something to do in our game, that there are activity and interest-based groups to congregate in, to find camaraderie, a purpose to align behind, situations where trust building can thrive and connections be made. And massive resources are devoted to making sure players have regular access to fleet play and opportunities to have cooperative kills together, mentors available, reasons for direct trading.
That was
and a
one thing I liked
plethora
being
of
in a big
scheduling
alliance.
activities together.
I haven't been in a big alliance
And the deeper
for
we went, the
over
more
8
we've come
years.
to realize that we want
But
to prioritize
they definitely
healthy group
always
formation
had
in
things
our
that they
game.
were doing, and you
Not
could
only
log
the
in
initial
and
connections and the
there was
onboarding
something going
phase,
on
but
all
also
the time.
maturing of a group.
Whereas now, when
and
I'm
the
playing
deepening
solo, I
of
log in, I have to
friendships.
figure out what I'm going to do
And
today.
so, one of our focus for the next few years at CCP will be the following mission statement. We aim to create or foster scenarios where existing players can meaningfully connect, play, and progress with each other and new players in an environment of purposeful friendship. Because as we can proudly state, you are somebody other people want to play with in New Eden. And that is a fact. When you come into New Eden as a new person not knowing anybody, there are literally thousands of people and hundreds of groups waiting for you and wanting to onboard you into their adventures together. And that is an
It's starting to
amazing
sound a
thing
little
to
bit
be able to say
culty, I think.
about our world.
Are we in a cult?
And so, in Viridian, we introduced corp projects, we introduced homefront operations, and we introduced air opportunities. Core projects with the aim of giving you the tools to better
Okay, so
organize
they talked about this in the keynote a bit. They're revamping the corp project
Homefront operations
stuff,
to provide
and I think they
a venue
talked
to
about
practice small
revamping
fleet play with different roles through fun adventures
the
that can
ship
be lucrative.
reimbursement system
And
as
air
well. So
opportunities with a long-term
you can
plan
set up
of air
automatic
opportunities being
reimbursement
your
for your corp
one-stop
members,
shop
which
to
is
find everything
fantastic
you
because
can to do
building
right
ships and
now
handing them out
and with
is, in
relevance
a big
to who you
alliance
are.
or in a big corp, is a full-time job.
And introducing something like core
But usually a
projects
full-time job for
into
multiple
EVE
people.
is a complex undertaking, to say the least. There are so many potential paths to go. So we decided to release a simple version of what we were envisioning for the corp projects in the first go.
All right, so they're doing corp projects. You can assign projects to your people, and they can do them, and they can get rewards. I'm going to skip to the next part. Who's coming up next? Who's this
to
guy?
deliver an item.
Than any type of signatures. New project managers. And finally,
I've gone too far.
7 new contribution methods, 7 new project types.
Hello, Capsuleers, and welcome.
You already
The
welcomed us.
Havoc expansion is coming to EVE Online on the 14th of November. I'm excited.
Oh, I
I hope
skipped
you're
back way too far.
excited.
That's what
It's going
happened. It was me that was the idiot.
Payout with that project.
Oh no, so this guy's just talking about the corp projects. We just, Mr. Blondehair was
And
talking
we
about corp
implemented
projects. Maybe
it
Blondie
straight
called this
into our
guy up
product
to
vision,
talk about the
actually.
corp projects.
So that's ways to actually complete this challenge and get the skill points, because we all want that.
They're revamping daily
So this makes the reward not very accessible.
things, you know, like
We
your daily
talked to
missions. They mentioned that.
Laboratories, since the accessibility is their specialty, and they came up with a solution. Air daily goals.
Daily goals, that's what they're called. Okay, so daily goals has got a new screen now. Going to have a new screen, 4 goals each day. Skill points are the main daily reward. Yeah, cool.
Like in the air career program, here you are
ISK
free
and
to
Eve
choose
marks
which goals to
reward
complete
for
to
each goal.
progress to the main reward of the day.
That's
While
good.
ISK and Ever marks will be assigned to every single challenge, the skill points will be awarded for completing 2 out of 4 challenges on a given day. And
so you've only got to
choice
complete
which
2 challenges to get the
pick.
skill points.
So this should
Which
be
is good
much
because
more
I'm not
accessible
mining
than
ore.
hiding the skill points behind specific challenge. Thank you. And on the theme of empowering organizations, we're making the daily goals ISK rewards taxable by your corporations. To fund all these projects,
Oh no, the daily rewards are
Evermark
going to be
rewards
taxable.
will be duplicated for the corps as per usual. And we are moving the daily goals to air opportunities, so we'll have a better overview of your progress towards the main reward, but also you'll be able to see more details of each particular challenge. And a final note, every day the set of goals will be the same for all of you. That means it will be much easier for you to complete them all at once with all your alts. So this is what's coming in the November expansion. Core projects, air opportunities and NPE, and air daily goals. And I would like to share a glimpse of what is coming to core projects after that. Just a glimpse.
Okay, let's pause this for a sec. Okay, so future corp projects, more project types, alliance, fleet, and recurring projects, but they haven't given the details. SRP project, interconnected projects. Oh, okay, so like it's a bit hard to tell what some of these actually might be. Recruitment project, that's pretty good. They might, it might be go recruit somebody to the corp. That's a good project actually. Inner corp, I don't know what that means. Non-member project, new rewards. Hey DB, it's me, how you going?
Does it look good?
Doesn't affect me because I'm
right.
not in a big corp, but
So because there's
that's
another
definitely
thought that I would
interesting.
like to leave you with, and it needs just a short introduction. Last year we released
Technology
the Air Career
behind corp
program,
projects.
in which we provided
Okay, so this will be
a couple hundred goals that we
the
created
career
for
program.
And these goals are unlike any other
Corp
challenges
projects will
presented
be in the
games,
career
in the
program?
game
Okay.
before. They are not missions that you need to sign up for, but rather challenges that monitor your progress nonetheless. And they just wait for you to cause a specific event.
All right, so it's not like a mission. You just go around doing your stuff.
Like
and it's like any of the other career stuff. Once you've met the requirements, it gets ticked off as done.
Or make one blueprint copy, or lose a ship. Those are pretty unusual challenges compared to what was in the game before. Because thanks to this technology, anything can be a mission. Any type of action you can take in the game can be monitored and have a challenge made for it. And this is great because we can create a variety of content for you. However, the most meaningful content in the game is created by you. And this technology allows us to give you the tools to create missions, tasks, and challenges for others. The people among you, some shy clapping. Don't be shy, this is great. So the people among you who run corporations will easily be able to communicate with the members and monitor their progress and reward them for it. And for the members of the strong organizations, they will always have an answer to the question, what should I do now? That is all from me. Please welcome on stage CCP Mischief. Thank you.
All right, that's good.
Hello, Fanfest! So lovely to see you all here. I'm CCP Mischief, a product manager for EVE Online. Like all of you here, I love games. They've been a massive part of my life ever since I can remember. And for as long as I can remember, I've always wondered how to make each of the titles I've tried a little bit better for me and for other players. And now, being a product manager at CCP, I get to do this for EVE Online and for all of you guys. Because without you, there is no EVE. I still remember my first days at CCP almost 5 years ago. Coming to a new country, starting a new job, working on a new title. It was exciting, but challenging. Will I be able to find my people? Am I going to make friends? Will I be able to call Iceland home one day? Even though I was surrounded by people with the same passion, connecting with them still took me a while. And the same applies to all of you Capsuleers in New Eden. By default, there is a potential to make a new friend. You're all there, playing the same game. There is a shared interest. But EVE is vast with hundreds of things to do, and that's when things get a little bit tricky. So is there something that we, CCP, can do to help you on that quest? During last year's Fanfest, CCP Ratati talked about the impact that the self-expression has in building a sense of belonging and finding your tribe. This was the very first time you've heard about possible customization options in development pipeline to be added to help you fulfill that task. Since then, corporation and alliance emblems were added. As player corporations are at the core of social interactions in EVE and the key to unlocking and forming long-lasting relationships.
Okay, so what you're talking about, like more ship customization.
Corporations and alliance emblems are available to purchase
Structure skins. I'm going to skip forward a tiny bit. She's kind of waffling on a little bit.
Some of you might be thinking,
okay, can we all put Brave on our Astrauses now?
Customization is for corporation use only.
Nice.
What is there for me, an individual player? Well, we got you. We've heard you when you said, we want more ship skins.
Okay.
So how about we give you the option to create your own instead of giving you a limited variety to purchase?
Yeah, that's good. I knew that was coming. That's nice. It's not something I lean into myself because I'm not much of an artist and I can't really make.
Is to open it out
yeah, like people just completely like the billion ISK skins out there. Someone will just make it like, oh, I'll just replicate that billion ISK skin
similar to structure designs
and put it on their ship. So I don't need to buy that skin anymore.
Combine nano coatings, patterns, materials.
Yeah, I'm not much of an artist at all. Like, I would probably mess around with it for about 10 minutes and end up just making like a black and white skin or something, and then just putting black and white on all my ships because for me, I like high contrast. I like to be able to see things from a distance, and if I make like a black and white or like a white, black and yellow or something really high contrast, I like those. I hate like the intricate detailed that you need to really zoom in on the ship to kind of see all the details and stuff. So I'd probably mess with that for about 10 minutes. But I don't know, a lot of people out there really like the idea of customizing their ships. Customizing the structures is something I would do, like if I put another structure down, because when you're sort of in downtime, well not necessarily downtime, but when you haven't got much to do and you're just messing around with sitting in your structure, you can kind of, and the structure's really big, so you can, I guess messing around making your own skin for a structure would be kind of more interesting.
And with addition of corporation and alliance palettes, you can make sure that everyone wears a uniform when in battle.
Battle uniform. Now, I'd be so annoyed if I joined a fleet and everyone's like, you gotta have your ship's gotta have yellow on the side of it. It's gotta have yellow on the side or you can't join the fleet.
Is that all?
That's funny.
Not quite yet. Designs as amazing and skins as amazing as they are and will be, are only just the beginning of what soon you will be able to do to express
Oh
yourself.
man, it's just gonna be cat girls. How many? Oh
They
my
say
god.
a picture is worth 1,000
It's all gonna
words.
be anime cat girls.
let me
Is
show
there any
you
gonna
a
be any
few
kind of like profanity
examples
filter?
of
Is
what
this just gonna be
soon,
hentai
within the next 3
Astrauses?
years, will
This
be
could be
available
great.
for you.
Am I gonna have to like
Let's start with structures.
censor my stream because of people's ridiculous structure skins? Let's see. No cat girl yet. What's that effect? That's weird. It's got trees on it or something? Okay, so they've actually added like a tree to it? That's cool. That is really cool that they can actually add different stuff to the structure. That is amazing. Yeah, I like that.
Soon you will be able to control your lights on structures.
I'm thinking about putting down a
Display
new
your favorite
Astra, because
people's
my Astra's got
hologram
blown
on
up
them.
and I haven't put one back down again. I would almost put one down just
Use
to
animated sculptures.
mess around with this. This is cool.
Or put up statues.
Look at that. Yeah, no, that's cool. That customization
Display
is
custom banners.
well and truly a step beyond skins. That's great.
Or even create them. Fit emblems. Use effects like fireworks.
Fireworks. I wonder if it's like, I wonder how you do it. Is it just free for all, or do you need to like buy, like if I want to put a statue on my structure, do I need to buy the statue or something? Or is this just all part of the customization menu or something? Can I just literally put every single thing on my Athenor or whatever?
And a very similar treatment can be applied to the insides of the structures. Let's take a peek.
Oh, nice. So you can customize the inside too.
You will be able to control the mood of the stations by controlling lighting, access points, and of course, adding banners. Showcase the best performance in your organization.
Nice. So you can have your propaganda in your station.
Reward the biggest contributors with their hologram and station and their achievements. Showcase your next project. Or control ship dock lights.
I'm looking forward to see
And last but not
how
least,
that all works.
what about ships? In the near future, you will be able to.
So she keeps saying in the near future, so it's obviously not in the expansion coming up. She's saying it's in the near
Create
future.
your own custom skins. But also add activation effects. Or enjoy achievement-based skins.
Man, I better start selling all my skins before this stuff comes out. I've got billions of ISK worth of skins. Holy shit. That definitely looks cool. The old Rifter. Looks
Use
nice.
custom ship trails or even sound effects.
Custom ship trails is cool.
All for
Did she
your
just say sound
pleasure
effects
to
too?
combine
Custom sound
however you
effects?
want to show us your true colors. This might get you some friends
It's just going to be
or
hentai
some torpedoes
sounds.
delivered straight to your hole. So it's time to start earning and saving up those ever marks because you are going to need them.
I wonder if you can report someone because this spaceship is
And
too
we also
offensive.
have a few things in store for that.
Not only is it shaped like a cock.
In response to your
Holy
feedback
shit.
and great CSM suggestions, we've decided to improve how Paragon missions work. All I can say right now that there will be more variety of those with a better access. We're also looking into enabling corporations to have Paragon representatives in their stations to make items delivery headache-free.
Okay, that's nice.
New daily challenges, and by new, I mean new ones, not the ones that are in the client at the moment, will provide you a new source of Evermarks. And of course, transaction logs for both Evermarks and LP will help you individuals and your organizations to track your earnings and spending. Okay, there's one more thing before I go. Hot topic since yesterday on Twitch chat. Who here wants to see cat ears in the game? Hands
Who
up!
here wants to see cat ears in the game? Alright, here we fucking go. Now we're getting to the real content.
Thank you very much. Don't worry or worry, we're not adding those.
Ah.
But you did help me win a bet. Thank you very much for your all attention. I can't wait to see you all in space in your custom-made colorful skins.
They're not adding cat
If you
ears.
have any questions for what happened so far to Ghost, Nomad, or me, please come and see us at the panel room at 3 p.m. today.
I can't believe people
And
get
now,
pissed off
welcome to the stage
whenever
CCP
someone
Psych
mentions cat ears.
with more
I don't want
details
fucking cat ears
on
in
the
my
November
space game.
expansion.
I don't want nerds ruining my space game. Alright, what's up next?
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Are you having fun? Are you excited with everything you have just heard? Cool. So I guess you're ready to talk about how you are going to bring chaos to the front lines. No? Oh, I guess the presentation is done then.
I think he's going to talk about the new faction warfare stuff. I think.
So, we are building on the foundations we created last November with the Uprising expansion. And more specifically, direct enlistment. It unlocked aligning with the Empire militias without the need for you to leave your player corporation. Front lines. A new star system hierarchy based on relationships between neighboring system ownerships. And the advantage system, a new attribute in factional warfare that created the opportunity for new content while it added value on how you capture and the capture mechanics of factional warfare.
Okay.
So, what is coming this November? We have Zarzak. We're introducing a new star system with a unique environment and a unique rule set.
Alright, that's already out.
We have aligning with pirates. With direct enlistment in place, we are now taking aligning with NPC factions one step further. We will give you the ability to enlist with one of two pirate factions. Pirate insurgencies. Capsuleers that align with pirate factions will have the opportunity to get in the war zones and participate in new content. Corruption and suppression, a new foundational mechanic for us, two new attributes of star systems that can alter the rules within those systems.
Alright, this is what I want to try.
We have new pirate LP stores for the two factions that you will be able to align with, and of course, we have new ships.
So it seems like the
we have battle
corruption and
ships,
suppression is going to be
battle cruisers.
modifiers on systems.
And we have an Angel Titan.
If you capture them in the new faction warfare stuff or something.
I want to take a pause here. I want to stop for a minute, and I want to try and create
Don't take a pause.
this model
Tell us about
with you, so that you can keep it in mind throughout this presentation, maybe throughout FanFest, and even beyond. I want us to see how everything we built last November and everything we're building this November can come together, how they fit together, and how they can potentially be used in the future and unlock opportunities for us. Aligning with Pirates. So direct enlistment allowed us to expand on the ways Capsuleer pledged allegiance to an NPC Empire faction, and now we're using this to add Pirates in the mix. We have front lines that gave us a star system hierarchy, and our pirate insurgencies will allow pirate-aligned players to rain havoc in the front lines and be rewarded with loyalty points. We have the advantage system that reinforced factional warfare gameplay. Corruption and suppression will reinforce the pirate insurgencies feature, which you will hear about in a minute, but also it unlocks a huge opportunity space for us to utilize in the future, as these attributes exist outside of the systems that are in incursions. Keep with me. So, building strong foundations. This means building and investing on the right technology for the future, where our goals, of course, is to deliver on the ultimate sci-fi experience. The technology that powers corruption and suppression allows us to create a link between Vanguard and EVE Online. From day one, we aim to have Vanguard objectives affect corruption to a degree in specific systems in EVE Online.
That's good.
We are approaching this with an open mindset, but at the same time, we are being mindful of EVE's ecosystem.
I want to see what
We are taking the
Vanguard
necessary
actually affects
precautions
in
to not
EVE.
have the connection be too disruptive. To
Like, is
start
it worth
with.
actually playing? Is it going to make an effect or a
Building
difference in the
ultimate
game?
sci-fi experience.
I mean,
is a
I'll play it
marathon.
anyway because it looks fun.
We are taking it one step
But
at a
knowing
time,
that it's actually
and we're
affecting
building
EVE
strong
while you're
foundations.
playing it, that would be fantastic.
One last thing before we go into the details of November. Let us briefly see how the foundations we're building so far can potentially be used and further shape the future of New Eden. Our future goals include shaping the future and how wars are fought, shaping the future of war in New Eden.
Yeah, hopefully if this
can
works out
mean
really
a
good, they
few
leverage
things.
the systems into
So
making
to complete our mental model,
like nullsec
let's
wars better
add a
by
few things in the future
applying this
and
kind of thing to
in the
like
things
the
that the
more
future
systems
may
you
bring.
capture, you get different bonuses and stuff.
The design paradigm we have been introducing can have very interesting applications.
Because if this stuff all works
with
out really
tweaks
well, then they
in
can
other
probably
spaces of
apply
life, in
similar
other
type of
types of
things
space.
to nullsec wars.
This will
Solve warfare,
lead
yeah.
to some
This is-
major revamps
I'm guessing this is what they're going
that
towards.
will inevitably touch
They're building the
on
systems in
other
high sec,
related mechanics.
see how it goes,
So I'm
and
gonna
then try and
leave
apply
this
something
for a
similar
minute there,
into the rest of
and when
space.
you're ready, we'll continue. Okay, enough about the future. Let's talk about November. Zarzak, a place of wonder. Through EVE Ops Epiphany, you Capsuleers discovered 4 Jovian gates, quite fast, I might add. And since yesterday, these gates are now open, and you can visit Zarzak. It's a system with a very special environment and a unique rule set. The environment comes with dangers, as I think CCP Fuzzy showcased yesterday. So explore at your own risk. Inside Zarzak, the Deathless are building a shipcaster which allow pirate-aligned players to use and launch insurgencies in the war zones. Pirates
Okay.
are establishing
Allows
a new
pirate
type of
players to
forward
launch
operating
incursions.
base in the war zones that they can use as their base. And it will act as the landing pad for this shipcaster. The Deathless have also established a base inside an ancient Jovian megastructure they call the Fulcrum. They have extended an invite to Guristas and Angels to join them. And they will soon ask for Capsuleer help to bring it to life. Aligning with pirates.
So I'm guessing all this shit has to be done
Fulfilling the pirate fantasy.
before the new Titan can be
the
built.
Gorillas and the
Someone's going to have
Angels
to
are recruiting.
work
With
on
the
all
next
that
expansion, you will be
to get the
able to
Titan
align
blueprint.
with one of the two factions. The enlistment process will be the same as it is with Empire militias, and this means direct enlistment and also options for corporation and alliances. Pirates are, of course, at war with FW militias in their area of space, meaning there are specific rules of engagement with the players that are aligned with those factions. Pirate-aligned players can earn new loyalty points by raiding the war zones and through the insurgency.
And you get the new ships through the LP points.
The new Goristas and Angel ships are unique to these LP stores.
I'll do that. I'll align with one of the pirates and try some of that stuff out.
Pirate-aligned players will also get some
Special access to benefits in Zarkar. So that's kind of like when the Triglavian stuff happened and Pochven came out, and if you had the right reputation, you could access the certain things in the structures.
We are building another foundational system in EVE Online. Corruption represents the amount of criminal activity that is happening within a star system, while suppression represents the scale of law enforcement operations in that system.
Hello, Deformix. Okay, so corruption is pirates are winning, and suppression is even law enforcement are winning. So corruption versus suppression. It's probably just going to be like a progress bar at the top left, like in faction warfare kind of thing. We're looking at, hang on, I just want to read this quickly. We're looking at corruption and suppression as natural traits of a star system, even those outside of the ongoing insurgencies. Okay, so insurgencies will be the first source of generating and removing corruption and suppression. Right. Vanguard will be the second source. Vanguard, the first-person shooter game. Okay. Corruption and suppression's values reset to default in each system following the completion of an insurgency. Okay.
We are looking at corruption and suppression as natural traits of star systems, even for those systems that are outside of ongoing insurgencies.
So you launch an incursion somewhere, and then you can affect the corruption or suppression in the area. Otherwise, the corruption and suppression are neutral. I'm thinking that's what they're talking about. This is going to be we're going to have to actually play it to see exactly how it plays out.
Corruption and suppression's value resets at each system following the completion of a pirate insurgency. Some systems, though, we have heightened default values, and this means Pirate HQ systems, we have an increased default corruption value, meaning certain effects will always be active there. And the same goes for the Empire, HQ systems and suppression, which has different effects, always active at those systems. With that in mind, and before I leave the stage, I want to bring this for one final view. Just keep it in mind throughout the rest of the presentation, throughout Fanfest, and for the days to come. Now, please welcome on stage CCP K1 P1.
I think it sounds really complicated at the moment, but once it's actually in game and we start playing it, it'll probably be pretty simple. Like, he spent a lot of time explaining it then, but it's going to be pretty straightforward.
I'm CCP K1P1, and now that CCP Psych has laid out the foundations of the future of war, let's dive into what pirate insurgencies are that will come in the Havoc expansion in November. So due to the effect of the ongoing factional war, there are systems in New Eden that are weakened,
Hello there,
making
Mr.
them
Gaming
the perfect
Casually.
target for the pirates to raid from their Zarzak base. In these insurgencies, a set of systems is selected to loot, and as they loot, they expand outwards, setting their sights on more systems. The Empire militias can respond and attempt to put down this insurgency and force them to flee. While this is similar to FW mechanics, there are a few key differences. Pirate insurgencies represent discrete, asymmetric warfare inside the war zones. It has a beginning and an end, as well as a winner and a loser. The war zone for an insurgency is dynamically created based on player activity and can stretch beyond the bounds of traditional factional warfare space.
That's good. So it's
But for
similar to
now,
faction
they
warfare, but
won't
much
go
more
into
dynamic.
nullsec or any system
And I
with
like the
status
idea that
of
it has a
0.8
clear
or
beginning and
above.
end as well.
While factional warfare is a tug of war, the insurgencies are a race. So how do the war zone and the
My dog is
insurgency
being crazy. I'll be right
interact with
back.
one another? This is the factional warfare map with the front lines, command operations, and rearguard systems. This is the same map with a potential pirate insurgency layer. The insurgency layer sits independently on top of the factional warfare systems and can easily extend into non-FW space, including HiSec. So let's go through the flow of how the insurgency works. Pirate leadership, or AI, will select a set of systems for the insurgency to begin. And there, they will place a pirate forward operating base.
Just some random guy standing at the front of my house looking at my dog.
Spreads 3 jumps in all directions.
And the
from
dog's just
starting
barking at him.
system. And the system will always be in one of 3 states. Insurgency HQ, where the pirate FOB is, active insurgency with no FOB, or no insurgency. So it's similar to incursions, but with players instead of NPCs.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So how do the pirates
So
and
player
the Empire
triggered and
players
player fought insurgencies.
impact from this point forward?
I wonder
I'm
if
gonna
there
need
are
your help.
NPC rats that are
So I
involved.
wanna
Like, is
take
there going to be sites
this
that you
middle
have to
section right
fight,
here,
and there's going to
and
be
you are
rats
going to
in
be my
there, or
pirate
is
line players.
is it completely PvP?
And I'm going to take this
Because you know how like
side
faction
and this
warfare's
side,
got, you go
and
into
you
the
will be my
site and there's
Empire
rats that
aligned
spawn,
players.
and you got to hold the site for a certain amount of time.
So I want you
that
to
kind
keep
of
in
thing.
mind that everyone
I
in the
wonder if it's
middle
going to be similar
is
to
fighting
that,
with
or is it just
everyone
going
on
to
the
be purely
outside,
PvP?
but at the same time,
Don't know.
you are also fighting
They
with
said
you.
it could spill into HiSec, so I wonder how the police will act
So
towards
because
that.
you were lucky enough
Yeah,
to
I'm
sit
guessing
in the middle and got
if
here
you're in a
early,
faction
you also get to use
that is the
shipcaster
opposing
from
faction and you
Zarzak,
shoot someone in the
which will,
opposing
shoot
faction,
you straight into your pirate
surely
FOB, into your
that,
insurgency
and you're in
area.
one of those systems, you're in a system that's in the
So
incursion,
don't forget
then
that I said
Concord
that the
definitely
pirate
aren't going to
insurgencies
respond.
are
I would hope.
not a tug of war like factional warfare, but they're a race. And once the insurgency
Alright,
has
so
started,
suppression and corruption
the race
stage, yeah,
has
there's
begun.
going to be like progress bars.
Pirate aligned players,
Probably
right
just
here in
up
the
top
middle,
left
will
of the
seek
screen,
to
like
plunder
faction
the systems
warfare.
in the insurgency zone and increase corruption in that system. And at the same time, the FW militias on the side will be acting as the law enforcement.
If it's in HiSec though,
push
rip new
back against
bros.
these
Yeah,
pirate
I wonder
raids.
how it goes. Like,
And by
if
increasing
you're in a
suppression
pirate faction
insurgency
and
systems, these
you
anti-pirates
jump
will
into,
attempt
you
to put
launch an
down the
incursion
insurgency
and it's
and
like,
force the
takes up
pirates
a
to
region
flee.
of space or whatever. Does that mean you can just start blasting people in that
Fully
area?
corrupted systems,
Like
the one in
some new
Dark
bros
Purple,
mining his Veldspar in
will give the
Scordite.
pirates points
Can you
and
just
the
drop a
opportunity
fucking
to spread
marauder
the
on it?
insurgency even further.
I don't know how that's going to
Fully
work.
suppressed systems,
I'll have
like
to
the one
wait
in
and see.
green, will give the Empire militias points and the opportunity to stop the insurgency altogether. But how does it work?
I'm fairly
Well,
new
let's
and
look at
I'm not
corruption
scared
first,
to
but I
nullsec
wanna
a
make
lot,
sure that
but a
my
lot of new
empires on the
bros
sides don't
have
fall
that
asleep because
shit
it's the
gear.
same
Yeah,
mechanics.
yeah. Well,
In order to
surely,
spread corruption, the
I don't
pirate
know.
aligned
Maybe
players
if
will
they
need to
launch an
complete
incursion in a
specific
region,
activities
you'll
to
probably
increase the
get like a
level of
notice
corruption
if you're in an
that
incursion
system.
system. It's like
And the
warning your,
corruption
like
level
you know
will
when you used
determine
to
the
enter a
types of activities
Triglavian system
that
and you
are
get the
available.
warning, it says
So for
you may
example,
be shot,
in this system
kind of
that we're
thing.
looking at, they haven't
You might get a
reached
similar
any
thing. It's like
stages of
warning you're
corruption.
entering an
So there's
incursion
only
system
one
and you may
activity
be
available,
killed
the
by
corporate outpost raid,
Garistas or something like
which can be
that.
completed to progress corruption and receive
Which would suck if
rewards.
it's like your home system for your small 4-man mining
So
corporation.
once your pirate insurgents
Oh, what's
have
tracking
reached
computer got to
stage
say?
1
Well,
of
Green,
corruption,
Washy, be careful of HiSec if you
they
do
will
decide
trigger
to
the
return to
system-wide
Eve.
effects
It seems it's not
at
safe
that
anymore for new
that
bros
level.
according to Magic.
Now,
Yeah, tracking computer
I
is
do
my
want to make
robot.
it very clear
Sometimes he
that
says
none of
silly
these
things.
system-wide effects are final, and they are subject to internal testing
You'll be on that floor,
and
the fly on the
feedback.
wall, getting
And we
30
love
mil
your
ship and
feedback.
just mess with everyone.
But I'm really glad then
Oh
that
yeah,
this is now
I spent a lot of my time
So for example,
griefing people. So a
with
lot
that
of my
being
early
said, our
Eve
first
career
system-wide
is
effect could
doing
be
all the things that
increased
annoy people.
PvP
So I'll try
loot
and do
drops,
stuff. If it's possible to grief
for
someone,
pirate aligned
I'll give it a
players
go.
That with the player that kills the player that deals the killing blow. And because you've reached stage 1 of corruption, that also means that you've unlocked more activities.
Okay, so
now
you get
have two activities to
activities.
choose from in order to increase corruption and increase the
what they
different
are.
types of rewards that your fellow pirates can receive. This will
Okay, so
continue
pirate gang
with every
spawns. So there
level
will
of
be
corruption,
NPCs. And so I'm guessing
that you achieve in the system.
the more corruption in
and
the system, you get
system-wide
pirate gang
effects will
spawns,
stack.
and Empire Police
So
stop
every new
spawning.
stage of corruption will unlock new
Right.
effects, such as increased pirate gang spawns. Empire police will stop spawning. Stage 3 could include advantage decrease for system owners. And
Bag of
stage
blood
4
or
could
tracking the
possibly be
queen? I
warp
don't know what
speed
that means.
multiplier for pirate insurgents. Now, once you reach level 4 of corruption, the insurgency will also spread one system in every direction from that level 4 system. And at level 5, pirates will have reached maximum corruption.
Just pick
But
one.
more
You're
on that in a
deciding
bit.
my fate without knowing me. Okay,
At
bag
the
of
same
blood.
time that everyone here in the middle is trying to increase corruption, everyone on the outsides is also trying to increase suppression. So the system effects that they can unlock through their hard work include increased pirate bounties, increased militia LP, reduced corruption gains in a system, and triggers the spawning of Edencom security forces. Stage 4 could add web scram range bonuses for Empire pilots.
Okay, so module bonuses.
And once my anti-pirates on the sides here reach level 5 of suppression, that system is considered fully suppressed. And you'll receive significant system effects, like upgraded turrets deployed on stations and gates. And once you reach level 5 of suppression, that also means that the pirates can never reach level 5 of corruption in that system. And once you've fully suppressed a predetermined number of systems, let's say 5, then the pirate FOB becomes vulnerable with only a single reinforcement timer. And if
Lol,
my
good pick, that lady needed to
Empire
die
militias on the
anyways.
side are able to
It's
successfully
the bonuses
destroy
are too.
that FOB,
If the bonuses are
then
too
they
big
will
for
have,
one compared to the other,
they
there will
claim
100% be a
victory,
meta for
and
everyone
all
bigger side. Yeah,
capsuleers
that's
that
correct.
participated in putting down the insurgency will get rewards and bonuses. On the other hand, my pirates in the middle don't look so easily won. And so if they reach maximum corruption, they will trigger a meaningful change in the whole nature of the system. And it'll depend on where the system is. So, for example, if you reach maximum corruption in a system that's high sec, it'll start to look a lot more like low sec. And if the system is in low sec,
There we go.
it'll start to look a lot more like
So if you
null
can
sec.
turn high sec to low sec, then
And if they're
New
able to
Bros
successfully
four-man mining
corrupt
corp is gonna
5
get blown up.
systems, then they will have won the
Straight away.
insurgency, and the pirate line players who participated in that insurgency will receive rewards and bonuses. So not only do you need to keep track of the corruption per system, but you also need to keep track of the amount of systems that you have either fully suppressed or fully corrupted. Every fully suppressed or fully corrupted system will give your side a point. And here, you can see that the pirates have won the insurgency with their 5 fully corrupt systems. But the system is self-balancing. So the more insurgencies you win, the more points you'll have to get next time due to the ambition modifier. Following the completion of an insurgency, the system will return to its previous owner with system control at 0%, and a new FOB location for a new insurgency.
Oh, we get a
will be
nice little
chosen after
interface
some
for it
time.
too. That's nice.
And all of this information will be available to you in a dashboard.
So it's not going to be a progress
unlike
bar
the
at the
one you
top
see
left of the
before
screen.
me.
It's going to have its own little window.
So to increase the levels of corruption or suppression, we are introducing 4 new pirate activities. They are the corporate outpost raid, the pirate laundering center or anti-pirate security post, the mining fleet ambush, and the warehouse raid. So the corporate outpost raid and the warehouse raid are an iteration on our FW complexes. We got some really great feedback from a lot of our players, and we aim to improve on the existing FW gameplay by making them more engaging, with more things to shoot and more variation, including a more even contest between the pirates and the anti-pirates. And like the FW complexes, these activities will have a variety of values and sizes. With the mining fleet ambush and the laundering center and security post, we are providing our pirate players here in the middle with the classical fantasy of raiding mining fleets and outposts and fighting off the defenders, while my militia members on the sides are able to play the hero and attempt to rescue the fleet or secure the outposts.
No one wants to be the hero.
And I gotta
Everybody
tell
wants
you,
to be the
the amount
pirate.
of meetings that I've been in where we're talking about the classical pirate fantasy is really starting to make me have some really weird dreams. So these activities provide a safe place for us to test new ideas, and if you love them, we would be able to backport some of the gameplay into the FW complexes.
Okay.
And of course,
So
successfully completing these activities
she's
will
saying that
reward you
this
with
kind of
loot,
activity,
ISK,
if it
and
works out
LP.
well, then faction warfare will become much
Speaking of
more like
LP,
this.
as my Pirate Align players who's well done at picking the right seat, you will receive either the Gueristas or the Angel Cartel Insurgent LP. And this is comparable to the Empire Militia LP that we introduced with the Factional Warfare. You can spend it in dedicated LP stores and purchase all existing and new pirate ship BPCs. And since we're talking about pirate ships, let's take a look at what you can fly come November.
Okay, so this is the new destroyers and battle cruisers.
Behind door number 1, we have the Mekubal class destroyer, a fast projectile boat that has a few
Kinda looks
turret
like Tristan.
hardpoints and a good damage bonus, so you can choose between artilleries and autocannons to fit your play style.
Okay. So, autocannon destroyer. Let's pause here for a second. We've got four turret hardpoints. Does this have any drones? I can't find. Or what are our bonuses? So it's a Galente Minmatar bonuses. So projectile turrets, warp speed bonus. Yeah, okay. Not too interested in that.
Here
Let's
you can
see what the
the
next one
details
is.
for this ship, which you might have seen on TQ, but it's including its 634 slot layout for your theory crafting. Behind door number 2, we have the Mamba class destroyer.
Right, this is the drone
a light
one,
missile drone
isn't
boat
it?
with extra drone
This
capacity,
one I
so you
might
can launch refreshed
use.
waves of drones to attack your enemy, complete with a 7-4-2 layout.
All right, let me see. Show me the stats. All right, so we've actually got 6 turret hardpoints. And it's got a 300% bonus to light drones. Yeah, I'm going to use this one. I'm going to give it a try. And it's got a bonus to missile and shield resistances. Yeah, this seems pretty good. I think I like this one a fair bit better than the other one, just for my playstyle anyway. I could see myself flying this.
Behold. Behind door number 3, we have the Kisriel class battle cruiser,
It looks
which
pretty
is what you
cool.
might expect from Angel Designs with a brand new hull. The most agile battle cruiser with a fall-off bonus and a 7-5.
Did she just say the most agile battle cruiser? Okay.
For
All right, let's have a look here. Again, we got 6 turret hardpoints plus an extra high slot. It's all about the projectile turrets. Yeah, it's basically okay. So this is basically just a bigger
your
version of
reading
that
pleasure.
first destroyer we looked at. Makes sense. Did you order your
And our
pilot
last
license?
door, we have the Alligator class battle cruiser.
I don't have
which
a
is
pilot
simple
license.
design, a 764 layout, and an added
All right, so this is
bonus.
when everyone wants to bring their
The
Drake,
Alligator
but
is only a
they're not
bit
allowed
faster than
to.
a Drake, but with a high DPS.
All right, so this has also got 6 turret hardpoints, but it's all but bonuses to drones. Same thing. I'll probably give this one a try. I won't give the other one a try. I'll just give this one a try. This one is the one I want. Yeah, that's same as me. I will try this one for sure, and I'll try I'll try the 2 drone boats, I think, but mainly because I'm used to flying drone boats. I usually fly the Galente, Ishkar and Ishtar in solo PvP. Those are 2 of my top choices for solo PvP ships. So this is going to be pretty similar.
Check out the teeth on this bad boy.
6 turret hardpoints and drones. That's going to be pretty cool. It's also got a bonus to missile thermal damage. And all the shield bonuses as well. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty cool ship. That seems very powerful to me. You enjoy the Gilla for ratting and abyssals? Yeah, I've used the Gilla quite a bit for ratting and
of one
abyssals.
final ship.
Mainly for abyssals. Alright, and here's the Titan. I don't think they're going to show us any of the Titan stats. Doesn't really matter. I'm not
The Angel Cartel
proficient in
has
any kind of
finally
Titan
finished their designs
warfare. I've
for
never
the
actually flown a Titan. I don't have
long-awaited
any characters that can fly
Azariel-class
one.
Titan, and they are ready to reward Capsuleers.
You fly a Prophecy?
It is
Yeah,
the
Prophecy's good.
ultimate hyper-dunking platform with high damage
Gila to
and
Alligator.
mobility that make
Yeah,
it
I
particularly
wonder...
strong for hit and
I mean, the
run
Gilla's a strong ship.
tactics.
That Alligator looks really strong, though.
So I know you've seen this video before, and it's a pretty video, but here are the stats.
Oh, she shows the stats, right. None of this actually means much to me because I don't know much about Titans. So yeah, it's just another Titan to me. Hey XJX, how you going?
The ship has an 877 layout and will be well worth the wait.
I probably couldn't afford one of them even if I had the pilot to fly it. You only started playing on September 9th, so... Oh wow, you're brand new.
So in the next couple of months, you will get an expanded
flying a
core
Titan, you
project
really need to be
library,
part of a big
daily
corporation
goals,
that has
pirate
multiple Titans
insurgencies,
and multiple capital
pirate
ships
enlistment,
to
new
support it.
activities,
You can't just cruise
and
around in a
yes,
Titan
new
by
ships.
yourself. You would last
And we
about
can't wait to
45
see
minutes.
what chaos you unleash with it, all in New Eden. We'll be in the second stage with a panel. If you have any questions on pirate insurgencies and pirate enlistment, any of the ships, we'd love to get your feedback and have your questions, and we look forward to seeing you later today. Thank you.
You've been saying the Garista's Drake is going to be OP for months, ever since we got info on the pirate. Yeah, it looks OP to me. As far as I can tell, it looks super strong. I'll work towards getting... So I'm going to join the pirate faction. First of all, I've got to figure out how you get the blueprint for it. And then I'm going to do whatever it requires to do that, which I'm going to assume is join the faction and do the new incursion stuff and get all the loyalty points, and then you'll probably be able to get either the ship or the blueprint.
Hope you enjoyed that stunning presentation about what's coming for you in Eve Havoc in November.
There's
a lot of stuff
you
there
started
to
in
look
February in
forward
Alpha,
to.
so
The
max
biggest choice for
skills
me is, do I sign up with the
5
Garistas
mil.
or do I sign up with the Angel Cartel?
Nice.
For this little
Alright,
break
so this is
between
the Titan
presentations,
Forge
though, we're going to do
games.
something different.
Titan
Instead of
Forge
an interview,
games
we've got a
make
bit of a
good
show and tell for
games.
you, because this weekend at Fanfest, we've had the
I was
guys
talking
from
about this
Titan
earlier.
Forge Games who are
They
working on
really
the new
translate
e-board
the
game
video
called
game
War for
into a
New
board
Eden.
game really well
They've
with
been
interesting
demonstrating
mechanics.
it to players
I'm
all
probably
the
going to
time.
skip this
They've been
though,
getting an
because
amazing response,
we've still got
and we didn't want to miss out for you
3
to miss
hours
out
of
on
this
seeing what's here as well. So
presentation
I'm
to go,
joined
and
by Radek and Kuba from Titan Forge Games. Thank
I'm
you
not
so
gonna
much for
look
joining me,
at
guys.
Hello to everyone. We are happy to
the
finally
board
be
game.
here at the
Simply because I'm not
Fanfest
going to
this
buy
year.
it because I don't have any
Big
friends to
shout
play
out to
with.
everyone watching at home.
But it definitely looks cool. Like if I was into board games and I had friends to play it with, I would probably buy this.
Many great people and great
And I would probably buy it. These guys, Titan Forge,
Yeah.
have got a lot of video game-based board games, and they all look really awesome.
Ahead of time at places like
Let's skip
Fanfest.
past that.
Heading into the second decade, the grains keep slipping through the hourglass.
Okay, this
my
is the
friends.
guy
It's
who wrote
terrifying.
a book.
So I wanted
he
to
wrote
use
the
this
Eve,
as an opportunity to kind of give you guys
like
an
the big Eve
update
book. I can't remember. I know his face
where
though.
Empires of Eve is
Can't remember what his
right
name is,
now
or
before
what
we
the
get
book's
into
called.
the rest of the presentation. To use this as an opportunity to show you, or to tell you who I am, first of all, if you don't actually know who I am.
I don't know who are you?
And to see what I've actually
Empires
been
of
up
Eve,
to
that's
in
right.
the 2 years since Empires of Eve Volume 2 came out. So in 2013, I was a journalist at Wired when I decided to launch a Kickstarter to raise a simple amount of money
Andrew
to
Grahn.
print 1,000
Okay.
copies of
I've
a
heard
book
of his
about
name
Eve
before.
Online that
I
I
just
was writing
remember
at the time.
seeing him one time
And this
before, and he was giving a
community,
similar talk to this
sight unseen and really without
somewhere.
my
Probably
having to
like
ask
an
for
Eve
too
Fanfest
much,
at some other time.
decided to just overflow the funding for the project and allowed me to create the book that I always wanted to, but never even really bothered to dream I would be able to have the space and the funding to be able to go and report and to interview everybody in the community and to find the story that I always wanted to write. And the experience of that fundamentally changed my life, and I'm still to this day, I mean, I'm here because
This
of
is a
that
good
initial
presentation. I can't
trust
rewatch
that
this.
the community placed in me. And yeah, I just can't, to this day, I still feel warm fuzzies in my belly over
That
that
was a bit
moment
up the
because
shit.
it was one of the defining moments of my life. Then in 2018, we did a campaign on Kickstarter for a sequel, which attracted even more support. And now, to date, Empires of Eve
Yeah,
has
so he
actually
first
sold
started, he wanted
nearly
$12,000 to write a
30,000
book, and he
copies
raised
worldwide.
100,000. That's
And
crazy.
just even saying that is
He talks a lot of
absurd to
WoW,
me
does he?
because, like I
I
said,
like
the
WoW.
whole
I
mission
used to
in
like
the
WoW. I
first
don't
place
like
was
current
just to
WoW.
print 1,000 copies of the book, and I thought most of those were going to end up in my closet. So to be able to be here at this moment is incredible, and I thank you all so much. So last month, I actually got a really incredible email, kind of out of the blue, from a museum in Spain called the Espacio Telefonica, and they're creating a museum exhibit on virtual worlds, and they wanted to include Empires of Eve in their museum exhibit. This is
Well, that's nice. He's going to be in a museum exhibit.
a screenshot or a
He just ordered volume 2 for
pictures.
$50, but volume 1
They're
costs like
called pictures
300.
when they're real.
Whoa. That's crazy, because
Of
I've
an
seen them
exhibit that
in,
they did
there's a shop
previously
near where I
on
live, not where I
digital
live, in
misinformation. It's a
Melbourne. I
really
live kind
wonderful
of near Melbourne.
place.
I've seen them in the Melbourne shop
And
that sells all
they
this kind
do
of
a lot
stuff, and I
amazing
don't
things with
think it's
technology and
$300.
popular culture. And
If I
so the
go back there
museum,
and it's there, I
the
should get
exhibit
it.
is called Virtual Worlds from Cyclorama to Metaverse, and it's going to be running from November 22nd, 2023 through April 2024. So if you find yourself in Madrid for whatever reason, it's free to the public, so you can go in and check out an EVE Online exhibit and see what we've been working on. Just as a quick aside, for anybody who doesn't know what a cyclorama is, it's actually kind of interesting. It's an 18th century technology that's kind of, in a vague way, the first ever virtual world. What they would do is they had these traveling carnivals, basically, as a carnival exhibit, where they would take a huge panoramic 360
You're going to go to a bookstore,
degree
on a
image
bookstore
that they
hop
would
and
paint
try and
of,
find
like,
as much as you can.
Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo or whatever, and they would pipe in music, and there would be a door, and you would walk into the center of it, and you'd be
Because Eve has
surrounded
so
by,
much
like,
history, there's definitely a lot of
battle
stuff
that
you
was
can collect
unfolding,
for
and
it.
this was like the 18th century version of a virtual world, which is really cool, actually. I would love to go. I wish we still had those. So
Audiobook.
right now, the Empires of Eve Volume 2 audiobook is something that I just finished working on. And it's currently only available to backers of the Kickstarter for Volume 2, but that is going to change very shortly because I just finally did all of the little annoying things that you have to do in order to submit it to Audible. It's a very annoying little process. But I submitted that 5 or 6 days ago, and I'm told it takes about 10 days to get through the approval process. So with a little bit of luck, it should be available for purchase as soon as next week, ideally. Oh, we get a round of applause for that? Thank you, guys. That's really cool.
Round of applause for the audiobook. I listen to lots of audiobooks.
So for the
It's
future
just so much
of the
easier when
series, I
you're
want
like
to talk about that
walking
a
or
little bit
driving.
before we get going. In next
To
year, in
listen to something,
2024,
listen to an
I'm going to
audiobook.
be beginning work on some sort of new installment in this series. It is very hard for me to talk about what I'm going to be doing next year because I work by myself. I'm a single person company. So when things get delayed or things slow down, my entire company comes to a screeching halt. So it's very difficult to call my shot a year out. But I have ideas in my head for what I want to do in the future, and I'm exploring those, and I'm really looking forward to it. I do not think it's going to be a full-on Empires of Eve Volume 3, simply because I just don't think that's the best idea for how to explore the rest of the story. But I do think that whatever we end up doing will end up substantially expanding the narrative beyond the events of Volume 2. And whatever I do, I promise it'll be a great idea. So.
Well, that's good to know.
Moving on to what we're actually going to
Great
talk
ideas
about
are
today.
always
And I
good.
wanted to open
Oh
this
wow,
up by
this is an
talking
old
about
map.
Empires of
Band
Eve
of
because
Brothers, holy shit.
this was the headspace that I was in when I started working on the next project that I've been working on for the last 5 years. And it all started when I was in the finishing stages of that book. And I want to show you guys something that will be very familiar to a lot of you, but we're making a grander point here. So this is, for anybody who doesn't know, this is the sovereignty map of EVE Online that shows which organizations own which nullsec territories. And this is a screenshot of EVE as it appeared in 2007. And it's amazing because we can actually, this is a time lapse, and you can watch a
I was there. I was down here in this like unclaimed space down here. This is like what was this region called? I can open up my map and have a look. Anyway, that doesn't matter. No one cares about what I was doing when Band of Brothers got destroyed. But I was living down here in a little tiny alliance that wasn't big enough to even have sovereignty on the map. Stain. I was in Stain. And we didn't have sovereignty over anything. There was just we were just down here. And we ended up aligning with one of these alliances up here. I can't remember which one. And fighting against Bob.
Screenshot is each frame of this video showing a day in the life of EVE Online. And so
let's have a look here. Man, I can't even remember half these names.
what I want you to do is I want you to keep your eye on the bottom left-hand corner here. A lot of you are going to know what's coming, but it's still pretty interesting to watch it happen. In, maybe 20 or 30 seconds, this blue blob down here in the bottom left-hand corner that says Band of Brothers on it, something terrible is going to happen to it. And we talked about this earlier in the keynote, that this is the dissolution of Band of Brothers, and what's going to, oh, it's already gone, oh my God, he's gone. Band of Brothers, Bob is dead. I can't believe it happened. And watching this video was so important to me to understanding what EVE Online actually is, because when you see moments like that happen on the map, you know instinctively as a storyteller, that's where the story is. Those moments of drastic seismic change are where you go to find the human dramas that makes the story of EVE actually worth learning to people. Those are the moments where everything changed. That's what you need to understand in order to understand the ebb and flow of power. So you see, for a long periods of time, the map usually tends to remain mostly stable until you get to these moments where suddenly everything shifts and all of a sudden a blob just appears and wipes something else out. And it was watching this map play out where I really started to understand what I was trying to study with EVE Online, that I was really looking from the top down at this kind of like petri dish of a human social ecology that was evolving over time. And it's very difficult to read this map, but once you understand what you're actually looking at, you can actually see these organizations.
I wish it had I wish I could read what year this was, but around about this time, I was down here now in Test Alliance. You can see it there, just wherever in there I was as part of Test.
Growing and becoming larger and more powerful over time. So having had that in mind and thinking about the dissolution of Band of Brothers, I wanted you to watch another video. And this is a visualization of the entire internet as
You sell second edition volume 1 for $40. Yeah. Oh, you want the first edition? It's probably rare.
Same thing taking place, where we are watching a frame, a snapshot of the structure of the internet as it grew day by day over time. And these flowers are network hubs. Like one of these is going to be
how they got the
Google,
data to
and
make
another one
this.
is going to
If
be
this is the internet.
And we can learn things about the structure of the internet by studying this map. The blue is the United States. The red, I believe, is China. Green represents the networks of Iran and the Middle East. And I believe purple, if I'm not mistaken, is Europe. And so we can watch all of this happening as it unfolds over time. And this is a visualization project that's created by Barrett Leon at the Opti Project. And it's honestly one of the most, to me, one of the most beautiful things that I've ever seen, watching the profundity of this system start to develop. Like, this is, to someone who studies the internet, this is like my pale blue dot. Like,
we're getting a bit too
when I look at
philosophical
this,
for an
I
EVE
see
Online stream
every
now,
hero and coward, every young couple falling in love in the DMs. This is everything. And so if you actually looked, and this is a very zoomed out map, we can't actually know what most of these hubs actually are. But what's fascinating to me is you can see
guys going into the metaphysics of the structure of our digital
on this
world.
map as networks start eating each other and
Which is interesting.
moving around and conglomerating with one
It's
another.
going to get more philosophical.
And
Holy shit.
it's profoundly fascinating to me to know that if we had enough information, we could zoom in on this map, we could find EVE Online in this bouquet of flowers, and perhaps even find the dissolution of Band of Brothers on this map in flow with the entire rest of the internet. And when I started thinking about all of these things and seeing these human social ecologies playing out in front of me, I started to feel a little bit crazy and was wondering, am I imagining all of this? Do I want this all to be very profound? Do I want Eve to be in flow with the whole rest of humanity and the internet? Or am I actually looking at something really fascinating here? And so in order to try to wrap my head around this, I reached out to somebody who, some of you will know, others of you will not know, but I think everybody who loves Eve should know. It's a guy named Raf Koster. Raf Koster was the lead designer of Ultima Online. And I called in a few, and Ultima Online was the direct design ancestor of Eve. Way back in the early 2000s, even the late 90s,
I never
one
played
of the
Ultima
early mission
Online.
statements for EVE Online as it was being developed was to
EVE
create
Online was
Ultima
kind of the
Online in
first big
space. So this
MMO
is a
I ever
person who
played.
knows a lot about how these sorts of systems actually work. And so I called in a few favors and managed to actually get him on the phone. And I'm going to play a couple of clips for you from my conversation with him because it ended up being one of the most profound conversations I've ever had in my life, as he immediately started to explain to me the structure of all human civilization across all eras of history. And so I bring up this map for you, or this graph for you, because he's going to reference what's called a Pareto distribution. And it's all very simple. He's going to fake like he's going to talk to you about math, but don't be afraid, he's not actually going to. We're going to move past it really quickly. But this is what he's going to be talking about when he talks about power laws and Pareto distributions. You can keep your eye on this map.
Okay.
You're not too deep. If you take all of the cities in the world and you put them on a graph for population, so you end up with this. But if you take this and put it on a log scale, so this is the exact same data, but on a log scale, it looks like that. That's called a power law distribution, often called a Pareto distribution. Anyway, it turns out that magically throughout history, it hasn't mattered what the most powerful country in the world was. You know, regardless of what was going on in politics, if you graphed the population of the cities of the world, they always followed that curve. Think about how whack that is for a second. They always have this distribution to them. The biggest one is always n times larger than the next biggest, and so on down the chain. I'm describing a shape of human civilization. All periods in history, regardless of geography, the largest cities in the world have always had this structure. If you take the wealth of individuals across the world, they have tended to follow this curve. I mean, these curves are hidden everywhere. They're hidden in things like your cell, like your body.
Yeah, that's true. With
follows
regards to
this
wealth of
kind
individuals,
curve.
I can see
The
that.
graph that
I
is
find it
your
hard to
body
believe that cities
has
exist
only
on
a
a
very
reverse
small
logarithmic scale
percentage
with
of
regards to
cells that are
population like that,
actually in
though.
charge
What
of
is the
shit.
biggest city in the world?
Specifically
And
your
is it
nervous system cells,
more than
and the
twice
kings
as
of the nervous
populous
system
as the
cells are in
second
your
biggest
brain.
city?
You have cells in your
I can't answer that
fingernails.
because I
Not
don't
only
know,
do you
but
not
that's
give a
what would
shit
be
about them,
required
you
to hit that
intentionally kill
scale.
them off yourself because they're that unimportant to your network.
So
I'm going
I
to
actually
guess the
kind of
guy explaining
undersold
it
the
has probably looked
ambition
into it.
of his comments
Definitely
because he
more than
went
I
on to
have.
describe how these very same laws are bound up in almost every science, like the actual states of matter, plasma, gas, liquids, and solids are actually simply names for different levels of connectivity in the network graph between the molecules.
This guy is
So
talking
this is kind of
exactly
like
like
a
what someone sitting on a couch
universal
who's just
truth
eating
of how
heaps of
things
mushrooms would start
actually
talking like. talking about how
actually
different things
work
relate in ways that
scientifically.
you wouldn't
And he kind
expect,
of
and it's
started
all
to really
related to
blow my mind when he
interconnectivity,
explained how all
which
of
in
this
a lot of
applies
ways
to
it's obviously
MMOs.
right.
The reason is because
And we all know
of
these
how
things, but you don't
networks
actually
work.
speak them and discuss
When
them
two
out
things
loud
form a
usually, unless
relationship,
you're on like some crazy
any two
mushroom trip.
things, okay, any sort, form a relationship. Mathematicians call that an edge. So think of it as a node and a line and another node, right? Let's say you've got a whole bunch of random nodes, and you just roll dice to start attaching them. What you'll find is that they attach in kind of a soup. An average node has the same number of connections on average as every other node, right? But if you tilt the odds just a tiny bit so that a node that already has edges tends to get more. So I want to play WoW because it's where my friends are, okay, whatever. That's called
Yeah,
a
that makes sense. So you get
preferential
an exponential
attachment
growth as soon as you give one a tiny bit more advantage than the
it's
other.
very hard to find things
You
in
just
human
tilt the needle
society
in
that
one
are
direction and
not
you get this
preferential
logarithmic
attachment.
scale, which is what happens in the world.
You know, Facebook wins out over the other social networks because it's where everybody already is. If you take the populations of MMOs at any given moment since MMOs started, they also follow this curve.
So he kind of blew my mind, and then further went on to explain that not only do MMOs collectively follow this structure, that not only are all of the MMOs essentially sharing a population amongst each other, a single population, a single community that exists and permeates all of the different titles that are out there, EVE included, but that this actually also applies to player organizations. This applies to guilds and corporations as well. That this is essentially social science all the way down. And you can see this in the mega coalitions of nullsec, where you see these very, very few groups that conglomerate into massive coalitions of tens of thousands of players, whereas the majority of them fall into the category of these, the long tail, the very smaller groups of 30, 40, 50 players. So as a storyteller of MMOs and as a historian of the internet, this is actually particularly fascinating to me because he went on to explain that there's this phrase in the science called a phase transition that applies to all of these different types of networks. And a phase transition is exactly what happened to Band of Brothers. It's when something happens that suddenly causes the network connections to shift. And when they shift, they tend to shift very rapidly. And you see that immediately there. Something terrible happens to Band of Brothers, and it turns to liquid in a moment, and then a moment later, it's evaporated into gas, and it's gone. And so I started looking
Okay, so that's some
as
good
a
insight.
storyteller for these moments of phase transition, because those are the moments of deepest
He's going to
humanity.
talk about the community effort to
Those
open
are
the
the
gates of
moments
Encourage.
that drill down
That makes sense.
deepest
That fits in
into
with this
these other
discussion
digital
perfectly.
social networks and can teach you the most by digging down into the history of why Band of Brothers was destroyed, what happened there, who was there, who did what, and why it all occurred. You can understand so much about EVE Online, and that essentially is the structure of the first Empires of EVE book. The dissolution of Band of Brothers provides the climax for the story. And so I went around looking for these other moments of phase transition inside the other popular networks within that shared community of other MMOs. And so the first story that I investigated was one of the more famous events in online gaming history, which is an event in World of Warcraft called the Gates of Encourage. And the Gates of Encourage was a one-of-a-kind event in which every server of World of Warcraft received a new dungeon with the gates sealed. And each server had to go on a massive realm-wide quest that included every single player on that realm to work together in order to amass an
I'm just going to quickly
enormous
interrupt
amount
this
of...
bit because so we can listen to what he says, but the Gates of Encourage is basically like you have to hand in a whole heap of items. It's like heaps and heaps of items. So you got to have like guilds working together to hand in all these items to trigger a spawn, and then you got to kill the boss. So you need a lot of people working together, and it took quite a while to open, for all the community to work together to open the Gates of Encourage. But then when they re-released World of Warcraft Classic, which basically replays the first two expansions of World of Warcraft, everybody already knew beforehand what was going to be required to open the gates of Anchorage. So people started building up and stacking up the resources months in advance before the gates released. And literally as soon as Anchorage got released, everyone just handed in all the items at once and did it all instantly. So they completely fucked up the whole system, which is kind of funny.
To, you know, supply the siege on this hidden dungeon where the old god Cthulhu, this big eyeball, was waiting. And they could only actually go into it when the entire server had amassed all of this enormous amount of supplies, and when one particular hero from each particular server had gone on this months-long quest to reforge the scepter of the shifting sands so that he could ring a gong outside the gates and open them up for the first time. And so what implicitly ended up happening is that this has created a race between all of the different realms to be the first one to open up the gates. And one server won in particular, a server called Mediv. And this guy named Galahad was the very first person to open the gates in World of Warcraft history. And what nobody anticipated, including the designers of the encounter, was that when you have only one place on one server in World of Warcraft where something interesting is happening, every other server empties. All of the players from the other servers, not all of the players, but tens of thousands of players from the other servers, left their server, created level 1 characters on the Mediv server, and began a massive pilgrimage across the world of Azeroth to arrive in the desert in one of these higher level zones to be able to be there to witness the opening of the gates of Anchorage. And that's what you see here in these relatively exquisite screenshots of players massing around the gates as they were opened. So the second story that I dug into was this story that I call The Siege of Kager Mall by the Armies of the Dead. And it takes place in a zombie apocalypse text MMO called Urban Dead, which is a fabulous game despite the fact that it's a text-based MMO.
He's already been speaking
what ended up happening in Urban Dead
half an hour. He's got like another 20 minutes to go.
The way the game worked was the zombie side and the human side were not fixed teams. If you died as a human, you became a member of the zombie team. And if you were a zombie and a human jabbed you with a medical syringe, you came back to life and became a human again. So at a certain point, the humans got tired of running away from the zombies and decided to make a last stand at this place called Kager Mall.
You survived, did you?
Hundreds upon hundreds of humans showed up to defend the mall, to try to actually create one little slice of civilization again in this apocalypse so that they didn't have to get dispersed by the overwhelming horde over and over and over again. And so what happens is the zombies all find out that this is where everybody is at, and every horde of zombies within the game converged on Kager Mall, and you have this incredible battle that takes place between thousands of players that unfolded over the course of more than a month. And the only reason why it ended is because Urban Dead was run by an independent game developer. There was only one developer in charge of the game, and he was not able to be inside the virtual environment and actually know what was happening. So in the middle of the siege of Kager Mall, the guy his name was Kevin changed some of the rules. Remember that revivification syringe that I talked about? He changed the loot rate of those syringes so that 3 times as many syringes were able to be found, and the humans wiped out the zombie side by resurrecting almost all of them so that there were almost no zombies left in Urban Dead. And the story climaxes or culminates with a protest march where the zombie side and the human side actually joined in common cause and became allies and marched across the city in solidarity to try to get Kevin's attention to say, Lord, the game is broken. We need your help. Funny. Please roll back the update.
That's good.
This is a game called Asheron's Call, which came out in 2000, and the graphics are great, aren't they, guys? Round of applause for Asheron's Call's graphics. Thank you. So Asheron's Call is a really cool game where they had the developers of the game had an idea. And what they wanted to do was they wanted to release these crystals all over the game world for the players to find. And what the players didn't know was that when they smashed these crystals and got a bunch of loot out of them, that these crystals in the lore were actually the Horcruxes of the game's main villain, this winged demon named Balzaron. And so the development team didn't tell the players that they were trying to trick them into releasing the demon through their own greed, right? They were trying to pull the old okey doke on them. And they were trying to release these little hints that this was what was going to happen. And that's what you're looking at right now when you see these players standing on a mountaintop. The development team actually layered a silhouette of Balzaron into the skybox of the world so that when lightning struck, you would be able to see, just for like a fraction of a second, you would see the winged demon with his beady red eyes beaming down on the world of Dareth. It was called Dareth. And so once the players figured out that the dev team was trying to make them complicit in the destruction of the world that they were role-playing as saviors of, they refused to play along. They literally formed a secret society that formed oaths to guard the final crystal, the final Horcrux of Balzaron the Hope Slayer, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for more than a month. And the cool thing about Asheron's Call is that every creature in the game had experience points and could level up. So if you were a monster, you could, and you killed a player, you would get XP from that, and you might actually level up and become an even more powerful monster. Players used to
I might skip
control
forward
the
a little
newbie
bit. So this guy's obviously spent quite a lot of time
to like a level 1 bunny
investigating
rabbit until it
defining
was a level
factors in the
30
history
rabbit,
of different
and it
video
was just
games and how they played
rampaging
out.
through the newbie zones,
He wrote
nibbling
the two
players
Eve
to death,
books,
right?
the,
so they did the same thing to the crystal, and they
what was it
turned it
called
into a
again?
level 900 crystal that one-shot everybody who ever came near
fucking
it,
Eve books,
and it
whatever they are.
became
So he
so
spent heaps
broken
of
that it
time
started
looking at these big
refusing
events
dev commands.
and thinking about
And
how
that's-
they happened and talking about them. So Empires of
They
Eve, that's
eventually
right.
figured out exactly
So that's
why
pretty
it was
cool.
refusing dev commands. It wasn't like a ghost
He's definitely
or
got some good
something like
insights
that.
about
But,
sociology
what
and
what actually
metaphysics
happened
of
is the crystal had so much extra experience
just metaphysics,
that the moment
basically.
they tried to set its
meta-philosophy.
HP to 0 to destroy it,
which
would
is cool. I'm going to
spend
skip
its
forward to the next part, though.
People. I'm a scientist, trust me. So I'm meeting with the head of flow cytometry at Pfizer, and I'm showing him data coming off of Project Discovery, because I just showed it to some people at that company in San Diego last week.
I mean, I haven't done a lot of Project Discovery.
This is as good as
I
the
tried
data
it
that we're
out, but I
producing
wasn't really
ourselves
interested in
as
any
real
of the rewards.
scientists.
Wow.
It's a true story.
Oh no,
I think
Chaos
that's
is
actually
gone.
wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, and the excitement is that fast.
Yeah. It happens that fast.
Yeah.
You, of course, went into this a lot in your presentation yesterday, which people can watch on the CSP channel from yesterday.
And like.
Yeah, and like, exactly. So, I find it extremely humorous that you are on here as a FC for Pandemic Horde.
Well, not FCing as much as Logi anchoring,
Right,
but it's still pretty close to the same thing.
Right, it's an important part of that aspect of group gameplay, right?
Oh, yeah.
Somebody has to anchor on the Logi, or Logi have to anchor somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah. But you were telling me, sorry, my in-ear came out. That's not supposed to happen.
anchor on me.
You were telling me that this is your first time here at Fanfest.
Yeah.
Even though you've been like around CCP for some time.
Yeah, we started this project 3 years ago. I'm a hardcore gamer. I have a little man cave that's got screens and a PC, an Xbox, a Switch. I've been playing since like Vic 20 days. I'm dating myself.
Right.
Naive
Vic
because
20, holy
it
shit,
scares
that's
the
even older than me.
out of me.
Yes. It is a game that takes a lot of time to get into, I would say. But it can be very rewarding. As you can see from the community that comes here. You were saying it's like, it's not as scary because the people are so nice.
The people are nice. The game scares me. I went down that path of WoW. And it was like many late nights. And this is spreadsheet. So I'm a data scientist. And they're showing at these talks like graphs, and everyone's just loving the graphs. I've got a new graph type, yeah! And that's my day job, and I love my job so much. And the idea of going into a game that is so data intensive and graph heavy, it's like I like my life now, and I have things I want to do besides Eve.
But I can tell you here and now that there is a way to play Eve without going into graphs. I have done it. Agreed?
Yeah, I have to say I've never used
Graphs,
a spreadsheet.
no,
Oh, no, I can't say
spreadsheets.
that.
Right. You need
I actually
those.
used a spreadsheet to set up my planetary industry
I'm more
stuff.
of a factional warfare kind of person. I
Damn
am
it.
Doc. I find somebody, I die, and then I quit for the day.
Okay.
It's my dose of Eve.
Yeah, and I mean, I do nullsec stuff, so a lot of times I'm just like, I just undock, I go and rep whoever needs repping whenever we're shooting, whoever we're shooting, but then there's still sometimes like I need to organize my ships, especially if I'm like suitcasing with my caps and all that. So I have still a bunch of spreadsheets, maybe not as many graphs at all, but still.
Yeah, it's a good thing that we actually have an add-in into EVE Online for Excel, which helps with that kind of stuff. The first game to do that, by the way.
I haven't tried that.
That is
Whatever
pretty
the-
awesome.
I don't know what the EVE Online
and all the stuff
Excel
you guys are doing in
plugin
R
actually
and
does.
Python, that's the world I live in,
Right.
and so it's too close to home.
It's almost uncomfortable. Turning your work into a passion.
I mean, EVE Online already
And it
has
already
an
is,
API,
and that's
and
the
Excel
problem.
already has an
Yes.
API,
Okay,
so
yeah,
you can
I
write
understand
middleware
that.
to do whatever you want. And I'm
were
guessing
you
that
out
built a
last
plugin
night
to just
on the
make
pub crawl?
that a lot easier.
I was not. Tell me about that.
So I briefly touched on it this morning, but it's a wonderful time where a bunch of grown people come together.
Is it a horde?
Yeah,
But
yes.
a happy horde.
A happy horde.
Yes.
Can hordes are I think happy hordes are the thing, not nefarious. We're there for good.
I would say so.
Hordes for good.
Yes.
Hordes for good. Yes.
Hordes for good.
As CCP takes no official stance on which alliance is best. But, however, during pub crawl, we often have, and I heard that there were some groups that were stealing beers from other groups. I heard. Yeah, no. But yeah, I mean,
beers from other
it's
groups.
a long-standing tradition. It started out
beers
like
got
when
ganked.
Fanfest was still young. It started out with people just wanted to keep talking after the lectures, which happened in a place that was maybe 1/20th of the size of this. And they just wanted to go out for beer. And after that, it evolved, it grew. It became a thing where you have 14 groups of 4 or 5 devs with 15 to 20 players going around. We each try to hit a bar, and then we have a central location everybody meets up at. And you can imagine it's just like...
I just did the math in my head. That's a horde.
That's a lot of people. It is legend how kind and courteous EVE Online players are when they come here, even when they are, I don't know how...
Just like they are in-game.
Yes, exactly. Everybody's so nice in-game, right? Yeah.
I mean, it's a whole different thing. It's like sports teams. It's like we have the other team, and it's like, oh, you could be like, oh, beat them. But still, after the game, or if you're like tailgating, you're still gonna give them a beer.
Yeah.
You can still hang out with them.
Or take them.
Or take the beers. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's an important part because it is a living community. You should know that everything that happens on the battlefield stays there.
I think I
and
need
once
to go
you're
to
out,
Fanfest
you're
next
just
year.
people who play the same game, and you can all have fun.
Seems like a lot of
And
fun.
That's a
Something to do
unique.
for a
I think
weekend.
it's a unique
an
method
excuse
of
to go
playing
on
a
an
game where you
overseas
can actually
trip.
lose a lot of stuff.
Okay, we've got
not
another break
real
coming
stuff.
up.
Yeah, real
Anyway,
stuff that
so I'm
has
just
like
gonna
actual
quickly
monetary value.
Might grab another
and not
coffee,
be
or
that
might grab
mad
another
about
drink,
it.
something like that. I'll be back
That
soon.
mad about it. Like it
Yeah,
can hurt
it's still
a little bit.
kind of disappointing when you get dropped on and lose 3 caps, and you're like, sad day. But everybody has those stories.
But then you can peace out and do some project discovery and feel better about the world.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I also want to say that there are no drops in factional warfare, if you're in the right complexes, that is. But I will want to wrap this up now and maybe head on over to get ready for the next presentation, which is skills in real life in EVE with real life skills in EVE. I swear I can do titles, guys. I swear. With Exuki. That is the next presentation happening on the big stage. Any final words for this one?
Please keep doing that data. It's really important. It's going to help so many people around the world, and maybe even your mother.
We all want to help their mother, specifically. And you will be with me after the next presentation. So, guys, we will see you then.
No.
Okay. I was just scanning through. There's another 2 hours to go. Holy shit. This is a massive stream. I guess they just just streamed for like the whole day. It's like a 7.5 hour stream. Okay, these stream accounts with drops enabled are silly. Yeah, you're exactly right. Like I was trying to figure it out before. I couldn't work out. I was looking at all the people streaming, and I mean, there's people here, 1.4K views, 640, 540. Everyone's got massive views. Even me, I guess I've got 50, I think, which is about right for what I get. Here we are, 59 for me. 89 for Pyro, that's about right for him. But these massive numbers, I'm guessing everyone's just, not that I'm just saying like these guys are good streamers, but these numbers are way higher than what they usually get. I'm talking like they usually get less than half these views. And it's because everyone's spinning up alts for the drops. If you actually have a look at the viewers even in my stream, I've got one guy that's definitely got 3 alts in my stream. He's got like a name that is exactly the same except for one character different. But I'm just looking through all the names of the people in my stream. They actually look like legitimate viewers. There's only one that appears to have multiple alts in the stream. Which is good to know. Most of you guys here are actually real people. Let's skip forward a bit and see what's coming up next. Hey, PHP. Yeah, you're real. Hey, I'm real. What do we got coming up next? We got a... Who's this guy?
Hello, everybody. How's Fanfest going?
Hello, everybody. How's Fanfest going?
You got to ask when you get to be on the main stage, right? So, hello. My name is Exuki Z, and today we're going to be talking about real-life skill training with EVE Online. So, if you have been playing for a while or not a while, and you're wondering, what can I be doing in EVE that's going to actually help me outside of EVE,
yeah,
we're going to try to answer that question.
I mean, I'm all for people
today.
getting alts. It gets my stats up, which is
So,
good.
today, what I'm going to run through for everybody,
one guy
I'm going to tell everybody a brief bit about
chat.
myself, who I am,
Scanning
what
through
I've
the
done in
names,
EVE,
every other
maybe why you
name
want to care
looks
just a
like
little
real
bit.
name.
I'm going to talk about what prompted the entire presentation that I'm giving. It's a question that I've been pondering and chatting with a lot of people over the past couple of years.
Corporation management, leadership roles.
I'm going to talk about how I gathered all the data that you're going to see used in
I'm not really
the
interested in this, but we'll watch it, see what he's got to say.
So when I say correlations or interviews, where that came from, because I only made up some of this stuff. And then I'm going to talk about what we found. So, the meat of the presentation is I spent a lot of time talking, I wrote surveys, I did interviews, I used some personal experience, but what did we find?
This yesterday.
What is it that
use spreadsheets.
You might want to care about?
Nice.
What are some things I want
I'm
to
actually
think
very
about?
proficient
What are
at
some
Excel.
things
I
that
use
you're
it a
going to
lot
go
for my
pump?
work. I have to do a lot of data analysis and
about me.
finding problems with data and correcting
If you
it.
are unfamiliar with me, my name is Exuki Z.
But
I've been
never
playing
tried the
EVE Online since
Excel plugin.
2009. I joined right after Apocrypha came out, which is why I also spent more than the first decade of my time in EVE Online doing
It's cool stuff, but it
So
should have
if
been
you're
an
thinking,
should have
"That
been
guy
an
looks
email."
familiar," I'm frequently up on the Fanfest stage talking about wormhole space, but not this time. I'm instead telling you about how EVE's making you a better person. I'm the CEO of TD Sin and have been for 14 years. Another name that you've probably at least heard of before. We're not very good, but that does mean that no matter how bad we are, you've heard of us. And while I'm here, I wanted to just briefly touch on for everybody. We have a lot of fans that talk about us on Discord servers and talk about us on Reddit. That is an S. I frequently see people misspelling our name with a B. It's an S, though, just making sure that you guys all know that. I know that keys can be tricky. I'm also the alliance leader of Scary Wormhole People, a.k.a. Waboo.
Okay, Scary Wormhole People.
Probably heard
I know a
some
few of
of
those
my
guys.
court mates shouting our ticker around.
I've never actually encountered this guy before, though.
It's back. And you might have seen our pretty dope logo, so that's up there, too. I was also a member of CSM 14.
Yeah, he does have a nice dry
I'm going to touch on
sense
it
of humor,
in
which is
another
good.
slide or two, but that's actually one of the places that prompted a lot of this.
Oh, come on, tracking computer.
I've met a lot of really cool people playing EVE in general, as well as my time on the CSM, and that got me thinking into a bunch of things that led to the presentation. Outside of EVE and some of the personal experience that I'll be touching on, or what I said, I think this actually helped. I'm a director of software engineering outside of EVE.
Oh, okay.
I've had a very fortunate career to
Software
move up
engineer
several levels
director.
quickly in software engineering management, and I attribute a good chunk of that success
Back to collecting drops,
things
yeah.
that I've learned and gotten to experience.
Drops are in
through
here.
EVE.
I've got drops enabled
So,
on this channel, so you can hang out
moving
here if
right
you want.
along.
If that's what you mean.
The question that started all of this. So when I was on CSM 14 in March of 2020, a month and date year that probably some people have some icky feelings about, because that was basically the start of the
pretty sure I've
pandemic.
got 'em enabled. Let's
Me and a
check
bunch
out,
of
make sure.
CSM 14 found ourselves at the old CCP office, way down closer to the docks. Watching COVID start to unfold, actually, it was that critical week where you might remember
It should be working.
COVID was a thing in China, and it was starting to be a thing in Italy, and it was kind of popping up everywhere. And by the end of our week-long summit here, we were flying back watching closures and international borders getting zipped up. So they sent us home just in time. I think the United States closed their international borders like 2 days after we got back from the CSM summit. But one of the things that happens at the CSM summits is, we have a meeting with a lot of devs. That happens constantly. There was one in particular in which Hilmar came down and sat down and looked around the room and just said, "I am in a room full of superhumans." Now, first thought when that happened was I looked around and said, that's a weird thing to say. I mean, sure, I wouldn't consider myself a superhuman. I would consider some of the other CSM superhumans, and certainly some of the more CSMs that I've gotten to meet since my time on the management council. Some of them are definitely superhumans. But it prompted that thought. What did Hilmar mean? Was he right? And I began to think on it. One of the things that, as you get to know the rest of your CSM and you get to talk more and more, I realized that a lot of the CSMs on CSM 14 were pretty powerful people. We had corporate executives, we had PhDs, we had a doctor, we had people that are leaders and movers and shakers in their career field. And from my experience chatting with a lot of other CSMs besides 14, that's not uncommon. And then you begin to dig and talk to a lot of other people that are leaders in EVE themselves. They're FCs, they're alliance leaders, they're corp leaders of some of the both smallest and largest corporations, and you start to see some patterns. Now, the question that I first started with was,
oh my God, cat ears.
How much of each thing is impacting the other? I don't think anyone would be surprised if I said someone that's an executive or a leader outside of EVE is likely to come into EVE and be a leader there too. That's less interesting, and we're not going to focus on that because I'm far more concerned with the reverse. I wanted to find out how many people played EVE, learned some things, and then carried that back to their career where they didn't have that first. So the questions we're going to dive into are, how can things that you do in EVE help you outside of it? What are those?
I'm going to quickly pause this because this actually happened to me. I used to play, I've played EVE obviously for a very long time. But I was a guild leader in World of Warcraft, and we progressed through all the raids and everything at the time, which was Burning Crusade. So that's quite a long time ago. So I led an entire guild through that, and I learned a lot of skills from that, and I took that back to my role at the software company where I worked on the help desk at the time. And I then applied to be the help desk supervisor, which I got. And I think I learned a lot of skills from leading a guild of fucking idiots in World of Warcraft to try and kill like the toughest bosses in the game at the time. So I think it's definitely applicable. You can definitely apply those skills to real life.
We're going to try to, so the goal of my presentation here really is to try to give you some answers to that question. I tried to build a presentation that would be helpful and insightful to as many people as possible, because your mileage may vary. I'm not getting up here and saying, do these things, you'll get promoted. Do these things, and you'll get a really cool new job. But I think what we are going to talk about is, do these things in EVE, and you're probably learning stuff. I don't want to ruin EVE for everybody, because if you suddenly realize that you're learning things, that might make it way less fun.
That makes
but
sense.
The bad news is you probably already are. Maybe whether you knew it or not, you've learned something from logging in and doing things in EVE. And you've probably picked up some skills, and you might just be a better person, whether you want to admit it or not. So we're going to focus and talk about what are some of those skills, what are the ways that you can learn them, and maybe you already
That's exactly right,
and
PHP.
how those skills might in fact just be something that you can leverage. So everything that we're going to talk about here today comes from three main places. I used the basis of my own personal experience and career, of course, as a foundation for figuring out where I wanted to poke into, talk to people, what are the questions I wanted to specifically find answers for. I interviewed a lot of other EVE players. I conducted well over 70 different interviews, some very formal, some
Holy shit,
less
this guy's
formal,
put in the time.
with people all over different organizations, every
So
part
this
of
guy's
space
leader of
you
an
can
alliance,
think of,
leader of a corp, and
every
he's also a
block,
manager where he works.
corporations. I went
It's
all
this
over
kind
the
of
place
person
trying
that
to get
gets
a
into
nice,
these roles,
varied
that sort of that
background
has an
of
idea and wants
different
to do
people.
something,
I talked to
and then puts
doctors,
in
I
just an
talked to
incredible amount
engineers,
of
I
work and
talked to
time
truck
to get it
drivers,
done.
I talked to people that repair medical robots. There you go, Piyelp.
That's my main problem,
I
is I'm way
talk to
too lazy to
people
do anything
that
like this.
you know, work in retail. I talk to people that are chefs. I talk to people that are bartenders. We tried to go everywhere because my goal is to convince you that no matter what you actually do outside of EVE, you are learning things that are probably helpful. I had a survey. If you took it, thank you very much. We got several hundreds of people to come take a admittedly little lengthy survey about what do you do outside of EVE? What do you do in EVE? Tell me about both of those things. Answer, I got feedback, too many questions about some different skills. Do you think you learned something? Do you think it came back and helped you in other places? But that also helped me provide a guide on people I wanted to talk to. And the great news is I found overwhelming support suggesting that the answer is yes. Almost everyone that took my survey said in some way they'd learned something that they think they were able to bring back to their job. Sometimes it helped immensely. Sometimes they thought it helped a little, but everybody said they
I think
learned.
the main thing I learned from EVE that I was able to apply to my job once I got into a supervisory position was conflict resolution. So something I learned from the game, dealing with people back and forth, that I applied in my role was being able to talk to different people, figure out what their goals were and what they wanted, and then try and resolve the conflict on a very personal level. I mean, sometimes you just can't do that in EVE because people want the conflict just for the content of playing the game. But you can try, and you can play your politics in the game, and you can take those skills out to real life and apply them to your staff when there's some kind of conflict.
Learn something.
And I've had to use that quite a few
So what
times.
I did with all of that is we tried to look, and I tried to tailor it and correlate it to a list that might make sense outside of EVE. So I went to the Forbes 2023 Most In-Demand Skill Workforce Survey, which is intended to be universal, regardless of who you are, where you are, and what you're doing or where you work. These are skills that you're going to find helpful. Those skills are communication, leadership, teamwork, creativity, time management, adaptability, problem solving, work ethic, critical thinking, conflict management, and emotional intelligence. So we've got a pretty cool list here. I'm going to hope and assume that most people know what most of those words are, because reading you the wiki definition of every single one would be time-consuming and probably rather boring. Although the one thing I did want to touch on, simply because when I first started, this initial feedback I got was, emotional intelligence? We're EVE players, you know. Your first thought when you're thinking about EVE players might not be emotional intelligence, but I can assure you that when I asked them about it, I was able to get several people go, you know what, I do care a little bit about other people. Or, you know what, I do know how to pretend that I care about other people just a little bit. So EVE players can get those done too. Now, basing it off of my survey, the roles that we're going to touch on and I looked at, by far not an all-inclusive list, broke down into 4 main categories. We have leadership roles, your CEO, your director. Depending on the size and way that your group is organized, you might have officers or a layer of middle management. We looked at industry and logistics, which I defined mostly as people that are building things and moving them around. This logistics is specifically the moving it around part and not repping other ships. That's also useful, but probably less likely to directly correlate because running around your workplace trying to heal people might be strange. That
wouldn't
was
be
so,
too
and
strange.
this is not all the roles that we looked at and talked about in my survey, but
Yeah,
for
I
the
know.
sake
I
of
like
time
that
and not having
that
a
dry sense
million
of humor, that
slides,
kind of
I
matter of
condensed it into the
fact.
ones that had
This is how it
stronger
is,
correlations,
and
and I thought were going
you
to
talk like that
make the most
when you're
sense, but
talking, and
also
you
be a
also
little
talk like that
easier
when you're
to
joking.
explain.
And after you've told your joke,
So
you
we
progress
touched
on to the
on
next
people
subject
that
without
work in
acknowledging
solo
it. I
industry,
try to do
people
that
that
myself,
work with
but
lots of other people
sort of
working on supply chain
sometimes I try to
management,
emphasize the joke too
material
much.
coordination,
And most
market
of the time, the joke
managers,
isn't even
people
really
that run
funny, so
buyback
I can just
programs.
continue talking the way I talk and say a joke, and
The
no one
third
notices
category
anyway
is
because
people
it's not even
management.
funny.
There's, of course, the possibility for significant overlap.
But this guy does it
between
really
all of
well. He's
these.
obviously
But
planned out what he's going to
whether
say,
it's the same
and
person
he's
doing
spent a
half
lot
the
of
things
time
on this
prepping
list
this,
for
so
your
it's really good.
organization or a small army may depend on the size as well as how you've organized yourself. These are roles and functions that are focused purely on people. These are your recruiters and people that talk to people, review applications. These are people that work in onboarding. These are people that track your membership. Are they active? Are they doing enough? Are they clicking their PAP links? And these are people that do culture fit assessments. Are these the right people for our corporation? Do I want to be flying with these people? Do I want to throw them out a window? And then probably the category that most of you actually first thought about, I called it operations. These are your fleet commanders. These are people that are helping run roles supporting the fleet commander, making the fleet successful. These are people that plan the fleets. Might be the FC doing literally all these things, but sometimes these are different people, or at the very least, they're different skills. And then you have your theory crafters. You've got your people that are figuring out what are we doing, how are we going to do it, which of these modules goes on my ship. There's people that know enough to shout at your bad corp members when they die and ones that are fit terribly, terribly wrong. So the first group that we're going to look at, and for some of those, I'm going to have a slide that grabs just one, and for some of them, I'm going to have a slide that tries to condense it, all depending on what the results looked like. Now, what we found, both talking to people as well as from the survey results, was regardless of what level you're operating at as a leader in your group, chances are you're learning the same skill.
I love this quote down the bottom here. My camera's in the way, but it says, Eve helped me trust myself and my skills enough to start my own business. When I look at what I have been able to deal with in Eve, the problems of my job seem like nothing.
The exact degrees, some leaned a little heavier and others did vary, but not enough to be worth splitting this up. So whether we're looking at CEOs, we're looking at officers, or we're looking at directors, these are people that are responsible for setting the goals and directions of your corporation and utilizing delegation and collaboration. They're going to try to make those things happen. These people had the strongest likelihood of saying that they felt that they had learned and or improved on their leadership skills, their work ethic, their problem-solving skills, and their communication skills. Probably not a huge surprise, especially the first one. If anyone's shocked that CEOs said I learned leadership skills, I've got tons of surprises for you in my presentation then if that one surprises you. But I also have a quote from someone that indicated that this is something they would define themselves on for each of these slides. We're going to touch on what the roles were, how I defined them, the skills that they correlated with, and then I've got a quote that some people saying that they're actually really getting something done. So for the people, I believe this was a CEO, Eve helped me trust myself and my skills enough to start my own business. When I look at what I've been able to deal with in Eve, the problems of my job seem like nothing. I actually really like this quote. I like all the quotes, that's why I chose them. But depending on what you do in Eve, you might actually have defined your time in Eve as your second job before. Show of hands, who else has ever thought that what they do in Eve is a second job? All right, that's a good chunk of the audience.
Yeah, when I was playing it flat out,
you guys
especially
are
when I was
doing
streaming
great. Keep it
nearly
up.
every day.
But
I considered it a second job.
Eve can be hard.
You've got to be careful though, because
Eve
you
can
get
be
burned
very
out
hard.
if you spend too much
People in
time
Eve can be
and too much
very
effort in
hard.
it.
I'm not going to keep asking everyone to raise their hands up and down. A couple of you made faces that you already said, I hate this, don't call on me again. But I think I've had more difficult people to work with in Eve than I have in my workplace, which is probably a blessing. There's certainly people that can say, oh, that is not true for where I work, and I'm sorry for you. But that's true for
Yeah,
definitely some
had
of my
much more
experiences
difficult
in
people
Eve. There
at my
are
work
some
than in Eve.
rough. individuals that play
In Eve, generally the
we
people
might
that
love
I'm
them, but
in a
they're
corporation
rough.
or in an alliance with are usually all
So
on the
being
same
able to
page,
do
working
things
towards
in
the same
Eve
thing, and we work together.
hopefully helps recognize you can probably do a lot of that in real life. It might be different, but if you can corral a bunch of people and say, guys, this is what we're doing over the next couple of months, and then work with them to get that done, chances are you could do that outside of Eve too. You might not want to, especially if you have to like sit near people and smell them and things. But if you're here at FanFest, you're already smelling people, so you can do it.
The Citadel, I did reactions in nearby, just went boom.
Rolling into our
Guess it's
next
time to set up
category, we're going to have a
my
couple
last,
slides on some
PI
industry and
planet since
logistic
that part of
roles.
gameplay is dead.
The first one that
Oh,
I
wow.
wanted to start off with,
That
and that
sucks.
actually surprised me a little bit, but only until you start thinking about it, was people that do industry by themselves. If you're here at FanFest, there's a good chance that you're not a solo player. There certainly could be some out there, but most people that make it to FanFest are usually people here with groups. So this may or may not apply to you. Or maybe you're in a group, but you don't like those guys, so they don't get to touch your minerals and you're building all your stuff by yourself.
I'm a solo player. I've been a solo
Where's
player
the
for the last couple of
tritanium?
years,
This
and I still
makes
plan on going to
collaborating with people
FanFest.
very challenging sometimes.
Although
But
I'm not there, so
people
he's
that
right. I'm
are
not there, and I'm a
solo
solo
industry
player,
players,
so
they're
he called
tackling
me out on that.
potentially complex jobs that might include a lot of steps, that might have prerequisites, and they're usually doing
I guess
this
I'm not
by
a solo player though,
themselves.
because I do stream and
So
I'm
these
friends with all the
people,
other streamers.
through
So
my
we have
interviews
that
and
group.
discussions, identified strongly
I do
with
have that
time
sense of
management
community.
skills, critical thinking, adaptability, and problem solving. These
They
are
actually got
people
attacked a
that
couple
need to
months ago,
know
and they
how to
finally
line
came and
things up
finished
to
it
be
up. Oh,
efficient.
no.
They need to be able to figure out how to adapt on the fly because they don't
It was
have
a
someone else
public-based-
to go
a
lean
public
on and get
station
some
near
of this
High Sec.
done for them. It's you.
Yeah,
The
that
buck
sucks.
stops with you. If your reactions aren't done on time, that next job's going to sit and wait. Skills I made doing industry helped me set up ordering of medical supplies and equipment, ensuring deadlines and bottlenecks are met as far as material and fiscal inputs are concerned. I thought that was actually a pretty cool quote. I talked to someone that basically
I might
talked
skip
about
forward a tiny
how
bit. He's giving examples of the
they
different
applied their Eve
types
industry
of skills, and
experience to
then
organizing
some
and getting
quotes
things done.
and examples of how people have improved them in the game.
Because most things organizations
Which
in
is
Eve
fine.
have had to learn, probably the hard way.
I get the
once.
gist of it, what he's talking about.
Toxic people are bad. And
So same
you
thing
might
here. He's
say,
got people
but I need
management
more
roles.
people.
He's got a quote down the
You
bottom
never
from someone who has
need
gained
people
people
and
management skills.
Probably not a surprise. Eve's a great place to just hone and practice and leverage some of those skills that you may or may not be using outside, but it's a place where you get to sit down on a table and interview people or talk to people and find out if you like them, if they like you. I don't have a quote here, but I can tell you at least 5 of the people I spoke to specifically mentioned that they felt like interviewing people in Eve made them better at interviewing in real life on both sides of the table. Because you're sitting down and talking to someone and just figuring out, I want a job here, I want to fly with these guys, or I'm figuring out if I want them to fly with me. Maybe the word is not fly, but you do that a bunch in your job probably, especially if you work in any sort of hiring manager roles or team lead roles where you're trying to figure out people that you want on your team or you want on your company. Rolling into the last category that I had for roles set up, and starting right off with probably the role that I'm not sure which one's higher, CEO or fleet commander.
Let's skip forward a bit
Surprise
more.
to
Still going
someone
about the
that,
same stuff.
Engineering.
Now he's
is where
doing a
this quote
operations
came
role.
from,
Wow,
but
he's got a lot of detail.
So 1 in 8 people said that
Man,
this has happened
I
to
feel
them
bad
through
skipping
their
forward
time
through this
playing
guy
Eve.
because he's put so much work into it. But
13%.
I definitely get the gist
Not
of what he's saying.
most,
and I
maybe
agree
not
with everything
tons,
he says.
but given
This
how
is,
many people we looked at,
it's good
I thought it was
information, good
relevant
insights.
and
He's really
interesting
spent a
enough
lot of
to bring it
time
up.
going into this.
So,
He's going to finish
that's
off with the
wrapping
summary.
up my
so
presentation. We talked about
we'll watch
me, the
this.
questions that started this, the goals of the presentation. Hopefully everyone feels like they learned something, or at least laughed once or twice at some of my bad jokes. How we gather the data, and then I drove in and talked about all the different roles and skills and how they all correlate together. So there is not time for Q&A here. We're not set up for it in the main hall, but if you have questions, comments, feedback, or want to just talk to me. I'm Exuki in-game. You can convo me if I'm online. You can shoot me a mail. You can find me as Exuki on Discord. And of course, I will be around for the rest of FanFest. So always happy to talk about this with anybody else.
Nice.
So, thank you very much, everyone. I hope that was
a
good
good
use of your
presentation.
time.
He's a really
and
smart guy.
Enjoy
He put
the
a lot
rest
of
of
work into that,
FanFest.
and yeah, good presentation. He knows exactly what he's doing. That's fantastic. I think he was one of the best presenters so far. He was clear and concise. He had slides to back up every single point. He had lots of detail. He had a really good stage presence.
It's amazing how governing a group of players is the same no matter where those people, I should say people. Governing a group of people is the same whether they're in kindergarten, EVE, government, a corporation, like whatever. It's the same anywhere. I am CCP Goat. I'm glad and happy to welcome you back to the SAT here. I am joined once again by Delana. And this time around we have Andrew with us, the author of The Empires of Eve.
That's correct.
Volumes 1 and 2.
Yes, yes, yes.
And soon to be 3?
Something, yeah.
Let's
so
not.
My difficulty with that kind of stuff is like, as a individual author and a person who runs just like a one-person company, it's so immensely difficult to project myself out like next year, because if something goes wrong, my whole company shuts down.
Right. Yes.
You know?
yeah. It's there's not a lot of fail-safes, redundancies when you're a single-person company.
No one to help me out. No.
All right. Well, we were discussing it a little bit, how the overlap between these two subject matters is interesting. That, like, controlling, like, guiding a group of people through something is the same wherever it is, and people are the same wherever they are.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason why that becomes so important is because that means that the design of the game is of the utmost importance. That the people aren't responding the same way because they're people necessarily. They're responding the same way because the game is prodding them to respond in the same way. It's only giving them a handful of different options about how they can respond. And so people choose from among those limited options. So you end up with familiar things taking place across a number of different systems.
And it's super
Yeah, I
interesting.
think I agree with that. The game is a
Actually,
very
I wanted to
good
point one
representation,
thing out.
like
Our
a
last
sandbox of
interview here was with,
society. So people behave, and society behaves very similar in the
I can't
game.
remember his name, but
as
he
it
was
does
with
to real
Project
life.
Discovery. I'm not very good with names. I'm old, okay? But I wanted to say, he wanted to come send something across, is that they are planning to release an app for mobile phones and other devices which will allow citizen science to occur outside of the client. And that's also something that I find really interesting is he called it a monkeys with like typewriters writing Shakespeare kind of moment. the thing, like that many people created this beautiful thing. The map of sovereignty that you were showing in your presentation, that is something that I find beautiful in a way.
It is.
With all the
Okay, there's another break
especially if you know the history of the intrigue and the espionage that went
and then I
into
think
it.
we're on the last leg
if you
of
learn
the,
how to read the map, if you
the
learn
stream, so we'll see what that is. Okay.
Didn't get blown up. And we thought, wouldn't it be neat if we did that with just like way more people? So we went to this cool place in Copenhagen called Arena Gaming. We had 50 players and 10 devs. We went on 3 separate fleets. CCPB led one, Kiakti from Fine Ink led another one, Virion Stoneshard from Spectre Fleet led another one. It was a wonderful day of explosions. There was also some beer and some pizza. You know, don't judge. It's just the thing that you do at a LAN party. And everyone went home with a smile on their face, except for the guy in the grey jumper. But it's okay, he's a friend of mine. We're old court mates from our days back in Syndicate. That's Epsilon. Sorry, I couldn't resist. He's smiling on the inside, don't worry
He's
about
not happy at all.
Some of
He
you
probably lost his
took the
rifter.
time to check out your surroundings. You went for like walks around Reykjavik and learned about the history of the city, which is a great thing to do while you're here. Some of you went out into the nature and you went on the Golden Circle tour and checked out some of the beautiful natural sights. And in some cases, the nature came to you. because the Discord for the FanFest, the official EVE Discord, was just packed with photos of people looking at these like incredible Northern Lights. I could only fit 3, but there was like probably close to 50 or 60
They
pics
caught
on
the
there.
Northern Lights.
So to get a couple of
I
nights
only
of
just
really
found
clear
out recently
weather
that the
while
Northern
there's
Lights
really good
aren't like
aurora
common.
going on
Even
is
in
absolutely
areas where you
fantastic.
see
So
the
I hope
Northern Lights,
if it was the first time
it's
seeing
still
Northern
kind of
Lights,
rare
you'll
to
be
actually
able
see
to
them.
cherish that and
I
take
thought
them
they
home
must
with
just
you.
be like there every day when you're
Damascus Kadesh is trying to
when you're
bring
in that
Fleet
area.
back. He took a bunch of
But
people to go
apparently not.
bouldering, and a lot of you also turned up for the monument unveiling, which was great, and then immediately started clambering all over it with your grubby hands to try and find where your names were. Now, I was here in 2000.
Like, so the names are all like inscribed on those tiles like that. That makes sense because I always wondered how the names were written. Yeah, I can kind of see now the like the engravings here. It must be tiny. There's no way you could find your own name.
13 as a player when they unveiled the first monument, and the only downside was like, I don't even think we used Discord in 2013. Maybe it was Carrier Pigeon. I can't remember. It was a while ago. Twitter, social media, whatever it was blowing up with all of my friends saying, hey, can you just go take a photo of my name? Can you take a photo of my name? Did that happen to any of you as well? Yeah. We had fun in the evenings as well. This is from the Tweet Fleet meetup at Galkarin. Originally, this event was, well, I don't know if originally, but historically it had been run by a player named General Stargazer, who is now CCP Zealous. And in his absence, it had been picked up by Draclus, who's been looking up. Stand up. This is Draclus.
Okay.
He used to call himself the Paris Hilton of EVE because he was famous for doing nothing. But you're going to have to come up with a different name now because you're doing stuff. So you all had fun singing karaoke. Even some CCPers got in onto it. Here we have CCP
You can check
Duckling,
online
CCP
where your
Tiger
name is
Shark,
on the
and
monument.
CCP
Oh,
Emerald.
right, cool.
I
There's
don't
no
know
point
what
in
tune they're
checking it
belting
because,
out,
although
but
I
I'm
do,
sure it was
like I keep
fantastic.
saying, I do plan on
Then
going
on
to
Thursday,
Fanfest.
things
Literally because
officially
like I've got a lot
started
of
here
free
at
time,
Grosca.
so I should just go.
Some people at Lower
And
Moral Fiber started turning up
I'm
to
not well
register
known
and
in the
collect their
EVE community
tickets.
or anything
There
like
were
that. I
also
don't even
some
actually
really
have
cool
a lot of friends who
presentations,
play the game
and of
anymore.
course the traditional charity
Most
dinner.
of the people I
Now,
played with years ago don't
I
play
want you to take
anymore,
a minute and
so
look at this picture, see if anything stands out to you.
I could go. I could like meet some people.
I'm
Get my photo
captivated by
taken with the
expression
other
on the
EVE
face
partners, which would be cool. I mean, if Chaos goes, I know
of
Chaos. I could hang out
CCP
with
blue
him.
screen in this picture. This guy he's talking to has just told him some real shit.
But if I ever do that, then I'll look for my name on the monument.
I'm like, it's like, dude, do we call them pets because we pet them? Or do we pet them because they're called pets? And he's just like...
No more alpha
Never
blogging
thought of that
gankers.
before.
Ooh.
Then while you're here in the venue, I hope you went and checked out the history wall. It was... We had so
Something
much
has
space
changed
and we
about
still
that
couldn't
actually,
fit
Aslan
all the stories in that we wanted.
Can't
So there was
remember
a
what
lot of stuff
changed,
missing.
but I know it's definitely
Of course,
harder to do
Boltec
that
can't
now.
walk past the word Megathron without stopping for a selfie. And Katya Say was
Start
there
planning
too.
for
and
2025.
took a
Tickets
little
are available
opportunity
already.
to get a snap
Okay,
next
I
to
might
their,
do that then.
Guinness World Record story. The EVE board game was also being tried out. Did you get to try this out? Did you go look at it? I don't, until FanFest, I'd only seen it on a screen like this big, like on a Teams call, and I'm like, yeah, I guess it looks pretty
Holy
neat.
shit, tickets are
And then
already
I
on sale
walked
for
into
FanFest.
the area where they're set up, and I saw they baited me. They had that
Goddamn.
like 200% size version of it, and I was like, but it still looks super cool. So go to Kickstarter.com, look for
I think I'm
EVE
gonna have to wait
online,
till I get
find
paid. I'll get
this,
paid,
type in
end of
your
month.
email address, hit notify, because I've been talking to these
And then
guys.
I've got to
They're
get
already
there,
thinking about what they could do with expansions, like one
figure
with
out all
pirate
the.
factions. and
I'm
one with
going to wait
wormholes,
till
and all of
Chaos
that
gets
is
back
incumbent on this being
to
successful.
Australia,
And if you'd like to have one of these on
and
your game
ask him
shelves, then
for all
you
the
should
info,
definitely try and
like
pick one up. But
how
the
to do
first
it
step
all.
is just letting us know how much interest there is. So, yeah, I'm sure the Pope
Like where do you
must be
stay,
sitting on
all
a
that
gold
kind of
mine.
stuff.
All right, Kickstarter's cancelled. It's going to be funded by the Pope. Thank you, Your Holiness.
Restrictions may apply.
Oh, okay. No worries. We have to pay him back. That's the only catch. Some of you took the time to brand yourself with EVE for Life, which is like a super amazing commitment. I haven't got one yet because I haven't decided what I want to get. I want to get the Caldari Navy logo. I think that would look cool. But I think if anyone saw it, they would think it's like, are you just some sort of try-hard Air Force guy or something? I'm like, no, I'm a nerd. That's way cooler. And some people who weren't quite prepared to go that far settled for just getting their hair and makeup done. I would have done this myself, but, you know. But it was a great FanFest overall. Whether you were just like catching up with your current space friends. And I want to thank the guy from NC Dot who gave me that, that machined aluminium token with the logo on it. It was one of those situations where I was like charging from A to B, and he stopped me. He's like, "Here, have this," and I was like, "Thanks." And it wasn't until like 5 minutes later I looked at it. I'm like, "Oh shit, this is cool." I feel really bad just for pseudo ghosting him. And even some old friends turned up.
I can't remember their names.
Never
They're
far
like the
from our
devs that no longer work there, aren't they?
But speaking of friends, I want to invite on stage now one of my legitimately oldest space friends. We've been flying together for nearly over 10 years was when we first started going on fleets together. Her name is Grey Gell.
Isn't the guy in the middle like
the
didn't he used to be like the
leader
CEO
of
or something?
Fanfest Volunteer Corps, and I want to bring them on
I definitely
stage as
recognize
well,
his face.
just so they can get the recognition they're due for all the awesome work they do to help make this event run. So come on out here.
Is that the permaband guy? It might be. I recognise the faces, but I'm not good with names, and I can't remember where I recognise them from.
Always good to be with you, Bam.
Okay, he's a singer in permaband.
Come on, guys.
Oh, here we go, the volunteers. We're
One of my
thanking the
best
volunteers.
volunteer
Well done.
teams ever. Give them a big round.
Yeah, I think I'd have to figure out, like, I'm just looking at the ticket website now.
Alrighty.
My main concern would be organising, like, a hotel.
It's been a fantastic weekend, hasn't it?
So I might ask Chaos
Full of
where
history
he
and
stayed.
mystery. And
then just do the same as him.
volunteers have been doing this 10 years now. Did you know that?
I did not know.
Yeah. We started in Vegas 2013.
Oh, far out. So that's when you sort of started.
Well, that's when I kind of fell into this.
Started your army.
Yeah, it just started happening. And now, what were we going to talk about first again?
Well, did you want to say a little bit more about the volunteers first, or should we talk about some of the side work that you've done at Fanfest this year?
So let's talk about what some of the volunteers did this weekend. Besides checking everybody in, we raised a lot of money.
She's got so many pins, so many cool collectibles.
We had, folded a lot of shirts, yes.
Stuffed a lot of bags.
Stuffed a lot of bags.
Oh man, look at this guy's cardigan. Hang on.
But mostly, we
It's a bit hard to see here. This black and white Eve Online cardigan. It's a full-on knitted cardigan.
And we want to say
And he's
thank
got a
you
beanie
to
as
all
well.
of you.
That's
and
cool.
give you all of you a huge round of applause because
He
without the
stayed with some
players, there is
random
no
Aussie, did he?
Eve.
Oh, damn. I'll ask him. I'll see
Without
what the deal is.
Without Eve, there's no CCP, there's no volunteers. So thank
No
you
Eve
to
subreddit?
all of you. No Eve subreddit.
Actually, that might not be so bad.
Yes. So you guys, I can't wait to see the total number. 'Cause I don't know the total number yet. But y'all blew us away with your generosity in the raffles, in the capsular pilots licenses, which, by the way, if you haven't picked yours up, you better.
Oh, so they're
really
actually, they call them
fast
pilot
after
licenses.
closing.
The tickets
And
pilot licenses,
the
are they?
Wheel of Fortune
I think that's what she was
thingy,
saying.
the data thing, and
Should I just put the number on the screen?
I think so.
This is how much you raised.
I was.
Go for it. $40,000. Well done.
Wow. $40,710.66.
Yep.
Wow.
So you can pay 159
Wow.
Aussie dollars.
So that'll be
to get
going to the
tickets.
Or you can
Children's
pay
Hospital.
Children's
$295.
Thank you so
Comes
much.
with
We blew away last
goodie
year.
bag?
That's way more than last
Yeah,
year.
you're
By-
way
They
cooler than
both
all the
come with
people
a
who showed
goodie
up last
bag.
year.
What's
Oh,
the
yeah.
difference for the festival pass and the
So-
Pioneer pass?
Oh, yeah.
We do have a
Read all
little
that.
box. Where'd that box go?
Yeah. So there was a raffle running as well.
Yes. This little box contains about 4,000 raffle tickets, which wasn't what we expected it to contain because I was like, yeah, you know what? We usually go through about 500-600 tickets. It's a big one, you know. Let's bring like 1,500. That should be enough. And y'all
I
bought
think the Pioneer
1,500
pass
raffle
is just the
tickets in
early
2
bird tickets
hours.
that are on sale
We
now.
ran out of raffle
If you
tickets.
don't
We
get
had
that,
to,
then
you know,
maybe you gotta
several
wait
of
for
the
the other one.
volunteers
It's more
saved the day
expensive.
by printing some temporary raffle tickets while others went to the printers to get some more printed. And we're going to draw the winner
Priority
here.
registration.
And the winner must be present.
Digital
Yeah.
items.
So have your ticket handy because
Now, I know
you
some...
need to come down and show us the ticket so we can verify it.
Yes. Now, do we have a picture of the History Mystery Crate?
They
Say
made
again?
custom. Oh, so that's
That
what they
History
did.
Mystery Crate,
They made
which
custom
was
Oh, yeah,
capsular
sorry.
licenses
This
and
is
sold
what you're
them
playing
charity.
for.
$40,000 raised. That's good.
So yeah, there's quite a bit there.
So this is the raffle.
And there's a couple of things that are not pictured, which will be revealed.
What do we got? I'm just going to pause it, see if I can see anything really cool. We've got some art. We've got the art books. I've seen that art book before. Lanyard, the Valkyrie art book. I don't know what this book is. Other thing that looks like a t-shirt. We've got heaps of like little, what is that? That's dice, I think. Eve dice. T-shirts, t-shirts, t-shirts. Oh, this is the same picture just taken 3 times. Got some like shoes. Not bad. Okay, so that's like a signed calendar. It's a calendar and it looks like it's been signed by people. Whatever this is up the top, that's been signed by people as well. Fair enough.
Soon. But the scanners worked really hard to find this. It's been floating in space for about 20 years.
Some of these are really old Fanfest T-shirts, I can tell. Like there's some stuff here you just can't get your hands on
And I'm
anymore.
going to read the scan results a little bit here while y'all are digging through your tickets to see if you win this, since I know some of you have like 100 tickets and it might take them a few seconds to read you. Oh, somebody bought 150 tickets. Shh. So
it's not
somebody
hyper
bought
net.
150
Relax.
tickets.
yeah, but
That's crazy.
We'll do a
I wonder
little
if they're sequential.
pause if the first number.
Give me
gone isn't
150
the winner.
random tickets.
Anyway,
You'd like take you half an hour to
Marin,
check
one
your
of our
numbers.
this is her first time volunteering this year. She has the holder, the keeper of this, and Jana Brill, who has been a volunteer for what, 8 years now, is going to draw it. And Insidious, why am I doing that today? Sorry, Insidious is the one who's going to be able to figure out whether it's a green ticket or a red ticket, because he's the one who actually got us the ticket. So,
Okay.
do the...
Ready, guys? Can we get a drum roll?
There's no drum.
Drum roll.
Alrighty. I've got one. Here we go. If you are the holder of a pink ticket, number 1305. Pink ticket 1305.
1305. We'll give you a second to dig through your piles of tickets. Now, where did those
All right, which
scan
nerd's gonna
results
win
go?
the raffle?
1305. Pink ticket. Oh, then you better check. Yeah, I was going to say, there's some guy with 150 tickets. I'll be there in a minute. Just.
So.
I won't be long.
All right, so, it includes things from 2003 and 2004, such as the original Eve CD key sets.
So this is nearly over.
You got another 10 seconds to find 1305.
It looks like after this raffle, it's over.
Eve Vegas
and then
Whiskey
there's just
Stones.
People getting up and leaving the stage or
Rock,
something.
yes, the guy next
That's
to him.
okay.
I'm going to find who we're going
And
to
we've
raid. I'm going to
got,
raid someone who has drops enabled because I know some people are probably
signed
here
by
just
the
to get
developers
the
at
drops.
Eve Vegas 2014 Eve Universe book.
Horrorphobic has drops
sorry, that
enabled.
was the
We'll raid him.
Empire of Eve book. A
How long-
2015
How long
Eve
do we wait
Universe
before
book.
we redraw, Gigi? Sorry to interrupt you. How long do we have to wait before we
We're
redraw?
about to go now.
Oh.
Oh, they didn't get
You
their,
are?
they didn't claim their
I
prize.
You
beg your
got it?
pardon. I thought you
Is
were going
it-
to ask a guy next to you.
All righty.
Okay, someone's got it. Someone's got the prize.
Oh, let's have
Has
a
he
look.
got it? Match it up. There's also
What? Have you shit ready? This
an
guy's got
original
cat ears
danger
there.
game with board. Is this our winner?
I have the ticket. You can take your pick.
It is the guy with 150 tickets.
Now, because the crate is Mimitar manufactured, we weren't able to carry it up here on stage. So you'll come over to our area, or we'll help you
Okay,
with
so
it
the guy
after
with
the show.
150
And what
tickets
is your name?
thinks he's got it.
Oh, I remember printing your card. CPU 93939. In the initiative.
That's it. Get your shit sorted out.
Give him a round of applause.
Flies 150
All right.
tickets. Holds everybody up. He's got like he's probably got like 9 alts watching my stream right now
One
to
of
get
the
the drop.
things not shown.
He did have the ticket.
All
Someone
right.
got it. Nice.
Congratulations.
What are
Carry
you
on.
guys doing with all those tickets down there? Oh.
We had to find one.
Of course it was the guy who bought it. One of the things not pictured, there is a tile from the memorial.
Confirmed.
Oh, a memorial tile. That's
One
a good
tile. It even has little
collectible.
bits of concrete on the back. Okay, and that is a particularly special thing that I thought you would appreciate. That is in there. Signed lithograph of the monument, and World of Darkness, the Day of Darkness.
Okay, so that guy
card
won the
pack.
raffle. Well
Help me
done.
carry it out and-
Let's skip forward a bit.
Up.
Okay, no, this
And
woman's got
although
something else to
capsulers
say.
are already exploring, don't worry, you're not going to miss a thing. It's all going to start late next week when things will really start heating up in the Sarsak system. Although some of you couldn't wait. So there was at least one capsuleer spotted logging into the system yesterday during the keynote.
Nice.
This expansion will make your organization stronger with automatic payouts, the new project manager role, and, as you heard yesterday, getting the first steps to getting lodges on Killmail.
Okay, so automatic ship reimbursement, I think they're talking about, and lodges on kill miles. It's
Havoc
only
is
taken 10
coming
years.
in November, where you will be able to align with pirates to aid in the mysterious Deathless, the harbinger of Havoc.
It looks like she's just doing a bit of a recap about the Havoc
And,
expansion,
of course, Ancient Titans.
which we already learned about.
And Eve Vanguard will be
Recap
on
about
PC.
Eve Vanguard. Okay, she's just doing a bit of a recap of everything they talked about. I'm going to finish up the stream. We're going to raid Pyrophobic.
In the first
Who
strike
is
event
Pyrophobic
in
is,
December.
I don't know what he's doing. I think he's doing Abyssals. Yeah, he's in Abyssals at the moment. He's got drops enabled. He's from New Zealand. Everyone
Eve
knows
Galaxy
who.
Conquest will
Big
be
reveal when the
released
action starts
on mobile, a 4X strategy game set in the Eve universe.
Well, we're going to raid
And
Pyro anyway.
Project
I'm going to be back
Discovery
most
has
likely tomorrow
delivered
with
a
just a regular
wealth of
stream.
information
I might try and
to the
check out the new
global
system if
scientific
I can get
community.
in there without getting blown
with
up.
thanks all for your
We'll do something, and so on tomorrow's stream as well, back to doing giveaways and things like usual. So
And for the next
thanks for stopping
iteration
by,
of the
everyone, especially
program,
XJX,
we
who
will be
spoke
moving
a
into
lot.
cancer
Everyone else
research.
who came by and said hi. Aslan Radar, welcome back to Eve. Aslan, you were in my alliance, weren't
And
you?
then, of course, the
I may have kicked you
20th
out.
Alliance
I
tournament
did
has
a
been
purge
confirmed.
of everyone that hasn't logged in for like a year, and you may have been kicked out.
It's
so
going to be bigger than ever, and
we'll
we
figure
will be
that out.
sharing more detail with
All right, we're going to
you
raid Pyro,
in the
guys.
next
Thanks for stopping
coming
by. I'll
months.
see you next time.
And we welcome
you got to
the
click the button.
18th
Got to wait 10
CSM,
seconds.
and we're looking forward to work closely with them
Let's turn this stream
in
off.
the next.
All right, see you next time.
Congratulations to the winners, commiserations to the losers.